Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the SMITE World Championships Placement Series. We've got a slew of fun and exciting games for you. Thank you for joining. My name is Tom Battinger, and I'll be joined here by Anatoly Alexeyev this morning. As I said, we've got 4 matches today. 2 of them are going to be on the top side of the bracket. Double elimination, but we are sending 2 teams home today. Let's take a look at what this all is about. We've got a big bracket and a big format going on here. SPL Phase 2 is over. We did 13 weeks of gameplay to find our 6 teams that are already at the World Championship. Now, we've got to find which 2 will join them.
And it seems that the SPL teams, based off of yesterday's results, struggling so far as Obey and Space Station Gaming knocked down to that lower bracket. SK trying to avoid the same fate.
We had the SCW semifinals and console finals on Monday. That gave us Hype Unit as the world champions in their world and Team Rival as the runners-up. Both of those teams moved on, and this was yesterday. Hype Unit SCL put up a good fight, but Out Cold moves forward, and then Hype Unit SML trounces Rival on the bottom side. After that, we saw Space Station lose out to Sanguine, despite the fact that they have a substitute, and Obey loses their match as well. So these are the lower bracket games that we'll see today. 2 of those 4 teams will go home. Starting off the day, though, we've got LG versus Hype SML, and the first match will be SK Gaming versus Out Cold. An interesting one to be sure. I think SK Gaming is a lot of people's kind of favorites going into this one, but Out Cold should be a decent stand-up team. We got a chance to see them yesterday, but these are the guys that everybody's trying to beat.
SK need to be very careful because last year, Season 5 placements, when they were still known as Trifecta, they fell in their first round matchup to Insignum, the European minor league team. So this time against another European minor league team, I think that they learned a lot. So they qualified to Worlds in Season 5. I don't think what they fell to last year is going to fall victim again this year.
Well, experience points are what the game's about. SK Gaming in general got a couple and leveled up last year, but Zapman might be a couple of levels ahead of everybody. He's been well experienced at a whole bunch of lands. We talked to him before the action. Let's see what he had to say.
The regular season did not really meet my expectations as a team. I had a lot of high hopes for our team because last year we made it to the semifinals at Worlds, and we really felt like we could have beaten Rival if we just had a little bit better team fight, which is funny because that's what's plaguing us right now. And I would say that we really popped off last season because we kind of put a band-aid on our major problems, which is team fight communication and just late game team fighting. Last year we really focused on one thing, invading red, so everyone was on the same page. But now, this season, the meta was very different, and it was always expanding. New ideas was coming left and right, and we had a little bit of trouble making our own meta like other teams were. So we definitely faltered here and there. A lot of games were lost in 50-50s at speed buff and other things like that. So overall, I would say it was disappointing. But the last half of the season, I really felt like we improved in our team fight and improved in our team communication on that. Towards the last half of the season, we really just put our foot down. Everyone was calling each other out on mistakes. Everyone was providing ideas. Everyone was communicating. Because, you know, I would say in a lot of teams, there's maybe 1 or 2 dominant talkers. But for our team, we made everyone talk. Everyone started contributing ideas. Everyone was, you know, just their head was in the game. And that really helped us get better as a team. Yeah, Sam and Paul, they really popped off last season. I think it was a tribute to our single focus on the red buff, that they were both on the same page, and we had one goal as a team in mind. But when we started to kind of wing it the next season, we were a little bit lost. You could see a little bit of maybe like rookie mistakes or anything like that. But now I believe that both Sam and Paul have really evolved as players and really think about the game at a higher level and know how to make plays on the fly, know when to rotate when it's good, not just getting that extra wave or that extra mid heartbeat instead of rotating to a blue buff to help your team. Because at the end of the day, that's better than getting a mid heartbeat. So I definitely think they're probably at their best right now. For Paul, he may have not as popped off as much, although he always has top player damage. But in terms of the playmaking, because mid doesn't get a lot of farm, kind of like how Hunter didn't get a lot of farm last season, that's kind of how mid is right now. But I think he's coped well with it, and of course, both of them are insane.
Sage words from Zapman, although always got to get in there. Hey, man, I'm not getting as much farm as I used to. That's a player's player for sure. But, yeah, Zap, he's been kind of the head honcho here for a while. But talking to him a little bit, totally, obviously not everything makes the final cut. It's really about him kind of understanding his role here rather than just trying to be the dictator.
Since Season 3 with Eager, when he did make Worlds, he seemed to have matured as a player for sure and as like a person in general. So I think that when he was describing the regular season struggles of Phase 1, Phase 2, ending at 4 and 5 each, beating out some good teams here and there, Splice when they had Divios and Scream, and then Dignitas in Phase number 2, shows some life in this SK roster. But up against a European minor league team, Out Cold Gaming, they also have some, experienced, veteran, mature players. Dimmy, 2-time world champion, Pretty Prime, 2-time in the finals as well.
I laugh as soon as you said that, he kind of rolled his eyes. That's obviously he's not listening to us, but that is very Dimmy. He is one of the more humble players here in the pro league and the entire scene, as he does represent the minor league right now. 2-time world champion, though. Don't get it twisted. And Pretty Prime also is kind of wound up there as well. But as we start our day, P's and B's, pretty please. Out Cold Gaming on the other side. SK will have the first shot. We've seen pretty standard bans thus far, as today is day number 2 of our placements. And, of course, we saw the console squads play it out on Sunday. So a lot of times we've seen the Isis ban, the Amaterasu ban, the Persephone ban, the Set ban. Circuit has been team to team, but also largely popular. And here the bans seem to be pretty standard as everybody going across the board. That said, Susanoo taken away by SK Gaming.
A shot at Frostiak, knowing the true power. If he gets rolling off early, it feels like Frostiak is that player that Out Cold rely on to carry in the late game. But the other two bans, between the Set and the Circuit, taking a shot at Spudio that played it yesterday, and then taking a shot at Breeze on that Circuit support as well.
The Thor, also a very powerful pick for what it's worth. Someone
For
Frostiak does
Avalon!
enjoy playing, but particularly SK Gaming, Sam for Soccer has been the guy driving this battleship and giving him Thor one of the more powerful selections, not just in raw power level, but ability to rotate the map. You love to see it. Across the way, Arthur and the Morgan.
Now, ideally, you would expect Thor to be in the jungle now, maybe in the solo lane as well for Belair, but some players, specifically Anister, have been piloting it in the long lane, and I'm not sure if this is kind of Zapman style, but we don't know how SK have been preparing so far in the placements. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of show us this unorthodox opening, because Thor, very strong in the 1v1 against a squishy mage like Morgan in the long lane, should be able to win the matchup.
Let the light be the
Achilles
judge.
and Uller will be choices for SK Gaming as well. Uller, certainly something a number of players on this team can play, as is Achilles. Across the way, Olaron being grabbed up by OCG, a good team fight character.
Definitely is going to be important for SK to figure out ways to shut down this Olaron. Immobile by most standards, relies heavily on the ultimate for peel and engagements, as well as that knock-up with a little bit of sustain. We've seen Vamana very often to try to counter this Olaron. I don't know how often Belair has played it, but already with Achilles locked in, I don't expect him to suddenly switch it up.
I mean, we'll see. The Achilles, I have been a big fan of Achilles Jungle. Scream brought it out a couple of weeks ago. Don't forget, that second ability is percent power. So
Yes.
being built power is kind of cute. Belair loves him some Vamana. But right there does not look like the direction that we'll be going into. Geb is the answer from Out Cold, whereas SK are looking for a Xing Chen and a mid lane mage.
To ruins!
That'll be Hera. So it looks like Hera and Ulura wind up in the hands of Zapman or Paul, depending on how they're feeling.
Venenu and Moswell playing the Hera, I think, opened up some eyeballs for the rest of the teams now with SK drafting this. It's good control, honestly. If you can polymorph the Gep before the shield, before the Cataclysm, and you blow them up, I think that's the strategy from SK Gaming. They have plenty of burst damage with the Uller, Thor, Achilles, and then you got the Fatal Strike from the Achilles to really shut down Breeze on this Gep support.
The Hera's got some long-range initiation. That knockup is really strong. Her early game's a little weak, but with the recent start of rushing boots into Doomorm, that kind of helps out where Hera kind of has the issues, and so that's why I think we've seen a number of players go to it. I'll be honest with you. I think Hera's actually going to wind up in the hands of
Zatman. Yeah, I see that, because when we think of Uller nowadays, when it's Zatman and Paul in the mid lane, it generally goes into Paul's hands. He's very aggressive with his god. He honestly was the reason that I think against E United that they won that set, playing the Uller fantastically towards the late game.
Across the way, Out Cold Gaming have amassed the Morrigan and Hunbats. 2 Fear No Evils can be abysmal to deal with. The Morrigan also has a couple of other good options. I love Thor, and I love Xing Chen as a choice for what the Morrigan wants to do there.
Great team fight and control from Out Cold Gaming. The Cataclysm, the Fear No Evil, the Sanctified Field, but it's kind of like a one and done kind of team fight potential. If those ultimates are not available, the power of Out Cold Gaming heavily diminishes, whereas SK Gaming can look for a long range poke. You got Thor to set up the Uller, to set up the Hera. Hera can do the same on her own side by dropping the polymorph. So I'm liking SK's draft a little bit more for the poke and re-engage.
See, at the same time, with Out Cold Gaming, they have some of the best ultimates to answer when SK go to engage. Thor lands down, Fear No Evil. You can't do anything about it. Xing Chen comes in, Fear No Evil, or slow down with Oleron. Obviously, pre-toss, Xing Chen can deal with the ultimate, but if you time Oleron to roll out the carpet after everybody's thrown, there's some nice answers. So I think this is going to be a fun one to watch.
I agree. You got to be patient with your Thor ultimate. You don't want to dive in when Fear No Evil or Cataclysm is available, but around those Gold Fury Fire Giant dances and objective control fights, I gotta favor SK here because they control more space and they should be able to outpoke Out Cold Gaming. They're gonna need to rely on Oleron to sustain them up if they receive that poke.
Yeah, that will be an issue. King Arthur's got to stay kind of frontline, but safe at the same time. SK Gaming taking on Out Cold. Ready, set, go.
Game number 1 here, and SK Gaming kind of have the SPL hopes here on their shoulders. Finch and Agra on the call, and so far Space Station and Obey both had early struggles here in the placement weeks, but SK are by far the top seed. I expect them to come out strong, and in fact they're already active, looking for Demi here in the jungle for some damage early. Some blinks rather expended, no beads though, everyone's okay.
Quick blink by Breeze was certainly necessary because that would have been first blood for SK Gaming. That's who Paul was looking for, but good reaction time by Breeze. And he's a guy I'm really looking at in this set, Finch, because SK Gaming, notorious for their early pressure, their ability to kill you over and over again early on. And he's playing Geb, a support that dies over and over again early on pretty easily. I think Breeze is going to have to... This is the most pressure Breeze is going to be under in his time playing Smite. And I'm curious to see how he's going to handle it.
And it's not just that this is a team that likes to play pressure, but they've drafted it too. Thor, Uller, Xing Chen. That is a nasty 3v3 they're going to have to contend with early on in this game. And Morrigan, Geb, Unbots, I mean, they don't love to fight right away. That could potentially be trouble for them. But Zatman, an early gank here from Breeze, does bring him down low and establish some pressure from Spudio. Do you have that same read on the 3v3 matchup, though, that SK just have way more pressure here?
Absolutely. I mean, Uller Thor is pressure on demand. It's very difficult to contest with that at any point, let alone when you've got something like a Morrigan Geb that both take a little bit to kind of build up. But don't forget that Prime can just transform into that Thor if he so needs, the Oleron to change a fight with that ultimate. I mean, there are options available here once Prime hits level 5.
And it's going to be a lot on Prime, I'm thinking, especially trying to keep them in this one, as the purple buff is successfully defended by the Order side team here to make sure he's getting maximum value out of this Changeling ultimate. He's got a lot of really good targets to turn into. The Fear No Evil and turning into Spudio could both be great defensive tools. He could even turn into this Geb, or as you mentioned, turning into an Achilles or a Thor for some more aggression. Certainly nothing wrong with that. So Prime picking those spots correctly, the team effectively communicating what it is that they need. It's going to be a lot on his shoulders.
I think we're going to see the majority of transformations be towards Frostyak's Hunbats, which makes even more pressure on Frostiak to not fall behind. Because that takes your best transformation and might negate it a little bit if you're Prime. Maybe Bel Air would be a good one in the early game if you're trying to kill Neil Ma in particular, just get him down to that execute threshold. I think that this game for SK really is dependent on their 3v3. How well can they use this pressure? I mean, Prime has not looked like Prime of old a lot of this year.
Sure.
I don't think he looked particularly great yesterday despite a close win. I think that if I'm Paul looking at what I saw yesterday, I'm asking for something exactly like Uller, And I'm saying, let me go to work, because I feel like I can make plays.
And Paul's the kind of guy that you need to be able to step up in moments like this. I mean, I think if SK, as the top-seeded team here, the top-seeded SPL team in this whole bracket, comes out and smacks out Cold in the mouth here in Game 1, that's huge. If they come out and they get trounced, even if they end up winning the set, I think it kind of weakens that aura around them a little bit. I think there is something to be said for coming out and kind of establishing that top dog position right away.
Especially with the SPL teams losing yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of takes a lot of the aura around SPL teams away right away to have them go 0-2. Now, SSG and Obey are not the same quality of team of SK and LG in my mind, but we had high hopes for them. I think both teams have shown that they can be up to that quality.
Right.
I don't think we saw it yesterday from those teams, for what it's worth.
Yeah, they both had moments where they looked good, but certainly not the end result that either one of them would have been looking for. They'll have a chance in that lower bracket to look for some redemption later on, but SK and LG, I'm assuming, would much prefer to stay up here where the path is a little bit easier despite the stiffer competition, and you're not constantly under threat of being eliminated at any given moment. And you talked about it already, right, with Breeze here on out Cold. If they're up against the SPL teams who really want to win this badly, they're going to need him to perform well. As Spudio under duress, Argus has already been dropped by Zapman and Neil on his way to join the Roots here as well. And that's first blood for Zapman, and Sam for Soccer elsewhere has taken care of Demi. They ganked both lanes at once.
And they got 2 for 2. Sam wasn't even level 5 yet and still is able to kill Demi. Belair didn't use his ultimate. I mean, that must have just been an overextension from Demi before he got his Glad Shield. But that's a perfect start for SK, especially when you factor in that Spudio had to use the beads from Neilma's Blink in. That means that he is, as you say, super dead to the next form of Neilma's rotation or Sam for Soccer's rotation. Don't be surprised if Spudio falls again before those beads come up.
And that, I mean, it did use Sam for Soccer over there in right, but I don't even know how much of that was the 3v3, the way we might have thought, really being what got them ahead early. This is big for SK. The Hera over in the long lane, getting a nice first blood kill, getting this Achilles off to a good start by pushing this King Arthur down. Those weren't even the matchups we thought would be favoring SK, and now here they are, and they are using this Thor to get aggressive yet again. Sam takes to the sky, but with this safe positioning from Demi, yeah, he should be okay.
Too far. Good awareness by Demi, understanding that he could be in trouble at this point. Knows that he's vulnerable to another gank right away. Frostek gonna go aggressive here against Paul, but his beads are still good.
Good hammer, though, coming out for Sam for Soccer, and that's clean as you could ask for. Frostek didn't stand much of a chance there. Had beads, maybe could have avoided being double tapped if he'd known it was coming, but I just don't think that he did. That's just clean from Sam.
And I love Sam's pathing throughout all of this engagement, right? I mean, he tries to gank solo, probably ults from a little bit too far away, gives that up right away, takes a good assassin pathing towards mid, not going to the front of the fight, but to the back immediately. And then he just walks over and takes the enemy jungle at the exact same time, knowing that Belair has Demi locked up in that lane. Blue buff invaded and the back harpies invaded by Sam for Soccer. I mean, this is a sick start for him, and that's exactly what you're looking for SK. The 3v3 in mid is obviously important for this team, but it's really been because Sam for Soccer has been a premier jungler in the SPL these last few weeks.
Frostek's leap is down, but the rest of SK aren't looking for a fight. They stole the red, and they're done after that successful buff invade. I mean, you talked about it earlier, how the other SPL teams had struggled, and you kind of alluded to how SK, slightly higher caliber, we'll talk about it later, as Spudio is in some trouble yet again, thrown right into Argus, and good luck getting out of that one. He's been flattened here on the left-hand side, but the point I was making about here at SK is that they've always been in this weird spot. They weren't quite in the top 6, but you definitely couldn't have said they were in the bottom either. They had this sort of weird spot all to their own, the perfect middle ground, it felt like, right in between. So I think that there are a lot of high expectations for them to continue to execute just like this.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at SK Gaming and you know that this is a World Championship quality team.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that they would be the favorites by any stretch to win the World Championship, but they certainly have the potential to make it there and give problems to some of the actual World Champion favorite teams.
Yeah, you wouldn't scratch your head if SK won, right? You'd be like, man, they must have popped off.
Yeah, exactly. They have that potential. I mean, they had it last year. My only concern with this team was, when you think back to last year's run as Trifecta, remember, they started off with a really bad loss to that Insignum roster, I believe, that put them down to the lower bracket very early on. Then they got red hot and ran the bracket from there.
Sam takes to the sky yet again.
Probably
He
got
is
hurt here.
insistent on this solo lane gank, but can't make it work here this time. And Frostiak's lurking. I don't know if Sam knows, but now he's placed a ward. Great awareness from him. Allows him to get some free poke. And Neil's coming in for the pincer. Frostiak's trap is going to spring on himself. Sam for Soccer shuts him down.
That was just really odd. Now Blink Cataclysm coming in from Breeze, but not
Good
enough
beats.
damage to take down Sam. He's A-okay. Dimmy, I don't think I can say the same. Executed by Belair.
And they've been able to grab one more with the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Sam comes back in with a hammer. Even Paul is showing up. Fatal Strike can't quite get around the wall as Prime comes in, turning into the Thor, but he's walking into the wood chipper. Another kill for SK. This one goes to Belair, 7-0.
Now I highlighted Breeze early on about he's got to play well against this team because this is his best competition that he's played against so far in his career.
Yeah.
But a lot of my conversation yesterday around Out Cold was centered around Frostiak. What's he going to do in the jungle? It's important for him to look like an SPL level jungler that we know he can be. I mean, he tore it up at the SPL level last year. He was a premier jungler in the league in Europe last year. His start today has been not good. I mean, that fight around blue buff, he eats every piece of Sam's damage, has jump up the entire time, has ult, has beads, doesn't use ult until the very end, and just dies to the pressure from Out Cold or from SK without making them use a whole lot or expending a whole lot of damage. Now he is impossibly behind. He's down a level to Neil Ma. He loses the trade against Xing Chen at this point in the game.
Yeah.
He is a complete non-factor, and like we said earlier on, if Prime's best transformation target is Hun Bats, and the Hun Bats falls this far behind, now it hurts you twice.
And I wonder how much of it is, sort of playing here at the SML. Maybe some of those other SML junglers don't expect you to be lurking there at the blue buff, waiting to contest. But Sam clearly thought that was an option. He drops the ward there, and then suddenly Frostiak's the one with no information, and he gets caught off guard. And you're right, I mean, he fails to react after that. But I wonder how much of it is just not even having been in the mindset of needing to play defensive, as now Belair has been caught by Demi. Frosty's on his way, but he went beads, not blink. No way he closes that gap, and Belair makes it out.
I love the way that SK's played. I mean, it feels a little bit weird that Sam's spending so much time over here, but
Yeah, it's been a
where's the
lot.
one map? Who's looked like the best player on Out Cold all year? It's either Spudio or Dimmy.
Yep.
It's Spudio has been handled so far. Might as well handle Belair.
Belair's in some trouble here on the right-hand side, but in comes the big dunk from Sam. Dimmy already to execute Threshold. Breeze does find the Cataclysm into the Shockwave, but now he's been left isolated with no damage dealers. Frostiak loops all the way around. Neil keeps him zoned out, and Breeze has nowhere to go. Another 2-0 for SK.
It seems like it's just child's play for them at this point. Frostiak's in trouble underneath this tier 1. Sam's wall misses, which may have saved his life, but Neil Ma's red buff Xing Chen will take care of it. Neil has had a great game as well. He's been everywhere the action is, which is very hard when there's 10 kills in 10 minutes.
He's got 9
For
that
a
he's a part
support
of.
to be there, but exactly right. 9 kill participation, 1 kill,
Crazy.
8 assists for Neil Ma. Zapman has played this lane basically to perfection so far. SK Gaming look prepared. They look ready to go, exactly what they want to do. They came in with a game plan, and the best part about this is that this draft shouldn't catch anybody off guard.
No.
SK Gaming has picked Thor, Ullr, and Achilles top 3 for the last 3 months,
Yeah.
it's felt like. They have shown nothing to me in this game. Maybe that Zapman can play the Hera and that's not automatically going to Paul. That might be new information, but you could expect that that's a possibility. SK shouldn't have to show anything here with how Out Cold is playing so far.
No, not at all. This has been dominance from SK. I mean, and to be honest, it's not too big of a surprise. SK, as I've said, are the top team in this pool just in terms of their past performance. Obviously, anyone can get hot here and win now that they're at the event. But the expectations for SK were that they were making it through. It's who else is joining them. And so far, they're looking like that's the case. Now, remember, Out Cold struggled a bit against Hype Unit from Xbox when we saw them playing yesterday. Maybe they're not quite on their A game, but they've got to turn it around quick. This Gold Fury's about to go down, and they're not even going to be around to contest, but they're down 8K. I don't even know if they can, or 6K.
No chance. You can't come in and contest this. It'll just turn out poorly for you. That's going to push it up to 7,500.
Goodness.
I mean, at this point, this is SK Gaming's game to lose. You really need massive overextension at least 2 or 3 times, probably around a Fire Giant. We are in life support mode now if you're Out Cold.
And that's one more benefit of their seeding. You know, they kind of got to watch what happened to Space Station and Obey yesterday. probably no chance as Belair finds a solo kill on an underleveled Demi that they underestimate any of their opponents after watching the way that some of these other teams in this pool played yesterday. They came in confident.
So Paul, man. No other mid laner does this, where he just stands on your tower line and dares you to come at him. And you know you shouldn't, but you really want to, because you shouldn't be able to do that at this level. You shouldn't be able to just stand at the tower line. Maybe in this type of game, you can get away with it.
Frostiak low, he can't even come over and hold this tier 1 tower, especially not if Demi can. Pyromancer going to go down in favor of SK Gaming here as well. The teleport does come through, but I don't even know how much Demi wants to actually be here. It's the level 13 Belair he's suddenly saying hello to, and some backup coming from Zapman. Looks like Zap's willing to commit further to this, but Belair isn't. Demi should be okay.
Argus up for Zap, but wise decision to just let Demi go. I mean, Demi's very far behind and certainly in kill range for him, but you have to be pretty accurate with everything, and once the polymorph misses, I think it's the right time to back it up. I mean, if you're on out cold at this point, you're definitely thinking about how you're changing your draft in game 2. Now, that's probably not happening in the conversation because you don't want to give up at this point in the team comms, but these are experienced players, man. I mean, Prime's played enough of these games, usually on SK Gaming's side, where he's just dominating teams, but these are realistic guys. They know the position they're in at this point, and you're basically just hoping that SK make a series of really bad decisions.
And as far as adjustments go, I wonder if you want to give Frostiak something where he can be active a little bit more early. I mean, he had the Fear No Evil for that fight that he loses up there by the blue bus, so that's when Unbots is kind of online. But maybe even still, someone who's a bit more of a brawler might not hurt there for him. But, I mean, in this game, it was the side lanes, right? I mean, that was where those first 2 kills came from, so even that adjustment is tough. It's like you said, this is a bog standard draft from SK. It's not as if there's a whole lot from out cold that you can even have here to try and react to.
If you would have told me with this draft that Prime is just 0-1 and Paul's 0-0-2 in 13 minutes, I'd be like, okay.
That's not so bad, right?
They're doing it. Oh, wait, Demi's 0-4, Belair's 3-0-5, Sam is 5-0-1. Yeah, this is not going super well, it turns out.
Well, grouped up now and pressuring the tier 2 tower 14 minutes in. And this does a lot. Out cold have to all be here defending instead of farming. Breeze blinks in for the Cataclysm, gets caught by Neomar and dragged back to the rest of the team. Sam in the background takes to the sky, lands on top of Demi. Zapman gets the first one, wall perfect to lock in Breeze, lock him in the cage, and Sam finds the second one of this engagement. Spudio has to use beads as they're on the full-on disengage. They don't even want the tier 2. They got their 2 picks and they're heading right back towards FG.
Why not, man? I mean, out cold have no recourse. The only thing you have to be worried about now if you're SK is Pretty Prime transforming into the Thor and dunking in on this Fire Giant, but Belair's on zone mode. Look at the ward coverage SK have. I mean, there is not an inch of the jungle that they couldn't see right away. This is easy mode for them at this point.
Yeah, this has been thorough from SK Gaming here so far as they take the Fire Giant 15 minutes into the game, 11,000 gold, 14,000 experience. They're already in control here of this match. And it's just a good sign, man, if you're an SK Gaming fan, that they didn't come in sleeping a little bit. It's the first game of the day. No one came in underperforming. They are ready to go. And if they're this locked in, that is scary news for everybody else in this bracket.
I think that there's a really good argument. I don't know if there's a good argument against it. I think Sam for Soccer is the best player playing here at Placement Week.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just on a roll right now with these last few weeks of play. Sam has a tendency to sometimes have a little bit more quiet games in the early game and then turn up in the late game. I think he's a really great late game assassin, which is, I think, the harder part of the role is finding your spots later on in the game. But when he gets off to a start like this, man, you may as well pack it up because he can drive these leads really, really well. It's those games where the early game doesn't go great and SK falls into passive defense mode a little bit too quickly where I think they can tend to struggle. They aren't relinquishing a lead like this.
I don't think that there's any team that makes that decision harder and faster than SK to kind of relinquish the map. You're right, and I don't think that's where Sam thrives. It is very much this team's identity, though. Neil and Zap play very well in that mode. So do Belair. I think they're one of the best defensive teams anywhere because of that. But you're right, I think it does kind of sometimes cut off one of their best win conditions in Sam, and it won't be a concern here this time at all for SK Gaming. This far out in front, Sam's just going to continue to run over people.
And look, Belair, I know sometimes has question marks around him. You know, is he going to be able to play at that high level? I think people often just think about the bad performances and don't give him enough credit for the games where he's really, really good. And in this one, Sam gifts him the lead. I mean, he showed up at his doorstep with a pre-cooked meal. You're not giving Belair a whole lot of credit for his cooking tonight, but he's doing everything right from this point. He's still a really good player at pushing these leads. I mean, he's manhandled Dimmy once he got the lead.
SK Gaming with Fire Giant now for another a little under 2 minutes. They've got plenty of time to work. It's Tier 2 tower take 2 as in comes the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. That does grab 1. Breeze has already been removed off screen, and in comes Argus right underneath the Tier 2. This is a good ultimate from Pretty Prime turning into Frostyak, but it doesn't deter them enough. Sam flattens Prime like a pancake, making a doubles. He takes down Spuddio. Paul gets Dimmy, and that's just probably the game at this point. A full-on deicide as Frostyak falls to Paul's hand. Now the thing is, the respawn timers are pretty short. Breeze will be back up in a second, but still SK in control.
I mean, Breeze spawned faster than the next minion wave, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
but I agree. I don't think it's going to matter. He'll fall just as easily as he did the first time. SK Gaming blanks out cold. 18-0 in game number 1.
Yeah, this is dominance. Make it 19 as Breeze comes out to give one more. I love the valiant effort here from him. Placement, everybody here in the bracket, y'all are on notice. This is the team you're trying to beat right now in SK Gaming. There's one other slot. I guess you don't have to beat them, but this is the bar.
Listen, man, you don't get matching unis like that playing like scrubs, you know? You know when the boys show up to the pickup basketball game and they all got the same shoes and shorts and shirts on, you're in some trouble. That's exactly what you're looking at, man. 19-0. I've got no criticism for SK.
No.
I don't think they could have played that a whole lot better.
And it's huge. I know that Out Cold is, the SML second seed from Europe. This isn't maybe the biggest test for SK, but I don't even think it so much mattered who their opposition was. I think what we really need to see from SK was them coming out and playing locked in and focused from game number 1, from minute number 1. They just got to keep this going for the rest of the tournament, and it's hard to imagine who can get in their way.
Not anyone when they're playing like that, man.
No.
I don't think there's a team here at Placements that can beat SK when they play to that level.
Yeah.
I mean, even teams like Luminosity that we have high expectations for, SK Gaming, when they look that good, look pretty much unstoppable.
Hey, you still make it to Worlds either way, right? As long as you get to that second place spot, so that wouldn't be too bad either. SK Gaming looking great here. That's only game number 1, though. Maybe Out Cold can figure something else out during this break.
Dismantled, destroyed, delightful, kind of fun to watch. 18 minutes of action here, Anatoly. 19 kills for what it's worth. And as some said, welcome to Placements. That's the way a Pro League team plays. Out Cold Gaming caught staring.
It was insane to watch how SK started this game because they are the favorite teams to win it all, but so far they're looking even better than that, honestly. They look like a team that's already supposed to dominate Worlds with this kind of performance.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I expected SK Gaming to be one of the top teams here, but I did not expect this level of domination. SK Gaming comes out and makes it look like a scrimmage. I mean, it was 11 minutes in for the first Gold Fury and then 18 minutes to watch the Titan fall. That's insane.
It was insane. There was 10,000 gold lead in 13 minutes of play, and in that 19-0 18-minute game, they were up 18,000 gold. And Zatman playing the Hera, no stranger to playing mages, really took advantage of Spuddio, but it was because of Neilmaw's rotation. He was facilitating facilitating so many kills across the map. He was basically 1-0-8 at that 10-minute mark. And then on the opposite side of the map, Sanford Soccer alleviating a little bit of pressure for Belair, taking advantage of Dimmy's aggressiveness on the King Arthur.
And what I love about this is you can see the Zapman notification come up as well. This was at the same time, and this is a great example of what a top level team does to kind of choke somebody out. There's pressure at everywhere. How do you react to that?
It's hard.
That's turning the heat up.
Sanford Soccer had a lot of space control, taking advantage of Frostiak with the walls, ganking with the Anvil of Dawn. It didn't feel like Frostiak felt comfortable on this Hun Bats as his teammates were just so isolated. Like, look, Frostiak by himself in no man's land.
I mean, Frostiak was a non-factor here. That's what veterans have come to expect. I mean, you know, there's an analyst that says watching Frostiak is you roll a 6-sided die, you roll a 5 or a 6, he's going to crush it. Anything else, it's just up to chance. And he had no chance that time around,
Unfortunately not, but Out Cold Gaming still in this best-of-3 set, need to figure a way back into it, but the way SK Gaming were playing it was so clean. They didn't give up a single death this entire game, and a lot of the ways that they closed out the game was off of their Tier 2 mid-tower push. Around that 14.5 minute mark, they controlled both the red buffs. They were able to use that advantage in their backline of the Paul and Satman show to get the tower sieging. Looking for any sort of desperation defense was Breeze, but then he gets pulled by the Xing Qian. Up in the sky goes Sanford Soccer, and there's nothing that Out Cold Gaming can do. Off of this play, SK Gaming transitioned towards the Fire Giant and never look back after their final Tier 2 tower siege.
Look at the way that they play that as well. Belair is off zoning Pretty Prime and a secondary carry, and that allows Sanford Soccer to have the space to do everything you just broke down. I mean, that understanding of the roles. We heard the commentators talk about how Belair is kind of criticized. That's usually me. But one thing that he can do well is play with a lead. When the team gets into trouble, that's where the question marks come out. But he ain't the Riddler when he's got the gold in his pocket, and Sanford Soccer and the rest of the team ensured that would happen. Belair was able to do the job, even playing flank as he's on the Achilles, able to play the pseudo-assassin and just make it happen.
You can tell the synergy and the chemistry behind SK Gaming that's been together all of Season 5, basically, and Season 6, to be able to get those 2 kills at 3 minutes at the same time in a 2v1 scenario separately. It feels like Out Cold Gaming don't have that same kind of synergy. They're kind of waiting for some sort of reaction or over-aggression from SK Gaming that they can't even punish or react to in time.
Game number 2 on the horizon. Picks and bans right here. And with that first blood, I gotta say, I think Zapman would have had it with or without Xing Qian rotation.
Hard to say, but better safe than sorry at the end of the day. He still got the first blood, gold, and experience anyway, so shout-outs to him.
Zapman, if you're watching the VOD, I'll give you my PayPal later. Out Cold Gaming here with the first selection, turning things around. SK previously started that one. Looking at the bans, no Uller, says Out Cold. They don't want either Paul or Zapman playing that choice. I like how Aggro brought up that Paul just standing there at the front of the tower, like, all right, dude, do it.
He's just got so much poke pressure. It's insane. And I love this Thor ban because of the global pressure that Sam was applying in the last game. Even the walls was so good enough that Frostiak couldn't really do anything, dying on those right side mid camps. Heavily hindered his ability to farm.
Out Cold, I want to see select right here. Either the Circuit is banned, but I want to see them select for Frostiak. He has been the question mark in my mind.
I will illuminate.
It'll be an Amaterasu, which at the end of the day is just the missing ban, right? So going down from the tier list, I won't jock it. Giving Dimmy, one of the best characters in the game, probably not a bad strategy, so I won't complain about that one. SK Gaming, though, that leaves them with Merlin, something that we've seen their carries play very, very well. And they're going to pair up the Wizard.
I think with the set is still available,
challenge
but
divine
instead,
rule.
Horus was banned away in game number 1. In the secondary phase, actually, by SK Gaming. So now they're going to take that option for Neil Ma. I think he's going to be very aggressive to start off this game.
Horus feels like,
Shall we get to it then?
like a different genre's Hercules. They do very similar things, albeit Horus a little bit less powerful than the Hercules. But we know that Neil likes this aggressive nature. Expect to see him at the enemy speed buff. Out Cold Gaming, though, no Susano ban means they will grab it for Frostiak. That's got to be a good look if you're rooting for the blue and white boys. And the Morrigan will be chosen one more time.
And it's a good timing to pick the Susanoo, because if he doesn't lock it in there, you know SK Gaming are looking to ban out Frostiak. That would not have been available after the secondary phase. So Morrigan for Out Cold Gaming. We'll see how they kind of pilot it this time around, because I wasn't too thrilled about their performance in game number 1. And they need a good target to go into with this Morrigan. Susanoo has a lot of burst potential. Amaterasu does a lot with a dazzling offensive. So some good options here.
I, too, have been underwhelmed by Pretty Prime's The Morrigan. I've enjoyed watching Prime play virtually every other mage, but The Morrigan doesn't really fit. When I think Prime, I think the classic quintessential mages, you know, Zeus, Vulcan, etc. Not the mage ADCs, and not the Morrigan who's this mage assassin. Hopefully he can make it work this time around and bring us to a game 3. Second round bans out: Hercules, Kronos, Ho Yi, and Set.
Surprised to see Set go this far, but honestly, Pretty Prime on Morrigan with Amaterasu goes a long way. Now,
Sure.
You don't have to transform into the Amaterasu, but just utilizing that mobility from the Divine Presence. Out Cold Gaming need to draft very aggressively, and they need to play it very aggressively to allow more freedom for Pretty Prime to get those shots off, to be that glass cannon that he needs to be to get off the damage.
Zupid gonna come through here. Zapman playing the Cupid. That's an old school pick for an old school player. We've seen Wowie lean on this choice a lot. Funball has brought this character out from time to time as well. Usually against the King Arthur. Giant Cripple Field is really what you're looking at when you're looking at Cupid, in addition to just plain old burst damage. But Cripple hurts Susano and also the Jingwei for what it's worth.
That's true. Susanoo not going to be able to use that third strike of the Storm Cut and not able to jet stream teleport after that third ability. So could go into the long lane, but still could go in the hands of Paul. We never really know with SK Gaming. If you're looking for mid pressure against Morrigan, you're looking at physical hunters that can outpoke the Morrigan without any sort of real sustain to survive.
Wisdom shall be
Athena
my
will
shield.
slam down here for Out Cold Gaming. Breeze, the Smite LAN rookie, will pick up the Taunt Mother. We'll see how that one works out. SK Gaming trying to move on. If they win this one, they send Out Cold down to the losers bracket, and they will play another day. Fenrir is the choice for SK Gaming, and that looks like a Fenrir jungle, which is a little bit of a curveball. We haven't seen much of Fenrir, period, lately, but the last time we saw a lot of Fenrir, he was largely support.
Largely, I agree with you there. And with King Arthur basically having to be in the solo lane, I agree that this is going to be Fenrir for Sanford Soccer. Now the question is, where is his target going to be? There's two ideas with this Fenrir pick. Number one is to gank the solo lane onto Amaterasu. You get the Unchained stun. You guarantee the Ragnarok. King Arthur can do a lot of follow-up damage. And then number two idea is when Athena engages with either the Blink Taunt or the Dash Taunt, she's susceptible towards getting picked up if she doesn't channel and activate the Defender of Olympus to prevent getting bit.
It's also a choice where, don't get me wrong, I think that Fenrir is a strong choice, but it's not a number one selection for the Morrigan to transform into. You know, when you pick a Hun Bats, you're giving the other team and a Fear No Evil. Ragnarok impacts the game in such a way that you kind of need Ragnarok into Cupid ult. You need that follow-up. So the Morrigan won't necessarily, you're not giving Out Cold something wonderful here.
I think the idea behind also the Fenrir and the Cupid pick is early to mid-game control the damage, exploit the weaknesses of Out Cold Gaming, because Out Cold have a strong late-game draft. Amaterasu, Jingwei, Morrigan, Susanoo. It's not that good early game, though. So if you can get the Fenrir gank in that solo lane, if you can get a kill early onto the long lane here, onto the Jingwei, then SK Gaming could do the same exact thing they did in game number one when they ended the game in 18 minutes.
Looking at game number one, I think that's going to be straight up what SK Gaming are thinking about doing. Sam for Soccer getting ready for this one, leaning back as he's ready to rock with it. He was setting the pace of the game with the Thor, and I say that a lot with Thor, and Fenrir is a character that can also do that. Active early, Brutalize does a ton of damage, Unchained does a ton of damage, and brings control earlier than some other choices have it. He's not a character that demands the ultimate in order to be relevant, but once he does have it, can absolutely lock you down. This group of characters for SK Gaming is an early game and mid-game monster.
The Brutalize is a good point that you mentioned because you can chase down the dashes. Athena dash, Jingwei agility, Susanoo on the Stormkata, even Amaterasu needs to use that dash offensively to cancel the Brutalize.
Yep. A lot of good choices here for SK Gaming's jungler. And again, an oddball pick to see this one come out. Now, when we talk about placement stages before World Championships, we talk about strategies and the ability to hide or whatnot. But when you look at Fenrir specifically, I mean, is this a secret hidden strat that SK are revealing? Or is it just, yeah, we haven't seen the god in a while?
It could be a hidden strat that they could lean on in the future if they do qualify to Worlds, because a lot of teams do prefer, in the SPL at least, a late game drafts.
Right.
So looking at SK's draft with the Arthur, Cupid, Fenrir, have that early game potential to exploit the weaknesses of the Amaterasu, of the Jingwei potentially, and they have some kind of fallback potential. Merlin provides a lot of damage late game. Horus is a great peeler as well in the late game, really hard to dive in the backline when Horus is disrupting you, knocking you up, slowing you, stunning you as well. And don't forget, he has that protection shred, and that early game protection shred is going to allow Fenrir even more damage than he already has.
What I like about this draft from SK Gaming, totally, as players get ready to jump into game, just a couple more minutes, some last minute things to iron out here. I love that SK are playing against their opponent. Now, it's not disrespect to understand that you are better than your opposition. And when you look at SK against some of the more fierce competition that awaits them at the World Championship, should they make it that far, these early game drafts won't work because those teams are generally a little bit more structured against some early game dominance. And so you can use this strategy here against teams that you know that you have an upper hand against, and then later on in the tournament bring different strategies for those different level teams.
Yeah, SK Gaming, talking with them behind the scenes before this match, felt very confident, but they didn't forget about what happened to them last year against Insignum. So they're confident but cautious at the same time. So this is not a strategy of a composition where they just decided to randomly pick it. There's a lot of merit and credit to the ideas of the Fenrir countering the dashes, being able to maybe take advantage of the early game Amaterasu. Now it comes down to the execution, if they can use this Fenrir pick effectively, because if they don't, then Amaterasu can get into the late game, and then suddenly it's Out Cold Gaming that could control the game, stretching it to game number 3.
On the other side, Out Cold certainly have a lot riding on this. As I said, double elimination, so if they lose this one, it's not the end of the world. They get a second shot later on during the week. But Out Cold are a team that absolutely have a lot to prove. Dimmy, 2-time world champion. Pretty Prime, 2-time runner-up. He's definitely trying to climb back in there. New father as well, playing in the minor league because of the birth of his child. And so he's definitely trying to bring home a win for him and his family. And Breeze, if you're just joining us and you haven't watched the minor league, Breeze is an accomplished pro league land level player from a different game, Heroes of the Storm. Coming over here and playing at this level already, very impressive. Obviously some holes in his game, but he can live and learn here on the big stage. Out Cold have not just a chip on their shoulder. I mean, this is a team that has a bunch to prove. And so game number 2 hopefully should be an improvement for them from game number 1.
I mean, the minor league teams yesterday had a lot to prove as well. They beat both of the console teams and the SPL teams yesterday. Sanguine toppling over Space Station Gaming. Simplicity found an advantage over Obey Alliance. But today against SK Gaming, doesn't feel like the minor league team is doing so hot compared to yesterday. Still, though, this game can tell a different tale.
Absolutely. I mean, 18 minutes is a very, very short game. And while SK was absolutely dominant, that just means that Out Cold can come with a different approach this time around. Amaterasu for Dimmy might just be a stronger choice straight up and down. And I like the Athena for Breeze. I think this will allow him to kind of dictate his choices a little bit better. It'll allow him to get the team behind him a little bit more efficiently, and it might allow them to just find the better team fights.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of execution. And it comes down to vision as well, to identify where this Fenrir is going to go out of Sanford Soccer, because this Fenrir is going to be roaming probably more than the last game on this Thor.
We've got 1 minute until teams take the battlefield, everything ironed out, and we're ready to jump into it. Totally last licks. Let's take a look at this draft. SK Gaming, obviously early game. Out Cold have a couple of different options. How does Out Cold bring us to a game 3?
They're going to have to survive the early game against SK Gaming and control the objectives and then start winning in the late game. They're going to have to win it around 30 to 35 minutes.
Objectives are what Professor Anatoly says are going to be important. The Oleron no longer here. It's going to be about the Morgan and Amaterasu controlling that space, and hopefully Frostiak rolls that 5 or 6 because it's going to be a big deal looking at these junglers. San Francisco ran game number 1. It's up to Susano to make him the runner-up in game number 2. I'm very excited to see these teams take the field. Out Cold Gaming versus SK. This one should be a bloodbath because this team, as I said, filled with veterans. They don't want to leave it like game number 1 was.
Like you mentioned, Frostiak needs to pop off this game if there's any chance for Out Cold Gaming to make it to game 3, to avoid the lower bracket half. And in order for him to do that, they're going to need to play with numbers. They can't be the ones getting engaged on in a 1v2.
Well, all that said, it's time to shut up or put up. Out Cold Gaming, SK Gaming, ready, set, go.
Thanks for the marathon session there on the desk, fellas. We are moving into game number 2, as Tom said, Out Cold versus SK. And if you're Out Cold, man, you got to put game 1 way in the rearview mirror. Maybe even turn off the highway a bit and try and forget about that one, because you won't get another chance to try and take this team down. They lose this next game, they're down to the lower bracket, and that is a gauntlet path if you want to qualify through there.
And it's not even that you lose here, you go down in the lower bracket, that makes your path harder. All that is true and relevant. But you can't get 19-0'd.
No, that's pretty tough. Shut out.
Feel like you have a shot still, right? I mean, that's just not, because these players understand that in order to get there and get to the World Championship, they're going to have to beat a team that's pretty close to as good as SK eventually towards the back end if they make a run. And then let's say hypothetically they win that. If their goal is winning Worlds, every team in the Worlds is better than SK.
Yeah, it'd be hard to feel good about your chances in that scenario.
So when you get 19-0'd, it's not a good start. That's my official analysis that I got paid to give you. I do think Out Cold's draft has lent itself to a better shot than they had last time around.
Breeze has the dash charged up and an effective steal from him. He'll even pick the buff up with a little bit of small extra movement speed. Breeze has now effectively done his job, in all honesty, by taking that one away. But instead, it looks like he'll be sticking with Neilma rather than following around Sam for Soccer, who's on this Fenrir. And I think there's some relevance to talk about this, because I think that normally when you see the Fenrir locked in for SK, that's a Neil pick.
Yep.
At that point, they already had the Horus, so you knew that it was going to be going into the jungle. But showing that flexibility here, if Sam plays it really well, could be big for them later, as Belair's in some trouble on the right-hand side, but gets some good peel from Neil to turn it around.
That was a bit spooky from Belair, but he's got double pots ticking. He'll be A-okay. Yeah, I agree that the idea of the Fenrir here is just really solid, and I like the fact that SK is not scared to pick it up, even when they already have the Horus. Now, it's not off to a great start, because Neil does drop the ball on that speed buff secure. His job is to stun Breeze so that he can't just dash in, and it may end up costing Sam for Soccer here, because he's still level 1. Frostiak is going to try and invade these backs, but the squad is coming on their way. Sam for Soccer just dead and low. Okay, ooh, that was scary. Frostiak nearly dropped it.
He does still find the first blood, though, and that's huge for him. And a lot of that does still come back to Breeze, doesn't it? That he kept Sam for Soccer at level 1 for so long by not allowing him to pick up that speed buff. And then that means Frostiak can come to those back harpies with that level advantage. Even though it ended up being a 2-for-1, Frostiak was still probably favored to be able to get that kill there, and he is able to pick it up.
100%. I mean, again, that really comes back to Neil. He's just got to land the fracture that stuns Breeze and make sure he doesn't dash. So a bad start for Sam, and Frostiak getting off to a good start is even more important than Sam getting off to a bad start.
Sure.
I mean, it's just the fact that you actually have Frostiak with some golden experience on his side. He's on his best god in the entire game. I'm a little surprised that SK wasn't willing to just take the Susano away from him, because, I mean, if he goes back to the Hun Bats, you're ecstatic. I mean,
yeah, we'll take another one of those.
100%. So he's going back to his best god. I think this is exactly what Out Cold needed to do.
Looks like the pause is resolved as we move back into the game. And again, Out Cold already off to just a much better start. I mean, they didn't get a kill at all in game number 1, so it's a tremendous improvement really already, and we'll see if they can keep that momentum going with Neomah and Sam a bit behind throughout this early game. Now, one thing to note is that Paul really hasn't had to split too much. We'll see if maybe he can stick with Prime, but just as I said, that Prime ticks over, so clearly a bit ahead as Breeze tries to go for another buff invade. It looks like he got it?
No, I don't think so. Belair was able to pick up the blue, but Breeze nearly ends up dying for it. He has to blink ultimately to stay alive, but still forces Neil and Belair to share the blue. I think they were going to anyways, but the idea is still solid. Breeze off to a very good start. He should be pretty close to being able to finish off his boost. Just a little bit of gold short, so he'll stock the inventory instead.
Makes his way back out of there. That's a close one, the tightrope walk there from Breeze. That's what playing support's kind of become, though, and I think that the teams that have managed to filter up towards the top, Rival and Renegades and Splice, all have supports who are very, very good at riding that line. So if Breeze does want this team to make a deep run, he's got to continue to be able to do plays just like that in this early game. It's just kind of become the state of the game now. Frostiak, though, looping in behind, might catch Neomah, and certainly he does. Now 2-0-0, and we talk about that variance with Frostiak all the time, and this is that high end.
He's rolled the 5 or 6 that FDOT was referencing on the desk. Off to a great start here in game number 2. Gotta keep it up. You definitely can't let your foot off the gas, because SK Gaming still has a really sick team fight with this competition.
Zatman could be in some trouble. Neomah does come in time for the steal, and there's the Field of Love. Guarantees the kill for Zatman. Spudio has the airstrike, but he's on the wrong side of town. Is able to jump away in the middle of that knockup and is running towards Breeze for some backup. But Neomah's here, so is Paul. The knockup's there, but Neil's going to try and keep up the chase, so Prime turns into the pin rear, and that turns him around. Zatman loops over to at least make it a 2-for-1.
So at least we get something going for Out Cold. You get someone for overextending, but it's Neomah who is totally fine taking that trade to make sure that they kill Spudio. Spudio's decision to go in with that airstrike, a little bit of a rough one in my mind. The fact that Zatman hits 5, I think they got 1 or 2 of the small creeps on purple.
Right.
And that dinged Zatman to level 5, which meant that he had that Fields of Love available to guarantee the kill on Frostiak. Because don't forget, even though Frostiak did get first blood on Sam for Soccer's back harpies on the right-hand side a little bit ago, he uses purification beads at the same time, and this Cupid ultimate, when you don't have beads as Susano, is a death sentence.
Locks down a lot of different gods. So that Field of Love is going to be a really important cooldown for SK going forward, just in general. It comes up huge to them there. SK stop the bleeding by finding these 2 return kills, meaning Out Cold only have another couple levels of a lead. But to be fair, I don't know that Out Cold should really be ahead in the early game at all with this draft. I mean, Morrigan, you talked about her versatility last time. Susano, a little bit like Unbots, can be a bit delayed to get online. Athena, not so bad in that early brawl, but it's Finra, Merlin, Horus on the other side. That could be hard to beat in a lot of cases.
It can be, but at the same time, I mean, this SK Gaming team certainly has potential to weather an early storm, even against Out Cold's draft that is pretty late game focused, just because SK's team fight is going to be really good centered around Zatman. Yep. Zatman joining these fights is going to be so critical for SK Gaming that even if Sam's behind and Paul's behind and Neil's behind, which they all are, by the way, down a level right now, Zatman's ultimate covers a lot of weaknesses of SK's draft and that they're lacking a little bit of AoE. And the big thing is that Fields of Love ultimate is so good against everybody on Out Cold, even Prime, where his ability to move around and use that extra movement speed in that Changeling ultimate might get shut down a little bit by that giant AoE cripple. He might have to use a relic just to get out of it.
And it just raises the question, doesn't it? What do you beat when you're in this SK fight? Is it Ragnarok from Sam for Soccer? Is it
you need that
Neomah's control as well, like the knockup? Or what is it Zatman's Fields of Love, as Spudio has to use the airstrike just to get away? Or when you get hit by Excalibur's Wrath from Belair, you know, and you want to end that early. Everyone on their team, it feels like, demands that you have some form of CC immunity to get away. It's just going to be too many as Zatman gets in range of the Heart Bomb, but not enough for the kill.
They just strip Spudio of all resources. Zatman gets the beads, Neomah gets the ultimate, Neomah goes in and gets the beads.
Right.
That's the way you do it. These two have worked really well together all year long, and I'd expect Sam for Soccer to come on over to that left-hand side. I mean, yes, you might be able to utilize that ultimate from Zatman before the beads are back up, but the ultimate should be up for Spudio. No CDR yet for Zap. He rushes Boots with the Hunter's Blessing instead of rushing Transcendence like you see some Cupids do.
Sure.
So he doesn't have that bit of CDR advantage like he will in just a little bit.
What about Sam's path? Where do you think he's going with this start? Because we don't see a ton of Fenrir in the jungle.
Sure.
Even when we do see him, it's off at support. So I'm really not even 100% sure what his build path is going to be looking like.
Could be Stone Cutting Sword if he wants to lean into the auto attacks a little bit, but
does
that
have
doesn't
Ninja
seem
Tabai.
super likely to me. I think Masamune is the place that I would go if I were Sam for soccer. It's early power, it's a little bit of HP, it's movement speed, and it's a passive that synergizes really well with what Fenrir wants to do, which is get in there and get his hands dirty. I wouldn't be surprised to see it be Masamune, but with the Ninja Tabai, maybe it is Stone Cutting. Maybe that is the direction he wants to go.
Yep. I was thinking maybe so. We have seen people go Ninja Tabai even without plans to go attack-focused at all, because it's just gotten to the point where it's a pretty competitive item with Warrior Tabai and everything else that it gives you. So it gives Sam some flexibility.
It does, and it's so important for Fenrir to get auto attacks on camps quickly so that
Sure.
you can stack up the runes. You want to get those up as often as possible. I could see an argument for going Ninja Tabai on Fenrir even without plans of going anything auto attack besides it.
Certainly can make some sense. Look at this. Sam, experience-wise, has caught back up with Frostiak. Even a bit of a lead. Zapman playing aggressively, knowing the beads are down here on the left-hand side. I love it.
This is what Zap wants to do to everybody. Dash in, do nothing. Just the immediate, the run up and shield tactic that you see fighting game players use. It's just about establishing dominance, and he's zoned Spudio from a couple creeps right now, and this is a little bit funny because Spudio does have his ultimate up, but he's probably worried that there's someone else.
Blue buff invade attempt here from SK. That's why they're already being aggressive. Prime comes in, and they land the stun on Belair. The taunt as well. A lot of control used, but Belair still standing. Prime turns into the Ragnarok, but they all get out from Neomon. No way! Right before it lands.
That was so sick. I think that Sam was trying to pick someone up. I wonder if they get TP with the horse.
Maybe that's the idea. Paul's into trouble here in mid, but Frostiak doesn't quite have the damage. If Paul had known he could have kept that fire channeling, maybe he could have got the return kill on that one. But that was chaos there on the right-hand side.
That was really nuts. That is an interaction that I want to see now that I haven't seen before. If Fenrir has someone in his mouth, that they get TP'd with the horse.
I assume so,
I would
right?
assume so too. I think that would work. So I think Sam was trying to separate one person from out cold a really far distance, but a really heads-up use of that to this guy's ultimate. I mean, we said it a lot when Horus first came out. It was going to take people a while to get used to using that ultimate in creative and in strong places. We've seen so much of it these last few days.
Yep.
It's so much fun to watch. This character is just dynamic.
The Horus play has really started to get there now from a lot of our supports. And this was the season, just about more than any other, where it felt like coming in and having a support like Neil or Aurora or PBM and Raffer, these kind of versatile, aggressive supports can really be free to do a lot of different stuff in this current meta. I think that's why the teams that we've seen make it to the top have just this kind of support play around things like this Horus and all these other aggressive picks. It's been almost a renaissance.
It just feels like there's more responsibility on support's plate than there's ever been in the early game. And that's where those creative supports that are used to roaming anyways a little bit more than your more stay-at-home supports who want to sit in lane and just 2v2 you all day long. I think there is still a place for that, and who knows what next season holds. We might see a return to it, and I think that we might see guys like Jeff Hinla, who do want to sit in lane a little bit more, rise back to some level of success. But this season has, without a doubt, been the season of aggressive supports.
Frostiak forces the blink there out of Neomon. I think he was right that he was in some trouble. And I do think that's been Jeff's problem, to speak on Space Station for a second. More than anything else is that I just don't know that this is his playstyle, this meta that's demanded from these SPL supports. We'll have a chance to see all that further on, as this is trouble now for Frosty. Forced into trying to reposition and use the Purification Beads. Typhoon comes through as well, and it's Belair that ends up in trouble, and Prime gets the kill credit for it. But into the Ragnarok goes Sam for Soccer. They're pulling Demi back for a meal of their own. Defender of Olympus, not quite enough to keep him alive, but Sam has to overcommit, and Neil will fall as well. A 3-for-1 for Out Cold.
Just too aggressive there from Neil Ma. He goes in right away, and the idea from Belair and Neil is to force the beats from Frostiak, and they do that well, but then Frosty plays it perfectly after that. He just backs up a little bit, repositions himself, and then ends up being able to push the lead afterwards with that Typhoon, knowing that the enemy's buttons are all down.
Zapman gets aggressive on the red buff, and that Spudio plays aggressive on the back of that, forces Zapman to dash away, to use that ultimate defensively, and into... being a fair enough trade. No one really uses purification beads or anything there, so Zap's not too punished. But you saw him trying to work his lead with all the action on the right-hand side and didn't quite pan out.
I mean, he's still red, so it could certainly be a lot worse. Zapman now has Transcendence, so he's willing to take every ultimate trade that he can to make sure that he's trying to put Spudio's Airstrike on cooldown while his Fields of Love will come back up a little bit more.
Not bad work there from Zapman at all, but that fight and right got out of control for SK Gaming, and it really did look good with that initial lockdown they had on the Frostiak, but he was able to kind of wiggle his way back out of there, and they got the punish. Ends up being a 3-for-1. I think SK have to keep looking for plays like that. That's the call, but it's got to be a little bit cleaner.
And it is a stone-cutting sword for Sam for Soccer, so he is going a little bit more auto-attack, and now he's going a little bit more defensive right after the fact. I mean, this is a pretty physical-heavy composition from Out Cold. Morrigan, you have to respect her damage because she'll one-shot you later on in the game, but at the same time, she's going to be transforming into physical gods most of the time, so you don't want to build that much magical defense. I think Sam going for probably a breastplate here if I had to guess, just based on this early item choice. Maybe he's seeing the crit being worked on by Spudio and is going to go with early spectral armor.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I'm curious.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, this build path from Sam, it's kind of all up to him. We just really don't see that much jungle Fenrir at all nowadays, so there's not nearly as much of the blueprint as you might normally see, and he'll be able to evaluate it based on Out Cold here in this game. But this is such an important bounce back from them because they looked like they couldn't get anything going at all in game number 1. SK shut them out entirely, but Out Cold bounced back huge. They're only up about 1,000, so it's not as if they're in firm control here, but I think it's a bit more effectively than 1,000 because really SK should probably be out in front just based on the drafts. So this is not bad from Out Cold here at all.
And what's the biggest difference so far? Frostiak is a character on the map instead of minion number 7 in every wave. I mean, that's kind of the big difference and will be the difference for Out Cold. No matter how far they go in this tournament, it's really going to be what Frostiak shows up.
And remember that butterfly effect, man. I want to give credit to, I don't know how much credit to Breeze or maybe a mistake from Neil, but Frostiak's been ahead of Sam since then, since the beginning of the game.
It was important.
And it is huge. I mean, you get that first kill on him because of that exact play, and that's how you end up ahead, and there is that sort of ongoing, trickle-down effect from that initial play. So, I mean, yes, this looks a lot better from Out Cold, but I wondered, in this meta, how much of it does come down to, a bit of a misplay from Neil in the early game.
I think that's a fair assessment. That really did change the course of this game pretty heavily. But that being said, I mean, Sam not that far behind, about a level and a half right now, which is certainly relevant, but he's hit level 12. That's the biggest gap.
They don't lose the game off that play. No way.
No. Well, they might, because honestly, they might, because Frostiak, if you shut him down early again, the game's free.
Yeah.
The fact that Frostiak is able to get that first kill, the first blood on the back Harpies, that makes it so he's able to put pressure on the map and just gains him a lot of confidence, and he's playing with it.
Maybe so. I'm certainly amenable to that explanation as Gold Fear being started by Out Cold with a little less than a 2,000 gold advantage, but they won't commit to this one just yet with SK nearby. It looks like that was more of a, let's see if that home security system's working or not, and when it is, they dipped back out.
You've been hanging out with F. Too much, man. Not everything has to be a crime reference.
True.
There's other ways that you can do it, but it's fine. We can move on. It does mean that Out Cold gained some degree of information that they know SK has a normal ward on Gold Fury because they've got Oracle Vision but no Sentry Vision on that objective. So now, when Breeze goes back right here, he can pick up a Sentry and know he's going to get at least a little bit of return on the investment by heading straight towards Gold with it.
So often we see Jingweis build Rage in this slot as that third item, their first crit item. It scales so well for you later on because you're able to get it stacked up so easily. But Spudio going the Wind Demon here instead this time. You're okay with the Wind Demon choice in this slot?
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty solid against a team that's going to be a little bit hard to kite usually. This gives you some extra movement speed, and that's going to be important against running away from Sam for Soccer and Ragnarok. It might get you out of Fields of Love where it might normally not. You might normally have to use beads or your ultimate. Belair is a character that is hard to run away from. Getting that extra movement speed is going to help. I think that Wind Demon is probably a little bit under-purchased.
Sure.
Maybe a little bit too early for Spudio, but it's one of those items that feels so good once you complete it that you like to have it.
That's a blink in from Breeze and gets the beads out from Paul in the middle lane. That's a great trade for this Athena because Paul's going to be on notice. In fact, Frostiak comes to collect right away, but he might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. The defender of Olympus is there, but he's been locked down by Sanford Soccer. And then Breeze, oh no, he took the express train right to the L. My man is back in base. Paul shuts him down.
Frostiak tries to capitalize and make a play, but Paul just outplays him mechanically, puts himself in too good of a position, dumps as much damage as he can, and SK Gaming is right there and ready to capitalize. And just like that, the lead for Out Cold falters.
Man, could an SK2-0 could easily be written with a sentence that starts with that play, man. I mean, that's huge for them. And Breeze does everything right there. It's just so unfortunate. The blink in taunt gets the beads from Paul. That's exactly the trade that you're comfortable with making every single time. And Frostiak goes in to try and capitalize on it, but SK have the response. It's not just Gold Fury. It's not just the 2-for-0. They're going to get Pyromancer off that too. This is what a top-end team will do, man. One small bit of weakness, and they'll take so much.
Good split up by Belair, Neil, and Paul, realizing Dimmy is local to the neighborhood. Give up the blue buff as well. It's just not worth fighting over when you've just got a whole bunch of gold after that last engagement. Now Sam has finished off what is a breastplate of balance.
Well, this could be a big play, though, from Prime, as Belair is low, and the Ragnarok can bring him right back towards Dimmy, who has the ultimate. Breeze here, too. Belair should be dead, and certainly is. Prime is the one that gets the kill credit off a nice play.
Just a bad decision by Belair to use that extra ultimate that Excalibur's Wrath. It's the only CC immunity Arthur has. Why use it that early?
Spudio has to use the airstrike to get away here on the left-hand side from the pressure from Sanford Soccer. And we were talking about this Wind Demon earlier on. If you feel like you're going to have to be trading a little bit more often, or maybe even peeling for yourself to some extent with your autos, try and get away, then I do think Wind Demon's probably better early on in the spot than Rage. Rage feels a little bit more like if you think you're going to be following up a lot of setup. But they do also have this Athena, so I mean, there is going to be the setup there. It's curious. I do think in most cases, Rage is just probably the play in that slot.
Are you going for more crit later on? If you're just trying to get one crit item, then Rage is usually better because it means that you're getting more consistent crits. If you're going Deathbringer and Rage, you want all the crits all the time, but this way you still boost up your attack speed and your movement speed, and you can end up getting more crit items down the line. I think Wind Demon's probably fine. Rage is also fine in that slot. It's kind of just a playstyle thing. It seems like Spudio really values that extra attack speed and movement speed.
Executioner right there to follow it off, too. So that's about as good as you're going to get at this point in the game here right now for a Jingwei. She should certainly be able to trade. Actually, the highest farm in the game. And I mentioned about coming to collect earlier on. It might be time to collect on Spudio's nice laning phase he's had here so far. He's going to start being a bit more of a factor now that we're approaching that 20-minute mark. We're into that mid-game beyond the laning phase. They need Spudio to start, showing up.
And that's because he's running out of XP room. I mean, eventually, he's not going to have an XP lead. Right now, he's got a 6-level lead on Neil Ma. Get in there, man. You got to use it.
Breeze takes some damage here in mid, but nothing crazy. Dimmy was right there to back him up anyway, so SK weren't going to commit. Out cold after making that play on Belair and, kind of coming back into this a little bit. SK had tied it up, but I would say Out cold have now gotten back to at least somewhat of a lead. Nothing, too crazy or anything. But I'm wondering which team is going to be the one that starts to be the actor from here on. Out cold had a lead when they maybe shouldn't have earlier, but now they're getting to the point with Spudio showing up where they could be the ones in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Their team fight is really solid, but at the same time, that means that Zatman's going to be here. That Fields of Love could be problematic. No sprint for Breeze, that's surprising.
Neil Ma goes in first. Sam is lurking around the corner, and they bring Breeze right back. The Frenzy has been popped. Frostiak gets the first kill into Zatman. Neil makes it back out too, and suddenly Belair's here in the fray. It's a 1-for-1, but Belair gets popped, and so does Sam. Big crits coming out from Spudio to push SK back.
You were asking for it, and Spudio delivers. That's a lot of investment into killing just Breeze, and I like Out Cold not being scared to just keep on pushing. You need to be willing to be aggressive here, because in 20 seconds, Breeze can join up with you anyways. He didn't use his ultimate.
Out cold, grab that tier 1 tower, but there's no Gold Fury or Pyromancer to go grab off the back of that, so it's not perhaps the typical reward you might expect on the back end of a decent fight. But you're right, SK, it didn't feel a bit forced, all that, just try and grab Breeze, and Belair, for whatever reason, not quite as tanky as you might have expected. He was getting shredded in that fight as well. A curious fight there from SK.
And now he's building into magical defense, which isn't going to help him a whole lot against what Spudio's putting out. I agree that he needs some magic defense because he's got literal none in the build up until this point.
Right.
And Genji's is usually the call for King Arthur because it makes it so that you always have buttons to press in team fights between the CDR it has on it and the proc that you get. But then after that, I mean, he's going to want Mantle, but he needs something else that's a little bit more physical heavy, I think.
Yeah, and clearly the squad recognizes that physical damage is the problem. I mean, even Paul has a breastplate as his 4th item, which we sometimes do see these mid-mages flex into with all that CDR and mana available there to it. So clearly the physical damage is the problem. Hopefully Belair, sooner rather than later, can get a little bit more to help him stand up against Spudio.
But no sovereignty for Neil Ma, so that doesn't help out too much. I mean, he's going to be going into what's probably a Spirit Robe or a Mantle from this point, and that's because he understands his gold income is going to take so long to get his next item that you want to make it the most impactful one you can have.
Oni Fury started up here by Out Cold. Neil Ma has already dashed in aggressively. That's just Magai's cloak propped as well. Sanford Soccer, though, has found his way to Dimmy. The flames are there from Paul. Defender of Olympus buys him time, but it just means that Breeze gets delivered all by himself. That's a huge stun to buy Neil Ma some time to try and retreat. But Out Cold are on the full-on aggressive Prime. Finds Paul. Prime finds a triple kill as Neil Ma falls as well. But Sanford Soccer finds at least one more to answer back. Frostiak ends up being sent back to the grave. That makes it 3 for 2.
What a fight from Frostiak. He created so much space and did so much damage in that engagement. I know Prime is the one who gets to clean up, but Frostiak really does deserve that credit. He played that really well.
Prime looking for a stun here on the Belair, who's trying to fight up against 3. They've already gotten the tier 2 tower. It's fine to look for some damage, but don't go too far forward here in that last fight. But Frostiak's the one that you said that really opened up that space in that last fight.
I mean, that's exactly where you want to take fights as Susano. You want to be able to just get around the side and kind of loop around red, a Typhoon that comes through. I mean, it's just exactly what you're looking for, and Frostiak is so comfortable on this character. It's night and day between his Susano and just about every other pick he has, in my mind. Dimmy gets isolated and caught out. He shouldn't have been where he was. But at the same time, I mean, it's another fight where SK Gaming are just thinking, okay, we'll just dump everything into a frontliner and we'll win the fight afterwards.
It's not fast enough, this combo.
Yeah. I mean, now you've got Divine Ruin for Paul, so that'll help. But it's still a little bit sketchy in my mind. No Obsidian Shard for Paul either. If the whole plan is kill the front line, why don't we have Obsidian Shard?
Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't quite feel quick enough. And it's interesting. This feels almost reminiscent of what we saw Splice doing back towards Worlds of Season 5. And SK, I suppose, would be rather familiar with how well that run went for Splice. So they're trying a similar strategy here where you use this Fenrir and you do intentionally target the tank, even into the later stages of the game, because the trade is supposed to be so clean for you, so quick, that it ends up being favorable, even though it is a heavy commitment. But SK haven't gotten to that point yet. It is taking too long, with that Defender of Olympus especially, to kill whoever the tank is.
Out Cold Gaming immediately pull this. Now they've got Oni Waves pushing down that left-hand side and mid. They're forcing SK to make a choice.
Fire Giant's already well below half. Breeze regroups. That's the girdle popped. They're all in, and they've gotten the objective, but can they make it out? Beach from Frostiak negates the ultimate from Sanford Soccer. Dimmy goes back in and forces Zapman to drop the Fields of Love, and that's not the optimal one that he was looking for. A 3-man taunt from Breeze, but it's really only airstrike there is the follow-up.
Not a whole lot, but that still puts Spudio in position. Paul in trouble, stunned, but Prime is taking a lot of damage.
Breeze goes back in one more time for what would have been a sick taunt, but Belair was right there to interrupt it. But Dimmy, undeterred, goes back in for one more. Another sick taunt from Breeze, and Spudio has the big-time crits to follow up. That's 2-0 for Out Cold. Paul in some trouble now in the back lane, too. Frostiak pulls him back in. Neil Ma now isolated.
Neil Ma gonna fall as well.
Another
double kill for Frostiak. That's game.
Yeah, it should be.
Finch, I mean, only Sanford Soccer here, and his ultimate isn't coming up soon enough. I think SK Gaming should just look at one pick in particular, and that's the Susano for Frostiak.
Yeah, maybe this Morrigan for Prime as well. He had a pretty good game, but you're right, man. Frostiak, a night and day difference. They complete the DS side. Frostiak improves to 7-3-5, and Out Cold, after a trouncing in game number 1, bounced back in a big way. We got a game 3.
Man, this is kind of the perfect matchup for these two teams, isn't it? Because they both have Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde moments. I mean, we saw the perfect nature of SK when they play so cleanly and they play that early game really well, and they get off to these great starts and they completely blank you. 19-0 in game number 1. And you see the dark side of the moon for Frostiak and Out Cold, where it's this really inconsistent team that just kind of gets run over at times. And then you see what they look like flipped. It's the SK where they feel a little bit too passive and they fall a little bit too far behind, and a lot of it does come down to that level 1 speed invade for me. But at the same time, you have to give a lot of credit to OutCold and Frostiak and his ability to turn it around after an abysmal performance in Game 1.
It's not hard, I think, to come into this game dejected after what happened in Game number 1, but OutCold overcame that, bounced back in a huge way in Game number 2. The question is, though, can they replicate that again in Game number 3? Not too far off now before we find out.
Welcome back here, folks. Teams battling it out to find themselves on the SMITE World Championship stage. Splice found themselves on that stage last year and took it home, and you can celebrate last year's victors by grabbing yourself the Splice Jormungandr skin. HRX 2019 Digital Loot Pack is 1,500 gems. A little bit more than 1,500 gems on the line here as OutCold bring us to a game number 3, Anatoly. This one was unexpected, I think, but that said, Pretty Prime popping off and going nuts, that's anything but unheard of.
OutCold Gaming doing a great job surviving that early game. The pressure from Sanford Soccer's Fenrir was heavily thwarted out. Once the team fight started rolling around, Pretty Prime transforming into the Susanoo from Frostiak, so surviving round 1 of the Typhoon was SK Gaming, couldn't survive round 2 of that same ability.
Big deal here for Frostiak. Again, you know, I mentioned it, the turn of phrase, the dice roll. Frostiak hit it this time. 7 kills and just a few deaths. He was a big part of what allowed this to happen, and perhaps most importantly, most impressively, how distinctly different it was from game number 1. Game number 1, Frostiak was a liability, arguably the reason this team got trounced. Game number 2, it's the other side for him. First blood, just like that.
Yeah, he definitely made his presence felt early. Surprised that SK Gaming were trying to be this aggressive when Sam was just so low health category-wise and level 1 against Frostiak's level 2 Susanoo.
Just trying to stay in that aggressive mindset. I mean, they had picked, they being SK, an early game composition. They had won last game and you know, record-setting time. This was certainly the game that you go into guns blazing. But OutCold just showed up and put the stop down. And again, whether it was Pretty Prime or Frostiak, these guys made it happen. I love Prime's ability to switch between different characters. Very potent, the Morrigan player.
Definitely was very potent. And I think that if I'm SK Gaming, I'm looking at what OCG did correctly that last game, and not only the Morrigan, but also the Susanoo. Game number 1, they banned away the Susanoo. Game number 2, they decided to shift things up a little bit because they were the second pick. They banned away the normal Persephone and Isis, but then they took away Breeze's Circuit instead of the Susanoo for Frostiak.
That might be a different story this time around. Watching what Frostiak was able to accomplish, 14 kills between him and his mid laner. Fantastic stuff. Pretty Prime making use of the Susanoo there as well. You see him just cutting down 2 different players with the same damn ability. And here's Frosty on the flank.
This is the confidence right here to be able to make the play on the flank and then also dive into the Phoenix to end this game basically off of the back of that flank. Otherwise, it would have been a 3-on-5 defense. I think that OCG would have still gotten the Phoenix, but they might not have ended the game without those 2 picks from Frostiak.
Frosty, a longtime Smite player. I think everybody recognizes Dimmy and Pretty Prime's name, but Frostiak's been involved just as long as those guys. He's just had some ups and downs, quite literally, playing up in the Pro League, then down in the minor league, here and there. Success, Very similar to his individual game success. It kind of feels like a dice roll, but the upside, we just witnessed it. It could literally win the set if he plays like that again.
OCG drafted a late game composition. They got to the late game that they needed to. They heavily punished the early game aggression out of SK. Now, if I'm SK Gaming, I'm thinking back to the draft. I'm like, do we draft another early game composition and look for that early aggression, or do we try to play more safe and standard, similar to the game number 1 fashion?
I think it's kind of in between. I think that this is a team that SK Gaming should go into confidently against, but not underestimate them. Letting Frostiak play Susano might have been an overestimation of SK's own abilities to kind of topple the opposition. I think this time around we pay attention to the Susano choice as we jump into picks and bans for game number 3. I think it is going to be front and center what Frostiak is allowed to be playing.
Well, so far, I think both order sides have won in this best-of-3 set, and SK Gaming, after that loss, electing for that first pick, wanting to make sure that they have that throwaway ban and then can still first pick whatever they want in game number 1. They did first pick the Thor, and Outcold Gaming should be aware of this.
Susano, one of the first bans here for SK Gaming. Actually, Cirquet Breeze has shown himself to be a different level of player on that Cirquet support, so ban that out. Frostiak has proven to be a different level of player on that Susano jungle, so ban that out. And now SK Gaming, one more ban on the table. Amaterasu is just Amaterasu.
Smart ban, because Persephone and Isis is still available. OCG have a very difficult decision of which one do we give up, or do we let both go through, take one that wasn't selected, and that seems to be the option.
Achilles banned here. SK Gaming trying to figure out if they want the Isis or the Persephone. Very unlikely that a different character gets selected here.
They might actually not pick either. Okay, I was going to say they wouldn't pick either because OCG picking up Persephone and Isis a little unlikely, but instead making sure that they guarantee themselves to pick that they really want. This means that SK Gaming have an idea of how to counter the Isis if it was selected, and if it is selected, I'm expecting maybe a Kabrakan for Sanford Soccer.
Persephone, an interesting character, almost auto-banned here, so to speak, is Isis, the other character. 100% ban rate will be selected across the way. The quick and dirty about Persephone, she's fantastic in the laning phase and fantastic when able to plant herself, no pun intended, down. Basically, she puts a bunch of items on the ground, and depending on how long they've stood there, they deal damage to those that attack her. Long-range ultimate, good control, and it's up to Outcold to avoid that. Medusa and Xing Chen, also some strong control.
There definitely will be with that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. I think this Medusa will be played by Paul in the mid lane, trying to get control to transition into some red buff invades, maybe some purple buff invades as well. Hard to really deal with King Arthur in the soul lane to get any sort of pressure. Could easily see an Osiris potentially out of Bel Air to deal with that because of the Judgment Tether to mitigate the damage out of Isis and the anti-healing from Lord of the Afterlife.
Most of the time I would agree, but with you with Medusa being mid lane, Persephone, though, plays fantastically in the mid lane. Everything is, you're always fighting in that 3v3, and God help you if you try to dive Persephone in lane.
I agree.
With her garden set up. So I think we will see a coin flip as to who winds up playing Persephone and Medusa. Second round bans here. Outcold Gaming saying no to Tier and Set, and SK banning out the Chronos and the Jingwei. So Outcold, Horus, Isis, King Arthur, looking for a long lane carry most likely, and a jungler.
Yeah, Spadio on the Jingwei last game was super safe, hard to really deal with. Even though Zapman had lane pressure, was able to zone Spadio away from a couple of waves. Once Spadio came online with his explosive bolts, he was definitely hard to deal with. Once there was an overcommitment onto Breeze's Athena, Spadio Jingwei punishing them in the late game.
Osiris being thought about here for SK, as they do need a solo laner. Osiris, a nice choice. Tether, powerful against King Arthur. Still on the clock. A jungler could also be chosen here. Well, they got to take both, right? And so Camazotz will come up, likely to be in the jungle, although, of course, that sustain has enabled him to play solo lane in the past. And with Hoodbats locked in, it looks like it will be a Camazotz for Belair, who is one of the premier Camazotz solo players, to be honest with you.
Very interesting to see that pick because we don't see this very often. It's good sustain for the poke damage that King Arthur is trying to provide. You don't have to max out your one for lane clear because you have your AoE cleave basic attacks. Right. So you could technically trade out with King Arthur before the Gladiator Shield. That could be a thing.
That was the first thought process. When King Arthur came onto the board, he was obviously dominant. One, he needed to be brought down a little bit by the balance team. But also, players needed to learn how to play against him. There's a lot of different choices. A lot of players went to the RDO to just go cripple field and see if that would stop him. Then was the attempt to out-sustain, and Camazotz was the go-to answer to King Arthur for a long time before we saw some of the other options come out as well. But the first true counter was Camazotz, or at least the first universally accepted counter was the Camazotz. So SK turning back the clock here and putting the Batman in the hands of Belair, and Hun Bat's the setup god in the jungle. Hachiman will be the hunter of choice here for Out Cold Gaming, as OCG bring a rather traditional setup here to the battlefield in their elimination game.
But if it's not the Jingwei to play safe, it's got to be the Hachiman. You have a lot of MP5, so you never have to back to base if you're out of mana. You just got to be hitting a couple of minions. The mounted archery covers so much distance to get back under your tower. It's hard to gank Spuddy, I think, in this game. So if I'm Sanford Soccer, I'm not really looking at the long lane. I'm looking at the Isis in mid, maybe also Robin there on Frostiak.
There's a lot to look at here for sure, Anatoly. Let's zoom out and take a look at what the goals here for each composition. Out Cold Gaming, Horus, Isis, that's a ton of lockdown potential. King Arthur, Robin, they can die very well.
Sure.
Where are you looking at? Is Out Cold Gaming looking for these extended team fights with Isis? Well, we'll ask the players as we jump into game number 3, SK versus Out Cold. John Finch, bring us the action.
After game number 1, it didn't look like we'd be here, Tom, if I'm being honest. It looked like SK were going to walk over Out Cold. But Out Cold bounced back in game number 2. A nice play by Breeze. He steals the speed buff early. Frostiak gets up to a great start. Prime is on the Morgan and is carrying alongside Frostiak. And now here we are, man. SK have got to take care of business now, or SPL could go down 0-3.
That's crazy to think about. But I've got good news for you, Finch, if you're an SPL/SK Gaming fan. Paul has Persephone.
Oh, that's good.
Frostiak does not have Susano.
That's not as good.
Do you need me here this game or what?
No, I think that I'll just, I can handle it for the rest. You don't need much more in-depth analysis.
I've gotten everything, right? I think that's all I have on my list here.
Now, on the opposite side, I mean, they do have to give up this Isis to make that happen. Prime is one of the standout players here for Out Cold. He has a ton of potential, I think, to hard carry a game with this Isis. Breeze on the Horus, which he's been playing well too up until now. Demi on King Arthur. I mean, we kind of have to see, because SK don't have a typical meta draft right now. Belair's on Camazotz solo as if it's Season 5 right now, and Zatman took Medusa early on in the draft. Well, it still stands to be shown here if they can execute it.
Yeah, but here's what my notes say. Paul has Persephone and Frostiak doesn't have Susano.
Yeah.
I mean, I really think it's that important.
Sure.
For those two in particular. I mean, Frostiak, one of the best Susano players ever. And then Paul, who I think has had one either the best or the second best Persephone. We've seen so little of it.
Sure.
But just based on the way that we've seen it, it's either him or her.
Sanford Soccer taking a lot of damage from Frostiak. Shades of game 1 as it's 2 up against 1. Sam jukes around trying to buy some time, but first blood for Frostiak. And Out Cold looks so much better when Frostiak has good starts. Could this be it for them to take down another SPL squad?
Oh, Paul in trouble. Bees are there, but he's dead as well. This is exactly what Out Cold need. A 3-for-0 less than 2 minutes in. After SK wins game 1, 19-0.
Wow.
They're off to a real bad start here in game number 3.
Wow, I mean, Isis is so good in the 3v3, man. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be persuaded otherwise, man. You just love having her here in these fights, and she's able to help out a lot. Frostiak works Sam for Soccer. Why was he so far behind in experience in that fight?
It's because Frostiak's able to start at his speed, because Neoma's defending speed instead of invading. Breeze is invading and forces Sam to start at red, which means that he's like level 1. And Frostiak, I think Sam may have started left side mids. He was looking to start an enemy red buff, but Paul lost pressure, which really shouldn't happen that often as Persephone. I don't know if Paul messed up his plants, but I feel like Persephone level 1 should be absolutely nuts. Paul ends up poking out Prime a little bit, but Prime gets the better end of clear. Maybe this is a situation where Isis just clears better than every other mage at level 1, and so Paul, used to having pressure in that setup, did not in that moment.
It ends up hurting SK pretty catastrophically. I mean, that's about the worst way that this start could go for this team. I mean, it's all in this 3v3, a death for each of them, 2 kills for Frostiak and another for Prime, and Breeze able to scoop a couple of assists for himself as well. I mean, it's going to be a problem. I mean, Belair and Zapman perfectly capable on these picks of coming over and being a big help for them later on. But if the 3v3 keeps going like this, it just might not matter.
This is just the worst case scenario, because Frostiak has 2 kills and Prime has 1. So those 2 get off to such a good lead. You're really looking for Zapman to pick it up the slack. Same can be said for Belair. But the fact that Sam doesn't have the Thor means it's harder for him to camp that right-hand side. He's on Hunbats this time around, which does camp Soul-Eaters pretty well, but so did Fenrir, and Sam wasn't able to make that work. This is a concerning start for SK Gaming. And if I'm out cold now, I just want to take every fight I can around my 3v3 in mid, which is scary because then you're bringing the fight to Paul's Persephone, which is not where you want to be fighting most of the time. My advice coming into this game would have been fight the side lane so you don't have to worry about Paul's Persephone. When you 3-for-0 them to start off the game, then that changes things.
And both of these teams have blinks on their jungles and support, so both teams are looking to try and play aggressive. It's just that Outcold have a better claim to that now at this point with their draft. That is the Bancross finisher, Paul. This is a big item for these Persephones. They're able to get this item finished off early on. But on the other side, Prime has the Cursed Orb and the Shoes of Focus. This new meta build, this start for these mid-mages, also very powerful and already level 5. Every time I'm seeing something positive for SK, Outcold have the same thing, if not better.
I mean, Prime is just so strong right now. That's what makes this build so strong, is that you're 4 minutes in. That's been accelerated, of course, because of the way the game started. But you just get to this point so quickly where you feel really hard to fight against. And Paul's going to do a lot of damage at this point, but Prime's going to do a lot of damage and have CDR and have mobility, whereas Paul really just has the damage part.
Breeze and Frosty clearing mid-Harpies, but still not quite ready to pull any triggers. I mean, I imagine you want Pretty Prime to be a part of just about everything you want to happen in this 3v3 or in the middle lane. So I don't hold anything against them for slowing down. But they are giving a chance for SK to get these ultimates online. I thought there might be, you know, some writing on the wall about another quick initiation when you have some ultimates, and SK might not yet. But instead, Outcold playing it a bit slower over these next couple of minute and a half since that explosive start. And SK not fully caught up, but crossing that threshold.
I mean, Sam's only about 600-700 gold down right now. That's a lot at 5 minutes,
sure.
But it's you're on the same item tier at this point, which is the
it's those
important
thresholds,
part.
yeah.
Exactly. So could be worse. What a play from Sam! Sets up Breeze. He's gonna go down for free.
Yeah, that's gonna be the grasp of death from Paul. They've got Prime as well. Zapman there on a big time rotation, and SK might have just dragged themselves right back in it. And I mean, you already said it. Sam for Soccer could easily be the best player in this whole pool that's here this weekend. And what a big play with that Fear No Evil.
That was so nasty, man. I mean, the teleport in gets the oracles. By the way, got to secure the farm first, of course. But then a perfect Fear No Evil. Paul's ready to pull the trigger on that ultimate. And then Neil Ma follows up perfectly as well. Prime had to use his beads in response to the Fear No Evil, so Neil Ma's Xing Chen is ready to capitalize. This draft from SK, jokes aside about Paul and Persephone and Frostiak Mount on Susano,
sure.
I think putting Neil Ma on the Xing Chen, he looks a lot better than the Horus. I mean, the Horus play wasn't bad from Neil by any stretch. I thought he played pretty well, but his Xing Chen game 1 was just unstoppable, it felt like. I like him on these sorts of picks.
And what he did was rotate really well. I wonder if that's why he's got these Traveler shoes picked up, to give him some of that extra movement speed. Remember, he was like 1-0-8 in 10 minutes, and those fights were spread out. To have only missed 1 kill was nuts. So maybe that's what they're kind of leaning into here, is setting up Neil to be that active support who's involved in fights all over the map and constantly tilting the scales in SK's favor.
Paul is getting closer to the boots, so that's going to be a pretty big power spike for him. Pretty Prime, it's going to take him a while. That's the one downside of this build, is that it takes you a while. Once you hit that Cursed Orb, it's a lot of gold to get up to the full Doom Orb, and so you slow down a little bit right now, and this is going to be a moment where Paul can catch up a little bit. Plus the fact that he gets a kill and an assist in that time.
I just can't believe Out Cold have sat on their hands after that start. I mean, I'm not saying they have to, like, you know, force it down mid or anything, but trying to force some fights. Instead, they let SK keep passing these thresholds where their power spikes were, and now SK are right back in it. I don't know that you really have that same credence, you know, in these early fights that they did back after that 3-0.
I completely agree with you. I mean, first red buff of the entire game. You 3-0 them, and your 3v3 is Robin, Isis, Horus. So what are we doing on the next red buff? Letting them have it.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever. I completely agree. You've got to be there. And it's really, I think, a credit to Zap because he's had pressure in this left-hand side.
Yes.
And so that dissuades you heavily from going for red buff invades because even with a lead, a 4v3 is usually not going to be in your favor.
Well, it happened the other way around, right? Zapman was able to rotate to the back end of the fight that SK started up by the Chaos side red buff, so that's fair. Maybe that's part of the calculus around Cold, is that even with that stronger 3v3, you have to worry about Zap potentially rotating back in. And we really haven't even talked yet about the impact these solo laners are going to have when they rotate over. I mean, if Belair is going to have to be diving this Isis, I imagine, for him to match King Arthur's value in these fights, I mean, without much contest, you just rather have a King Arthur.
Yes. That being said, as a mid laner, I don't want to fight against either of these because they're unpeelable damage is kind of the way I think about both of these gods. Camazotz is there to make sure Pretty Prime Spirit Balls are all aimed at him. Every single silence has got to be aimed at Belair. He's got to use Circle of Protection to save his own life. I mean, that is what you're looking to force Pretty Prime to do in these team fights. And Belair is a premier Camazotz in the entire world. He really understands this pick very well.
Certainly was able to play it really well. There was a time where Camazotz was thought of as that answer to King Arthur to match the sustain as Paul solos Prime in the middle lane. No one else is around.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for if you're Out Cold. Now this is better. Sam for Soccer in a bad spot.
Yeah, he's low, and this Horus should be able to cut off his escape path, force him back. Demi gets the kill to make it 1-for-1, but Paul able to find a big play on Prime. That's the kind of thing you were expecting in this matchup, where Prime hasn't quite looked like himself and Paul is such a bully. More of those kinds of plays. That's exactly what SK ordered.
And you know that Prime, I mean, you hear him talk about it on his stream and that kind of stuff. You know this is a team in Out Cold that certainly does practice, but not as much as they would like. It's, you know, they're in the minor league. It's not the same level of dedication.
Spudio has to use the BET at the ultimate, forced out last time. Neil Ma rotated in with the blink, and that, my friends, is how you follow up off that first level gank that Neil did. Just perfect.
The way that Neil and Sam work together, man, it's so much fun. They really understand how to make opposing ADC's lives completely unfun for them at all times, it feels like.
A nice play on that left-hand side. Looks like we might have another skirmish here as Frostiak rotates in, finds the route onto Neil. Overhead kick doesn't get much, and Breeze does not have the blink, so that'll likely be the end of this unless Zapman wants some more. If we can, let's go back and take a look at that kill that Paul gets onto Prime and how that solo kill ends up happening in the middle lane.
What I was saying was, you know that this is a team that doesn't get as much practice as SPL teams, and maybe this is just a pick that Prime isn't used to. I mean, that is just Paul knowing all of his damage. That was actually so sick. He pops the flower, and he knows there's going to be travel time, and Prime's going to be out of range if he lets him get away. So he actually throws out the ultimate to lock Prime in place so that his plant can get up there and chomp him. That's character knowledge from Paul. I mean, he's got a rank 10 Persephone, plays it all the time in duel. You know he knows his character inside and out.
Dude, I thought he must have been way out of position, or he must have been poked in the jungle or something. He was full HP when that fight started. Paul chunks at this point on that Persephone.
Yep.
And that was the full rotation of skills, obviously, against a squishy, so you know you don't want to overreact or anything, but clearly when Paul is on point, he can take down just about anyone right now.
I mean, he had just hit a big power spike in Pen Boots, so that's a big level and a big difference in the amount of damage he's doing compared to what Prime probably thought. And I talk about a lot that Persephone might be the hardest character. Hold that thought. Breeze goes for the initiation.
Has already been locked down. He pays for it, does not even get the ultimate off. Frostiak has to keep on the retreat path, but Neil is looking for Prime. Whirlwind gets pulled and brings him back into the Petrify. Paul shuts down Frostiak as well. That's 3-for-0 right to the goal.
Pretty Prime like, hey guys, I need help. Frostiak, I got you, bro, right on time. And Neil Ma just gifted 2 kills over to Zapman with perfect positioning. SK Gaming weathering the storm of a horrendous, catastrophic early start.
Yeah.
and now they're in a commanding position.
That's 2 games in a row, really, where they've had bad starts that did not go the way they wanted, but this time they bounced back in a much bigger fashion. And I wonder how much of it is that Susano ban. You know, Frostiak didn't have nearly as big a lead in Game 2, but pushed it really, really well. In Game 3 with that big lead, it felt like they weren't quite sure where to go to how to pressure it. I wonder if taking the Susano away has limited some of that, you know, ability to recognize where your windows are.
No doubt it has. He looks like a different player on that pick. I mean, we'll say it until the end of time. It feels like.
Sure.
That is a huge factor for him, and I think that Paul's Persephone might pretty soon be on that same level of you just gotta take it away all the time. I mean, as I was saying before that sort of engagement started by Gold Fury, I say a lot that I think Persephone is the hardest character to play optimally right now because she is so the way her 2 works is so deep. There's so many different layers to it, and how you want to interact with it with your 3, use your 1 to plant a skull. I mean, all this extra stuff. At the end of the day, fire off your ultimate, kill a frontliner is pretty simple. Anybody can do that. But it also means that it's hard for other players to know exactly what you're going to be able to put out at all times, and I think that unfamiliarity against this character has certainly played a factor.
Yeah, a bit surprising this one was allowed through for someone of Paul's caliber, as it's been punished. Fear No Evil forced out from Sam after Frostiak's aggression. That's the overhead kick down too, but he still doesn't get picked up by the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Gets some backup coming in from Breeze, but Belair takes to the sky himself with this bat of hell, but Neil needs some backup. It does end up being jungle for support, still favoring SK.
Paul's on the way, and Pretty Prime low. Look at Belair, 1v3. He might just find him, and he will. It's a double for Belair.
And Demi's now low as well. Knockup coming through, but Belair improves to the triple kill, taking down Demi. And SK Gaming right back up on that horseman and ready to ride.
Woo!
They've been looking great here in Game 3.
Nearly found Breeze, too. He was looking for the Quadra. I mean, I don't get it. I don't know how he does it on this pick. I feel like I watched that play, and I'm like, oh, Camazot's solo busted. Let me go try some of this. And then I get one shot. Belair gets through that whole team fight, doesn't take a lick of damage, and kills everybody. Paul comes in and supports with some good damage of his own, but Belair looking good on the Camazots.
And I want to give a ton of credit to Zap, not in that fight in particular, but a big reason why they were able to overcome that horrendous start that they had, because Zap has had pressure over Spudio basically all game. He's been kind of giving him the hands with this Medusa, and he's been able to rotate over towards these buffs to defend them, to turn the fight with a little bit extra damage, to be in position for a 2-man petrify off Neomah's Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. I think that part of this, that Spudio can't quite keep up with Zapman in lane, has been another big factor to how they turn this one around.
And that's a lot of credit to Neil at the same time, that he
made
does a
some good
really good
rotations.
job of pressuring out opposing ADCs and setting Zapman up for that success. But Zap just doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes at this point in his career. He really feels like he's cleaned up his play a whole lot this year, and is really understanding of when and where he can play aggressively. And he really doesn't give up too much in that lane these days.
SK up about 6,000 gold or so, ready to hit the bank and see if they can add a little bit more. That's about 500 for the squad, but I doubt that'll satisfy them. They're looking for the tier 2 tower as well. And Outcold, considering at least a soft defense on this one, 6,000, 7,000, that's that tough mark where it's hard to call, but it looks like they want to go in. Demi starts the fight off, has Breeze right there, but Grasp of Death is right in the middle of everyone. Neomah brings back the whole squad, though, for a double kill. Zapman working together with Paul, take them both down. Now Frostiak left on an island, and in comes the Fear No Evil. They go the whole fight without that one to dissect Frostiak even further, make that 3.
No carries have beads either for Outcold Gaming. Belair blinks right past the Spirit Ball. Hey, Prime, are you having fun yet? Another kill.
Nice party down reference.
I mean, this is just SK Gaming dissecting Outcold.
Yeah, let's grab this tier 2 tower, fam, and why not the Phoenix as well? Just leaving Spudio and Breeze, who's just respawned up, to try and defend. So this Phoenix should belong to SK, but that was Outcold taking a risky fight outside the tier 2, feeling like they weren't going to get a better one. Is that the right call? Should they wait for Phoenixes?
I think you have to wait there, and really, that fight goes so poorly because Outcold try and target out Zapman, which is a strategy I think that more teams will start to do against Persephone teams. Is why kill the Persephone early? It doesn't matter. She's still there and dealing damage. So let's kill the other carry. Let's kill Zap. But Zap's positioning is solid, and the peel that he gets from Neomah is just A+. I mean, Demi gets knocked up instantly upon blinking in. Then Breeze comes in and tries to do the exact same thing. Neomah's right there to peel him away, and then a really good ultimate that brings them back again into Petrify and into Paul's flourish damage. all at the same time. Frostiak, thinking that his front line will still be there and absorbing some damage, blinks in and up downs, and they'd already been eviscerated, and then it's just a matter of chasing down the lone Robin.
Oh, and Breeze and Spudio might get collapsed on here. Breeze still has the ultimate. If he recognizes the danger in time, it will be okay. Grasp of Death comes out first. Spudio won't be there to get inside the Horus ultimate, and Belair pops him. They'll be able to grab the tier 2 tower and left as well.
Yeah, that's a 3-level lead for Camazotz, and the carries don't get to play the game anymore. And this build that Prime has gone for, as soon as he finishes the dual morph, he started off with that tiny trinket, and I was curious as to where he was going to go. Feeling like they needed that extra oomph when they group up. He goes for Pythag's piece, but that means that as soon as you start losing, these characters like Xingqian and Camazotz get real tanky real quickly, and you've got no pen at all in the build for Pretty Prime. Belair doesn't have magical defense, but just being level 18, his natural stats, even as an assassin, make him pretty hard to bring down.
And I don't think KDA is everything, but in this case, I think it can be very illuminating. Prime started off at 1-0-2 because of that 3-0, right? So since then, he's been 1-4-0. I mean, this Isis, who is considered one of the best picks overall you can have in the game right now, runs the mid game for you, especially in that 3v3. They really haven't been able to get anything out of it. I think a big part of that is that Breeze cannot keep up with Neil Ma in terms of farming. It is really difficult for supports to find that nowadays, and that hasn't been there. And that Frostiak has been largely invisible.
In this itemization for Out Cold, I think the more I look at it, the less I like it. I mean, you've got a Camazotz in the other team, you've got a Xingqian that's going to heal a bunch with HP 5, and you've got Paul who rushes Bancrofts, and we have no anti-heal whatsoever for Out Cold. That feels pretty inexcusable to me. I mean, even if Belair wasn't massive, how do you kill him without anti-heal? You just can't. I don't like the way that Out Cold is built at all.
Belair has some aggressive positioning, and with Neil Ma here to back him up, it's going to be trouble for Breeze. I don't know if he recognized it. He doesn't have an ally to dash to, but it's not going to be a hard commit. He makes it out of there A-OK, and Belair will continue his assault on the map. At this point, they're probably just waiting to go back and grab this next FG and make their own big push. And they'll take some out of position members if they can get them, but this is more about setting up for FG.
I like the idea of just sending Prime and Spudio over to the left-hand side, get as much farm as they can, take this tier 2, because SK is going to be on fire. Frostiak might send a flyer and see if he can steal it.
That's what this is, man. A risky late waiver wire pickup. As Frostiak has been hit by the grasp of death. The Fire Giant is still in threshold to be stolen, but a little bit too early jumping in, and SK Gaming grabbed the objective cleanly.
I actually don't mind that play at all from Frostiak. I think it's totally fine. Yeah. You use the ultimate there, you're already committed, you're up in 40 seconds. It might be enough time for FK to get a Phoenix, but were you that much of a threat anyways on that Phoenix defense? Probably not. I think it's fine. Plus you got Paul's ultimate. He's got 20% CDR, but it'll be down for at least a little bit longer. That means Breeze and Dimmy might be able to play the game.
And Out Cold did get a tier 2 tower over on the left as well, so they have a path to that left side Phoenix if they can string a couple of team fight wins together. This right side Phoenix been cut down to half HP, and Zapman on the Medusa, especially with that Viper shot, should be able to make quick work of it. That is the right side Phoenix for SK. Plus mid, Sam was here unchecked, hello.
He'll take that. No minions necessary. Fire Giant buff enough for him. And the whole while, Belair is pushing the left-hand side.
So clean.
I mean, this is SK Gaming look like they're back in the zone. They aren't running around like they were in game number 2, and Out Cold forced them into that game. I think Out Cold did show you a good blueprint on ways that you can beat this team. Disrupt Sam early on, set Neil behind, and you can make things work.
And SK bounce back here in game number 3 and are in firm control, up 17,000 gold. And ready to start kicking things off. Neil Ma goes right to the back line for Spudio, and they get Breeze to take to the skies very early. Frostiak will lose this trade, and he certainly does the right-hand side, but he gets the Fear No Evil out from Sam, though now it's a 5v4.
And it should be pretty easy for them. Neil Ma's on the receiving end of Breeze's initiation, but look at Belair keeping everybody busy.
Heads right towards Prime in the backline and does not let this Isis be a factor in the fight at all. Dimmy does take Zapman up to the sky, but Belair still is on Prime duty way in the backline. That means Dimmy gets absolutely no backup. Prime is running for his life. but I mean, how far can you really run? Paul is the one that gets the kill credit. That's all 3 Phoenixes down. 5 members of SK barreling down to the Titan room. Breeze and Spudio trying to keep out Cold in the upper bracket, but now Breeze been locked down, gets the dash off, but there's the cursed donk. Titan at half HP, at a quarter HP, and that'll do it for SK Gaming as they take down out Cold.
3 quick games. One in the middle kind of goes awry for SK Gaming, but games 1 and 3, especially if you eliminate the start of game 3, outside of that one engagement that goes really, really well for Out Cold,
Yeah.
SK Gaming dominated that game 3. It really didn't feel particularly close. I agree. I think Out Cold had a good opportunity. They had a window to win that game 3. They get 3 kills at level 1s and 2. They kill the mid 3v3 all by themselves. Don't lose anybody. And then they do nothing.
They watched
Yeah.
as SK climb right back into relevance towards the end of that game. It's still tough. I think that aura for SK is certainly still there, though probably a little bit diminished after that game 2 loss because that one was a bit rough. But for the most part, SK have come out and put everyone else on notice. This is the team that you all are measuring yourselves against and trying to beat right now, and they look plenty tough.
Look, Frostyak Susano won games at the SPL level over and over and over again last year.
Sure.
It's not a surprise that a team as good as SK Gaming can lose to Frostyak having a good game and Breeze having a good game alongside it. I don't think it really changes that much for the trajectory of either of these teams. I still expect Out Cold to struggle whenever Frostyak doesn't get that Susano.
Sure.
And I still expect SK to do very well this week.
Congrats to the fellas of SK Gaming for grabbing this win and moving on that upper bracket. Be a quick break. We'll be right back with more Desk and the interview.
And just like that, the Pro League team puts it together and professionally takes the win. SK Gaming, 2 games over 1. Out Cold do put up a fight, but Anatoly, this one I think proved just how strong SK Gaming can be. Game number 2 was obviously a win in the other direction, but I think looking at the way game 1 went and the way game 3 was sort of an answer back, I think that's really what you've got to internalize.
SK Gaming was definitely tested this entire set, especially in the beginning of game number 3 when they lost 3 members to start things off because of Frosty Axe invade at level 1 at the red buff. He was able to strip that one away, hit level 2 over Sanford Soccer, and was able to help Pretty Prime on the Isis get the kills. But then the rotation from Zapman as well, the 4-man collapse onto both Pretty Prime and I believe onto Frostiak gave SK Gaming some more life going into game 3.
Absolutely. You know, we saw the correct bans coming out. No Susano for the jungler. That was pretty intense. Keep Breeze off of that Cirquette. And then all of a sudden, Sanford Soccer, 1 kill, but 8 assists. And that kind of set up his teammates to do the work. Belair shows up, stands up strong, and makes the big moves as well.
Yeah, nothing Sam could do about that spirit ball early on, but then also a lot of credit to Belair on this Camazotz. Great presence from him throughout the game. He made a sick play around this blue buff, and this was all OCG early game.
Exactly. This was where OCG was actually able to make the impact. 3 kills in a row there, but it felt like they just put everything into that triple kill and nothing after the fact. Out Cold was obviously able to find a kill or 2 after, but it was all SK from there. Big team play.
Their synergy started to really show once the Xingqian ultimate caught out Breeze and Dimmy before they used any sort of their CC immunities to follow up with the Petrify from Zapman. You could tell the teamwork there. And then even some of the solo work out of Belair. This was that 1 triple kill around the blue buff.
Yeah, looking for the individual kills, the jump and the basics, and well, everything else. Belair has not been as inconsistent as Frostiak is kind of the king of that, but I think what Belair has done on land has been rather impressive.
That play right there. Shing Chen ultimate, petrify. Nothing for Frostiak to do. He was just a little bit too late to that party. The front line collapses from Out Cold Gaming. SK just run through that tier 2 tower.
Paul, Persephone. That's just what my notes say. No, for real.
No, honestly, yeah. That was a great solo kill from Paul onto Pretty Prime's Isis, hitting that grasping death from a distance, but not just for the damage and the kill potential, but also ways to shut down Breeze. Every time he would go in and be aggressive on the Horus to dash in, to look for the stun, look for the knockup, he was met with that crippling grasping death. Couldn't do anything about the Persephone from Paul.
Got to see a couple of big ultimates from Zapman as well. The Medusa certainly putting in the work here. Fantastic, fantastic game from SK Gaming. As you would expect them to kind of bounce back after a game number 2, figure out what went awry, shape it up, ship it out, and then find the victory here. So a pleasure to kind of watch SK Gaming go ahead and do what they can. We've got Zapman and Sam for Soccer standing by. Let's see what they have to say.
Guys, congratulations on your win. Game 1, 19-0. Don't get killed once. Then game 2, Neil misses the stun on Speed. Speed gets stolen. It all kind of goes from there. Were you guys frustrated at all during game 2? What was the team mentality like at that point?
I would say we were definitely frustrated. I know I was, because those kind of 50-50 plays kind of can lose a game. Normally good teams, after they win that kind of play, they do what Frostiak did. They invade our backs. Sam stays level 1. If you contest, you don't get ahead. So losing that 50-50 kind of just like put a bad taste in our mouth, and it was just hard to come back from that.
Well, even in game 3, it was a bit of a rough start, right? Because that's where you all get 3-0'd. But it really felt like they didn't have a way to capitalize on that pressure. What was it that you all did to not let them, turn that 3-0 start into a bigger lead?
Well, it was basically just the one fight it was kind of like Oracle / the Red.
Yeah.
I guess I was able to get a 2-man Hun battle, and everybody just went in off that. We got 2 free kills, and that just kind of put us right back in it. So, yeah.
I mean, you guys come into this tournament as the top seed. You guys made a placement week run last year. How much are you leaning on that experience this year to feel like you guys are one of the favorites here?
I mean, it's already better than last year, because last year we lost the first game. So, thank you. We won the first game, and I feel like it's only up and up from here. We know we got to keep it clean against every team. Every team can play well. Every team knows how to capitalize on mistakes. So for here on out, we're just going to keep trying to play well, keep trying to play clean and disciplined.
Well, you all are actually the first SPL win, I believe, right? The other 2 teams, Space Station, had dropped down, as did Obey. Does that weigh on you all at all? Do you feel like you're carrying any torch for the SPL at all, or does it just kind of show you that the whole pool is this good at this point?
Yeah, I don't think it puts any extra weight on us in any way. I mean, I guess it just shows that everybody's pretty strong. Everybody has the capability of winning. But, yeah, I mean, we're just doing our own thing still. It doesn't really affect us.
Sam, I think towards the back half of Phase 2, your level of play really stepped up. Do you feel that same way? Do you feel like you're playing at a higher level now than you were earlier on in the year?
Yeah, I think I'd say so. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm playing a lot stronger, but still made some pretty bad mistakes today, so just got to try to improve.
All right, congratulations on the win here, SK. Looking forward to seeing y'all up here a couple more times throughout the rest of the week. We still got plenty more coming, though. We'll be right back with y'all in just a few minutes.
So I'm going to sit here. Oh, glasses on. Look at that. That's something. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, we're shot from the tie up, so that's what matters. Can you do me a favor? On your computer, let's open up Google, and I want you to Google landscapes. We need a background. Yeah, I like that tree. No, that's not a tree. The Lion King tree. That one. Man, you're really messing up here. I don't know why we got you for graphics at all. Can you Google? You know what? Google aggro. Just like aggro SMITE. Yeah, there you go. That's an ugly picture. Put that up in the background. Awesome. Yeah, that's fantastic. That's good enough. Now, I wanted to ask you first and foremost, welcome to the show. My name's Tom Banninger, and we're here with Tiny Desk. I'm joined by
Amanda.
High-res cool cat, apparently, with the glasses.
Yeah, too cool for school.
Watch out. Do you have problems with your eyes?
Only when I look at you.
Everyone says that. Can we actually cut that part out? She needs to be nice to me on this production thing now. I'm not a fan of this, but that's okay. Anyway, High-Res Expo. Talk to me about why it's cool, I guess.
Well, first of all, we're going to be there, the community team, hanging out with the community, doing our thing. There's going to be a really cool cosplay contest. You'll want to check those out. There's really
Do you cosplay?
from time to time.
Are you good at it?
I'm a novice.
So beginner's luck is what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. We need more stuff for the segment. Okay. Just pretend like I asked you 2 really good questions and answer them.
Yeah, I did see you in the Umbrella Academy. It was a really good show.
I got lost in the future. That was, sick reference, bro. All right. I'm kind of liking this interview one more time. What was your favorite part of the Umbrella Academy?
When you had the doll from the future.
Okay. All right. About that one. I think that's where we're going to, I don't like this one again. So yeah, whatever you were saying before, like one reason to come to High-Res Expo or your favorite moment or just fill 30 seconds.
Yeah, so make sure you come watch esports. Esports is important. Embrace esports. And also check out all the cool activities and make sure you check out these really cool casters that we have. Yeah, okay. And make sure you check out all the cool secret stuff that will be revealed there. Secrets.
Sick, you done? Are you done? Okay, awesome. Sweet, that's it. What's your name again?
Amanda, and I go by High-Res Romanova on Twitter.
Awesome, look at that. Where can they find you? Already answered my question where they can find you on Twitter.
Beat you to the punch.
Yeah, do me a favor. Are we cutting to break or are we ending the show? It's a break thing. Say cut to break like you're good at this.
Cut to break.
That's not good. We'll see you next time. Tune in or be there. HighRiseExpo.com. You can grab your own tickets to the World Championships DreamHack. It's going to be a blast. It is every single year. Zeros has been there a couple of years, right?
I've been there a couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, you like the World Championships?
I like the World Championship, I do.
Well, this time around, Zero's going to be on my team. Not a player, not a coach, but on the desk. How you doing today, man?
I got to sleep in today, so I'm feeling real good now, actually.
This time around, we'll wake you up early tomorrow. Don't worry. Zero's getting ready for this one, though. We've got LG in front of us versus Hype Unit, the minor league version, and they've got a full team as well.
Yeah, Russian Puppy is back. I don't know if that's a good thing, though. Young lad yesterday looked pretty insane, but we'll see.
It is true. Young lad kind of put out his best stuff, otherwise known as iFates. I don't know why these players changed their name, but intelligence is really what they lean on. Russian Poppy is going to be here, and he'll be picking up the reins as he has all throughout the regular season. LG, a team on the bottom end of the SMITE Pro League, but a team that has been trending upwards as well. Hype Unit SML, what can you tell us about this team?
About LG or Hype Unit SML?
This team right here.
Yeah, Hype Unit SML. Looked really good yesterday. I think they were against a rival console league team yesterday, so it's kind of hard to tell if Hype Unit was just really good or if they were just like a lot better than the rival console team. Because rival console team has not looked too great so far, in my opinion at least. But like Hype Unit here looked insane yesterday. We saw Mollusk like 1v3 or 1v4 or whatever it was on that Willis. So like I expect big things from them.
Yeah, they played yesterday sort of like a ranked game, just real easy for Hype Unit, able to come in and just dismantle their opposition. LG will be quite a different story. I think LG, SK Gaming is a lot of the fan favorites coming into this one, but I think LG quietly became one of the teams to look at towards the end of the season and continues to be that team into placements.
Yeah, like LG, I think they could probably make a big statement here in the first game if they play really well. They're one team. I feel like a lot of the bottom SPL team has been like in phase 1 they looked really bad, then some roster changes happened and they made some new stuff happening in the teams, and like in the second phase they've been looking a lot better. So LG is definitely one of them teams that could potentially be really good.
One of the big stopping points here for Hype Unit in the way of LG is going to be their jungler, the Mollusk right there. He is going to be a big part right there. He's confident, as he says there's going to be an L across the way. It's going to be interesting if that's the case. The Mollusk, we'll see what he's able to do there if he can get his 1 versus 3. But like I said, it'll be a taller task against this squad, Snoopy and Ionic and Lasbra, etc. This is one of the stronger teams.
Yeah, for sure. Always fun to watch this team as well. One thing that I really love about this team is Joshi and Snoopy, right? They can switch lanes from mid to the duo lane. And like, because you have Snoopy playing the set ADC Tamtas, which like it's kind of you have to ban, right? So like these guys can switch around, so you never know what this team's gonna play.
Zelia here, veteran player in the short lane. The solo player has certainly had his time in the sun, and here representing Luminosity, just another LAN for Zelia.
The season went relatively poorly. The split itself went a lot better than expected. I think the team just works a lot better together, and we practice better. Because we did get those wins against like United early on, we got better scrims as well, which helps a lot. I don't think we quite have an identity yet. Hopefully that'll form during qualifiers and get it all sorted out. I think overall it could be a good thing for sure going into Worlds. It's extra practice under pressure, which is nice. I think the mentality will be a lot better if we do well in placements, like we'll have a really good mentality going into Worlds, and perhaps a meta will form during placements that will help us in Worlds. So there's a lot of good things about it too. If we can be consistent, which I think has been the main problem, if we can get through the early game, I think we're completely fine. So as long as we handle the more wildcat strategies, I guess, I think we'll be good. If we do end up losing to them, there's always the loser bracket, so the pressure isn't too high either. So I think as long as we don't make some pretty big mistakes, we should be okay. We've done very little research into all the console teams because overall we don't even know which console team we'll face till like the weekend before. So we kind of just want to wait, see who we're up against, and then focus on it a little. And we get to see basically 2 games of the console teams if they do end up winning. So like we're waiting with that. I think it'd be a lot easier for us to play Obey simply because of the practice we've had against them. Like, we've played them a decent amount of times in both scrims and SPL itself, so we know kind of what they want. They could still pull out some things, but overall we have a better idea. So I think they'd be easier for us. Of course, we'd also be easier for them, but I'd still prefer playing them, I think.
Zelia has always been an interesting mind, playing some oddball choices here. You've got a lot of time around Zelia. What can you say about this young man?
Oh, I feel like he's one of the soul laner that, like, he definitely has an identity where, like, he usually don't play the meta stuff too much, or hasn't in the past. I guess as of late he's kind of gone back to the Amaterasu and the Jorm a little bit, which is meta now. But I feel like he's kind of a weird soul laner where you're never really sure what he's gonna play.
Well, we'll jump into picks and bans here and see exactly what he's going to play. We don't have to guess if we get to see. LG and Hype Unit. LG will have that first selection. Whether they're going to select Zelia's choice right away is up in the air. The bans immediately coming out, though, no Ratatasker, and that's looking directly in the jungle at the Mollusk.
Yeah, must be some kind of focus ban for Mollusk, I suppose. You don't never know with Rat, because Rat is a god you can flex as well in very many different roles, so...
Rat is, when you look at Mollusk, that is one of his premier gods. We've seen a number of bans versus this team in the jungle. Ratatasker, most notably, in the Circuit, will follow up as well. Hype Unit, on the other hand, Persephone.
Yeah, expect to see the Isis here as well.
The Thoth.
The Thoth is kind of, we don't see that ban too much anymore, and like, it does get played sometimes, but not too often, so, but then again, probably expect an Isis ban from Hype Unit. Yeah,
LG certainly have the, the Thoth in their arsenal. Now it's LG's turn. They're going to select Amaterasu or Isis, and Isis will be the choice.
That is kind of weird. I think the last SPL game that LG played, Snoopy was on the Isis, and he hard carried that game. So I don't know why Hype decided to give the Isis away. Maybe they have a good answer to it.
Well, Amaterasu is going to be the answer, and Hype think we can outplay the Isis. Hunbats will be the choice here for the Mollusk. He played this very well last time we saw LG take the battlefield. Or excuse me, last time we saw Hype take the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, both of these Amaterasu and Hunbats could pretty good at diving the Isis, right? But then again, Isis is so good at peeling for herself with her ult and her silence and her stun and stuff. So.
Erlang, Shen, and the Jormungandr. Jorm is something that Zelia has really enjoyed playing a lot of. And the Erlang Shen will be a clean choice as well. But Hype Unit gonna go with the Oleron.
Like that. Jorm is pretty good against Oleron, but Erlang can't really. If Erlang is in the Oleron ult, what does he really do? He can beat. That's the only thing. Then he's stuck in there. So like, if he can't get out of the Oleron ult with his beats, he's in a really bad position.
Yeah, Erlang can definitely fall victim to what Oleron's trying to do here. And so Hype Unit, after picking the Oleron, will ban out the Guan Yu, the character that does very well against Oleron. Can just drive right on through the field, across the way. LG say no Uller, and Hype gonna ban out the Pele as well. An interesting ban again coming out from Hype Unit.
Yeah, that's like, I feel like that's a last bra pick though. Like, he's been playing a lot of Pele through the years. He's been playing competitive jungle, so I can definitely see why they ban Pele.
One more ban left in our second phase. Amaterasu, Hunbats, and Oleron selected, so a support ban might not be so bad. And Xing Chen has been one of the more really powerful characters this time around, and Xing Chen does well against Oleron, so Hype Unit might be extra eager to select it. Jing Wei, however, will be the choice for Hype.
I said really smart when they banned Xingtian, but I thought it was Hype banning Xingtian, because Xingtian is really good against Oleron, so actually kind of weird to see LG ban it now when I think about it.
Well, I think LG wound up banning it because they just didn't want to play against it, with Hype getting the first pick, you know?
Yeah, maybe they expected them to pick it because they did have next pick. That could be true.
Susano, Lasbra. Oh, he shaved the mustache for a while. Susano and Lasbra had the same facial hair going on. And there was something to be said there. But recently, shaving the mustache, they no longer match. But Susano is a match for Lasbra, one of his more powerful choices. Ganesh, though, a nice answer to Susano. Multi-hit character. Won't be able to do that if he's silenced.
Yeah. Fun discussion to have against Susano. I feel like he's on the rise as of late. I feel like it has a lot to do with the new Heartseeker coming into the game. So good on Susano, procs it on all of his 4 abilities. so much damage in the late game now, has to Susano, so it's gonna be fun to see. You saw it got banned against Frostiak so many times, and he got it one game and they won that game, so.
Frostiak just might be the best Susano. Number 2 could be Lasper. Very, very close there. Again, I don't know. We'll see if the mustache shave is good or bad for him, because if you're gonna match your character, man, you're good at Thoth, right?
Yeah. Do I look like Thoth? Is that what you say?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh,
I didn't say
on.
that. Well, we're game 1, and I'm roasting my analyst already. Welcome to the desk here, Zeros.
I'm used to it by this point, so.
LG and Hype Unit zoomed out real quick. Take a look at these compositions. LG, they've got ISIS, which always makes you think team fight.
Yeah.
When you look across the way, Hype Unit, great answers to team fights. I love Hunbats and Oleron.
Yeah.
Who's the stronger team here?
It's a very hard. I think if LG can get off to a good early game, I think they can probably snowball this game pretty hard. The fact that ISIS is so good at securing objectives, and she's also really strong early game, so I think if LG has a good start, I would give it to them. But then the team fight from Oleron, Bats, and Amaterasu, there's nothing to joke about either.
Exactly. This is going to be very important for LG to pick and choose their battles. Hype Unit's going to come in here with a lot of tools for a lot of different moments. The answer back for when LG decides to go ahead and jump in. It'll be up to Hype Unit to drop the Fear No Evil, or the Oleron Ultimate, or the Amaterasu Ultimate. A lot of choices here. We're going to go right over to Hindu Man.
Thanks so much, Finch. Finch, F. Dot and Zeros. Wow, that was a roast to Finch, I guess, in that situation. LG versus Hype Unit is what we're going to get to see here. Hype Unit's draft is really low pressure in this early game. They're really going to have to rely a lot, I feel, on this Humbats in the early game.
That's the one sacrifice you make when you draft in the Amaterasu. You're looking for that late game power, so you compensate by picking up the Hunbats, by picking up the Oleron and the Ganesh. Great team fight and control. And then you got mobility now from Russian Poppy. No longer is it Young Lad today.
No Young Lad today. Russian Poppy back in action, and the build's coming through thick and fast. LG here at the moment. Going to be looking for an early group up, as you can see on the screen there. It's pause, by the way, just so you all know. It's not a crash. Silly Twitch chat. It's not the way it's going to be. At least, I say that now. Cast a curse coming.
Yeah, I gave too much credit to Predators and then also to another SPL team that crashed. Like, I thought Space Station Gaming was going to flourish, but they're already knocked down to the lower bracket, and I get the Caster's Curse already. But LG's draft dictates this early aggression. ISIS, Erlang Shen, great crowd control from them between the pin and the stun, and then Lasper to follow up. So makes sense as to why they're kind of jockeying for positioning and dropping some wards.
Bit of aggression coming out from Hype Unit on this right-hand side, as you see Gamma dropping a deep ward near the speed buff, but Mollusk in mid, getting zoned away by Ionic on that Erlang Shen in this early stages. Funny enough, the Desk was talking a lot about LG and the fact Snoopy and Joshi can both intermingle to an extent, playing Hunters and Mages respectfully, and even switch roles. I think the same can be said for Benny Q and Sops. They've both got a pretty eclectic god pool.
Makes it difficult to really pinpoint the drafting ideas for both of those teams as a result. Ionic very close to stripping away that speed buff, but at the end of the day, Mollusk does get it. Takes a lot of poke though in return.
Yeah, just trying to slow them down more than anything else, but as you said, Mollusk did end up getting his speed, and that's quite important for him there. As Snoopy on this Isis in the mid lane. A lot of rise of Isis this year. Obviously, she's got a lot of buffs this year, and slow but steady buffs, I'll say. And then since then, a lot of bans. But as we get deeper into the tournament, this is where you start to see some of the regular bans brought into play as people focus out pocket picks.
I mean, we saw Persephone last set in the final game for Paul out of SK Gaming, so we definitely will see a shift in the meta in these best of threes. So far, to start off placements, we're only in day number 2 with some of these high-quality picks going through.
Well, at the moment, Hype Unit pressuring the left-hand side. Here's the Spirit Ball, hits Sops in the mid lane. Snoopy whacking away with those basic attacks there. And obviously the chain does bonus damage on that last shot too, which will whittle down those potions that Sops has available to him. A lot of focus from LG though, and the 2-2 split, they've left Joshi on his own on an island in this duo lane and having Ionic and Snoopy. No real surprises to see these two be in the core in the middle lane for now.
Yeah, dating back to before Season 1 when they were on Cognitive Red together, and I think they were on another team before that. I forgot the name, as they have a lot of experience together back in 2014, so a lot of synergy there. Support now Ionic still, whereas Snoopy was Hunter back then in the same lane as Ionic. Transitioning very well to mid thus far, playing a lot of mages and hunters still.
Well, the game plan from LG will be trying to get a nice lead early on, while these Hype Unit members take a little bit longer to farm up and get some itemization online, specifically with the Jing Wei and the Oleron. Now their objective control can be stronger as the game goes on, But in the early stages, this should be where LG try and establish a good lead.
They definitely should, with Ionic playing a hyper-aggressive Erlang Shen. He's basically buying time for Lasbra to do the sneaky tactic. It's a 1-minute respawn for those back camps, so if you can strip that away from your enemy, it's not as much of a benefit for you to receive that golden experience. It's more about denying them that kind of opportunity, because invading before the level 15-minute mark, that hidden mechanic, you're not receiving the full amount, but you are denying the full amount to your opposition.
Already, though, 600 gold lead for LG as it stands. Buffs coming back up on LG's side of the map. And Hype Unit started to group up around this red buff, but Ionic's already here, and now Snoopy making the rotation back from the left-hand side. Looks for the silence and the Spirit Ball on Mollis, which does connect. But the buff is stolen by Hype Unit, and immediately it's time to get away from danger.
Great recognition from Hype Unit. That's the second successful red buff invade at LG. They don't want to give this up for free. They're looking for subs.
They're looking for poke more than anything else. I don't see them overcommitting on these health bars from Hype Unit. They chip them down to half, but more importantly, they get the farm.
Hard to confirm when Ionic already used a blink. Also difficult to confirm any kill on a Xingwei, whether it's the long lane or the mid lane. Solo lane action, though. Looks like Xaylia was able to successfully secure that blue buff invade, which really hurts Russian Poppy with a 2-level deficit.
Russian Poppy just trying to answer back now. His first game today for Russian Poppy. Obviously didn't play yesterday, was a young lad. I do mention that in the fact that, well, it takes a bit of time to warm up on LAN 2 sometimes. This is going to be his first game, so it may take him a minute or two to just find the pace today.
And that's why I think he's playing more of a late-game warrior on this Amaterasu. You're just farming early game. You're not going to make the impact before level 12 realistically without your Divine Presence aura being maxed out. So you're kind of cooking in the oven until your team is looking to snack on you.
It's very interesting to see how Hype Unit play this today, because yesterday they were having a lot of fun with their picks and bans, I feel, and then some of their game plans. But today, very much a business composition they've put together, but a very late game one. Still concerning me. I just wonder when we'll see LG start to turn their attention towards the neutral objectives like the Gold Fury. Obviously, it doesn't spawn until 5 minutes in, but Isis is one of the greatest at helping to burst that down quickly.
With the Circle of Protection, you can mitigate a lot of that damage. Benigyu, though, a little bit of trouble.
He has to use the ultimate. Joshi just avoided. Ionic not too worried about taking a bit of poke there. They don't continue the aggression on Benigyu. Happy with the result of just getting the ultimate off.
They didn't really commit much of anything. Ionic didn't have Blink available anyway. He's level 4, so he doesn't even have 9 turns blessing, whether or not he wanted to use it. But Hype Unit got 2 red buff invades earlier.
But Snoopy just Spirit Balls Gamma's face. The silence after the fact is now on cooldown, and the Circle of Protection will heal him back up, and Gamma's health bar drops to 0. First blood for Joshi, as now Sops tries to get away, but the blinking from Lasbra, he's low on mana, but the chase is still good.
What a patient teleport from the Jester. He goes past that persistent Gus as Benigyu takes out Ionic, being a little bit too aggressive. Both supports falling because they kind of funneled through these corridors too deep without any real escape plan.
Credit where it's due to Benigyu, though. He did very good zone work on the tail end to get Sops out of danger there. That knockback is what really set Ionic up to be in a very bad spot. As now Russian Poppy trying to battle for his own blue buff. Will secure it this time, but it does come at the cost of his ultimate.
It is a little bit of a short cooldown, so not too worried for Russian Poppy. As long as he gets the gold and the experience, he'll still transition comfortably in this late game. But I'm looking back to that last team fight. Hype Unit, so consistent with their game plan. That was the 3rd attempt at the red buff invade, and they are 3 for 3 at stripping it away. Not only do they deny the golden experience, but the extra power that either Snoopy or Joshi can have with that red buff could help them control their lane matchup a little bit more and maybe look for some counter invades, but that's not the case so far.
Poppy getting pressured under his tier 1 tower and will dash away just in time as Lasbra arrived on the scene to look to clean up a kill there. We both knew the Russian Poppy's ult was on cooldown. So not a bad window there. Instead, they'll look for the Totem Coup on this left-hand side as Lasbra whittles it down for the time being. Only 1-1, but that first blood going to Joshi, is that going to be an important factor here?
A little bit, considering he's trying to rush those Devil Gloves, so any extra gold bounty you can get will go a long way, especially when Benigyu doesn't have his heal maxed out quite yet. Looking for the damage on his lane clear abilities instead, more using that ability, the healing rather, for peeling in the late game as opposed to putting pressure in there early.
I guess when I think about it more, Benigyu did get the response kill, so his deficit isn't as big as it may have been. after that first blood bounty. Mollis now paying some attention to this left-hand side because the red buff is now spawning again. Ionic there in action, but dropped into the stasis field. And in the sky and landing circle of protection there to keep him up as long as possible. Not long enough. Another kill now for Hype Unit, but Benny Q will be punished for his discretions. Snoopy goes down though as the dance continues, and now Josh is in no man's land, looking to get back to his tower. And will do so, but it does cost him his beads.
Hype Unit not able to strip away the red buff this time around, but they got the better end of that trade. A 2-for-1 and an important kill onto Benny Q, last but not done.
Not when Sop's now out of mana after that jet stream away. Sorry, not the jet stream, but the agility away there. Just read the situation wrong. Lasper's presence of mind in that angle was perfect. He steps on a ward and was punished for it.
A very opportunistic jungler is Lasper, and honestly, so is Mollusk. Former LG jungler against current LG jungler. A lot of blood between these two players.
Mollusk low on mana, so is Gamma, but they're both still trying to chase towards Lasper and Ionic respectfully, but they've got to be a little bit careful because Snoopy's back in action in the mid lane. Left-hand Harpies go the way of LG. And even though we've seen these red buff invades be successful from Hype Unit, the gold deficit is just slowly growing in favor of LG.
It really is, and with that death from Benny Q, that allowed Joshi to get back into the experience category because he was level 7 when Benny Q was level 9 during that 4th red buff attempt, and that was a great rotation from Joshi. Benny Q was kind of in the middle of a circle of protection. He used his Sanctified Field aggressively when he was in the middle of the action, and as a backline, mage as a backline, hunter in general, you can't be that far forward when the god you're playing doesn't have a jump or a dash to get away.
It's a bit awkward though if you're going to be invading the red consistently, because now LG are going to telegraph that. Is there anywhere else in the map they could look to swing at this moment? I mean, there's no pyro up, so it makes it a bit trickier, right?
You can kind of bait them out a little bit by thinking you're going to invade the red buff instead, and
Cheeky gold maybe?
looking for something else. Maybe Pyromancer.
Getting aggressive with Snoopy in the mid lane. Sops falls to airstrike away to safety. Round the back to the Fear Weevil. There's putting pressure on Ionic and Snoopy took a ton of damage from the Dharmic Pillars. And a Ganesha got a kill?
And
what world am I living in?
Yeah, and then Joshi even getting a kill onto Mollusk on the left side mid camps, chasing the monkey the whole entire time. LG just want the blood of Hype Unit this entire beginning of the game.
It was very aggressive from Snoopy and Ionic in mid, but they thought they could just handle the aggression that was coming out. I do say Mollusk Fear Evil round the back prevented a lot of turnaround potential for LG there and separated any reinforcements coming through.
This is the power of Chernobog, honestly. Using that Living Nightmare, he rotates faster than Benny Q. This forces Mollusk to reposition himself in the team fight. He was retreating more in that team fight than he was assisting in the damage category.
Keep an eye on Zalia though, who's now developed a 2-level lead with all this pressure on Russian Pappy. It's the first time Hype Unit have tried to help him out on this right-hand side to get that blue buff, and he will secure it because of Gamma's help there. But this lead that we're seeing from Zalia, it needs to start transitioning to helping out the rest of the team, I'd say, as this one goes on to provide this extra bit of help.
It's just a matchup, unfortunately, not because of Jormungandr wins so heavily against Amaterasu, but it's the magical damage dealing Guardian versus the physical damage Warrior. Jade Emperor's Crown favors Zalia, or rather any magical Guardian, in the solo lane matchup as opposed to Russian Boots or any other bridge item that most Warriors go for. Like, you can't really go for Gladiator Shield or Berserker Shield against a Guardian because you're going to be suffering to the lack of physical power, the minus 30 power from Jade Emperor's Crown, the penetration from Shoes of Magi, Russian Poppy getting closer to the point where he's going to have sustain once he maxes out as one, but right now he doesn't have that available.
Zalia got a really nice window there. You saw him push Russian Pappy back to base, but Russian Pappy does not have the teleport available, so it gives Zalia that window to TP back himself with his being up. Get some extra items online, more than likely an Ethereal Staff coming up here, or potentially the Gem of Isolation. And he may still even get time for the Tier 1, but Benny Q could be in trouble here.
Definitely going to use the beads and the ultimate. Could be a turnaround onto Ionic that already invested his own ultimate.
Good Fear Weevil from Mollusk, just pushing him into the wall, and now Russian Pappy with no Tier 1 tower. Lasper realized there was a kill potential here. It's a good opportunity. Is Mollusk doing the Gold Fury right now? He is, you know, and I think this is a good call from Hype Unit, as Russian Pappy is buying a ton of time.
The spit from Zalia does secure the kill. Dharmic Pillars right on the edge of the Gold Fury, but look at the rotation. It's just not existent from LG.
Yeah, great call from Hype Unit there, that Gold Fury. Russian Pappy did everything he could to just buy as much time as possible, keeping Lasper trapped there, and nobody else from LG could be around, specifically with Ionic already being dead in that situation. Hype Unit make the best of a tricky situation. They are still down, though. 3,000 gold.
Yeah, but if they don't secure that gold Fury and LG does, that 3,000 deficit could easily transition into a 5,000 deficit. So I like this play from Hype Unit. Very experienced players individually between the 5 of them now collaborating together to make that kind of a call. Just goes to show the synergy that they have despite being a minor league team.
Stops looking for cheeky steal, won't find it. Did invest the airstrike, and has to be careful about his escape plan there. Pin connection Ionic. But after the fact, LG were already on the disengage. Lasper and Snoopy going back to farm, so I didn't think they would see any more pressure there. But a good opportunity for LG just to find a small answer back in that scenario.
For Russian Poppy to be able to come back into the placements. Your first day, your first game, you have a 3-level deficit. Not the favorable matchup for Russian Poppy, but still a lot of hope for him if he can make it to this late game. It's important for Hype Unit to stop LG from being successful in the aggression. Drop some wards and reposition yourself once you see LG come.
Yeah, the lead isn't crazy from LG at the moment, though, so Hype Unit will feel a bit confident as this game continues. The late game, as we've mentioned quite a few times, is a lot more potent than in the early stages here. But I will say LG so far haven't really been too troubled. If you look at where the deaths have come, it's been on Snoopy and Ionic, whereas the other 3 members are doing very well for themselves. Lasper with a level lead, Joshi with one as well, and well, more than a level lead now for Zalia in this solo lane. I would like to see this solo lane rotate soon, though, somewhere, but at the moment it may be a bit tricky. I say that, this is a big fight in mid.
Sobs forced to use the beats, Joshi with a living nightmare. Sobs rooted in place, Zalia cleaning him up.
And now Gamma turns up, drops the Darming Pillars. Snoopy takes a ton of poke, has to use the beads. Nice up down from Zalia with the tail end of his Will Serpent, but Joshi got himself in trouble. Luckily enough, the circle of protection was there, and it's Gamma that gets punished. Mollis finally drops the Fear No Evil, but it's not going to be for anything helpful. And that stasis field from Benicue is more a separator. Round the back, Russian Poppy, though, he could make a big difference.
Oh, Mollis get no man's land. He gets silenced. Russian Poppy looking for that dazzling offensive, but he misses the second and third around the corner. Couldn't curve that ability. And this is LG playing numbers better than Hype Unit. Very late to the party was Russian Poppy and Mollusk. Sops dies too early, and you can't really blame Russian Poppy for not rotating. He's so far behind, and with this deficit, you have to sit back and farm just to play catch up. And LG just got caught slipping from Sops.
Yeah, Luminosity, you definitely get a team that when it comes to team fights, they're not clean in the team fights, but they're very good at dealing with disorganized function, is the best way I can put this. They can deal with the situations where they are down or the things didn't go right in those team fights. They can play the sporadic ones a lot better. And that's one of the options there that you saw in that mid lane area.
I like to call it organized chaos, like traffic in New York City at the end of the day, as how LG is playing these team fights. So it is going to be the E-Staff out of Zalia now rushing into some magical defense. And this is a good call from him to be able to make these rotations. There's no tier 1 tower for you to crumble anyway, so this is the point in time where you have to be omnipresent all over the map. Fury respawning in a minute and a half, and that's when Zalia is going to put another statement on this game.
This is where it gets trickier trying to find kills here, because a lot is not really available for them to take. Just this tier 1 tower on the left-hand side is really susceptible to some damage, and that's why you can see Lasbra hanging around here, trying to get some pressure going with a pick potentially. Benicue's ult still on cooldown. They know the Aegis is down too, and here we go. Look towards Benicue. The knockback helped him for a second, but the pin will keep him in place. Mollusk was there, and the Fear No Evil was okay. It won't be enough to help out. Russian Poppy now teleports into this, and is trying to punish them for trying to walk back through the tier 1. Snoopy should be dead here.
Oh, he's using the Aegis, but he's the one taking the tower. He gets off the damage right before dying. Gamma's down to fall, and Zalia with the World Serpent.
And that's going to be a tier 1 tower. Sop's busy pushing. We'll get a tier 1 in mid lane. But a really good collapse. Snoopy's life for a tier 1, now a tier 2. Not a bad look at all. Teleport not available, however, for anyone from LG, so it's going to be Ionic back to base to try and make sure they don't end up losing a tier 2 in that middle lane. But this is just more bonus gold with this tier 2 on the left-hand side going down into the coffers of Luminosity.
I really thought Snoopy would die a lot sooner than he did, but that Breastplate of Valor that he picked up helped him survive a little bit longer, as well as the Aegis Relic consumption. So his Circle Protection made an impact. It allowed the timing of the rotation from Zalia to make the impact, and LG still utilizing the whole term strength in numbers. Hype Unit just can't coordinate themselves as fast as LG have this entire game.
And the level lead, realistically, it's only BettyQ that's equal pace with his lane opposition. Everybody else is behind at this moment in time. Those secondary relics are important too, and you can see the Sops. Has it level 13, needs to go to base to get his relic. More importantly, Gamma only being level 10 is pretty painful at 17 minutes in for a support. There's now the Oni Fury being set up by LG. It feels more like a trap than anything else here.
They're also kind of waiting for Lasper to finish clearing middle before he can make this rotation down, waiting for maybe the ultimate from Ionic and Zalia. Aegis not available for Snoopy or Joshi. A little risky to go for this Gold Fury without those relics.
Fury started. You saw Mollis trying to wrap around the back, but there is a ward there, so LG should know what's going on. Ionic trying to keep Rush and Papi busy for the time being, keep them in combat. Spirit Ball comes through, and the silence after the fact is really shredding Rush and Papi's health. He pops the ult to stay alive. Snoopy using his own too for a defensive utility purpose. Spirit Ball and Mollis is good, but now Snoopy is isolated as the rest of LG go very deep. Ionic has fallen, but so has Snoopy. It's a 2-for-1.
Oh, Zalia now in a little bit of trouble. The consuming bellow not enough to save his life. Now it's Gamma on the run, looking for one as Lasper, looking for two potentially with Joshi.
That's the two Europeans left alive for LG. Now as Gamma trying to get away and weave, dodge, duck, dive, and dip back to base in that circumstance. Well, it ends up being a 3-for-3, junglers and hunters left alive.
Lasper, he knows! Oh, he couldn't get it. He knew exactly where Sops was back.
He had over half an hour to get away from that. No problem. No problem. Calculated. Come on, Tolly.
I got to give a lot of credit to Mollusk to start off that fight. Flanking behind the Gold Fury. He drops the Fear No Weevil right on top of Snoopy, and he forces that circle of protection defensively on top of the Isis instead of offensively where the rest of the team fight was happening. If Snoopy gets off the circle of protection on his own terms, I think LG handily win that fight. So this is something that Mollusk has to rinse and repeat. Force the ultimate in an unfavorable circumstance for Snoopy.
Completely agree. I like the Dharmic Pillars that came out from Gamma as well, because that really just created the space in the team fight that LG had a lot of trouble trying to wade through. The Fear No Weevil can cause problems with the being feared into it, being feared out of it when you don't want to. LG just off a bit more than they should have there, realistically. However, talking about biting off more than they should have, is this risky?
I would say so, but it's already less than half health, and no one from Hype Unit is even sniffing this one out.
Where is everyone on the map? Where is everyone on the map? Hype Unit now know where they all are. They're at the FG. They're only going to get hit by a Fear No Evil. A good reward for LG after getting a Fire Giant. Now they can go for a Pyro. They're not going to blink it and keep Mollusk busy. Might be able to solo him down. It is an Assassin versus a Warrior. It's level 13. Mollusk is still in trouble with no Fear No Evil here, and will need some help from Gamma and Sops. Ionic getting so aggressive while the rest of his team are on this tier 2 on the right.
He's being a mobile ward to see exactly how many members from Hype Unit are on the left side of the map. He sees 3 players there in middle. They see the Oleron on the left side, split pushing the tier 1 towers, so that means easily can LG secure the tier 2. And now with this wave, they could have looked for the Phoenix if they really wanted to, but instead playing it very safe. They saw what's been occurring so far in placements with all the SPL teams struggling against their minor league counterparts, so they don't want to fall victim to the Obey, the Space Station Gaming, in almost the same way SK lost in the previous set.
Definitely a different situation here, though, because these Hype Unit kids from the minor league, they play in the North American scene too, so they see them in the ranked games more often. They know what kind of play styles they have, and I think LG will play with a bit more gusto and confidence because of that. Now with that, it's 11,000 gold lead for LG. Fire Giant around their waist for about another 2.5 minutes or so. And all the towers being down, I guess it's time for the old classic, let's just go left lane and siege a Phoenix.
Yeah, probably a 4-1 split if I were to guess. Either Lasbra or Ionic is going to try to keep Mollusk busy in the mid lane to make sure that his Fear No Evil is not making the impact in these team fights. But with Snoopy having the circle of protection, 5 items deep for Zalia, it's looking like a clean attempt out of LG, especially when you have long-range poke, such as the Javelin Toss from Ionic, Spirit Ball from Snoopy, the Spits from Zalia is going to make a difference.
What a game from Lasbra, though. 7-0-6 here. Started the season, well, last season he started in the minor league and then got a chance to get to the pro level, had to play mid lane for a while, and an opportunity arises on LG that he grabs with both hands. and he's helping to lead this team to the promised land.
A part of 13 of his team's 16 kills. It's not just Frostiak that can play the Susanoo. Lasbra can do it as well, but it's important to see how LG can transition this lead into a
pressure
siege.
on Benny. Benny forced to beads. Ult from Russian Papi will peel away, and Zalia forced to beads too. Bad news bears, though, his Mollis popped the Fear Weave at the same time as the beads from Zalia. So that didn't work out as well as Hype Unit were hoping for on this defense, with 3 ultimates now on cooldown. Only a couple left standing. Sops getting it all in, has to airstrike away. That's another ultimate not available. Keep an eye on LG, meanwhile. Snoopy and Joshy still have theirs.
Sanctified Field being used, as is the Circle of Protection, landing from that World Serpent Azalea right on top of Russian Poppy, but he's in a little bit of trouble as Poppy.
More than a little bit of trouble, he's already dead. Spirit Ball ends the life of Gamma. Benny Q soon to follow as Ionic chases him down. And the wing just help from him, and Lasbra pick him up. Lasbra cuts down a second for a double kill, and into the Titan room go LG. Gotta juggle this a little bit carefully though, boys. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Molotov ult can't stop this. 1-0, nice and quick.
Very clean out of LG. 20-10 in less than 23 minutes of action. All smiles and laughter from Ionic and Lasbra after the game ends, and they need to win in this kind of a fashion because they need the confidence to be able to take on SK Gaming and Co.
Yeah, I really think it's Hype Unit's situation now to sit there and go, we've drafted so late game in this. The only pressure we could really have on this map was a Hun Bats. But even early game, Hun Bats does struggle a little bit through those early phases until his ultimate's up. They need some pressure somewhere. They had no pressure in any of those lanes.
They really didn't, and LG really exploited the Olaron in several instances. Between that tier 1, tier 2 tower, Benny Q was just nowhere to be found for assistance.
Game 1 in the books. Can LG take it 2-0, or will Hype Unit bounce back? We'll find out after the break.
Welcome back here, folks, and just like that, one game already down. LG illuminates the field and takes it. Zeros right next to me. 23 minutes of gameplay. Did that go as you expected?
I probably thought it'd be a little bit longer. I think I said 25 to you.
You did.
Just Lasbra putting on a clinic, and Zalia just being so big in the early mid game. I think the first time they were already ahead. He was like 1.5k ahead of the Amaterasu super early. Not sure really what happened there. Kind of weird with Amaterasu because we saw upgraded teleport early game, which I don't really see the reasoning for. I feel like that's 500 gold wasted, but yeah, Zalia got super big early game, and then they just controlled the game from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, the relic situation wasn't really... See that upgraded Ankh?
On whom?
On Hype Unit side? Yeah, everything... lot of question marks, like I'm the Riddler. No idea what's going on here with Hype Unit, but winning is not going on, that's for sure. The Mollusk right here had a great team fight, and still he wind up losing the team fight. Gold Fury goes the other way, and it winds up just allowing LG to continue to be successful. I mean, the problem here for Hype Unit is that it wasn't one-dimensional. A lot of times you go, all right, Lasbra went off, and we had to deal with it. Oh, okay, Zalia had a lead in our solo. Okay, we did terrible things with our okay, we did terrible things with our lead. The only thing that Hype Unit had going for them in game number 1 was the carry, and Benny Q didn't really do anything with it.
I think he did as much as he could, considering like how things were going for his team. Kind of interesting though. I feel like the early game they did have some decent fight. They were going for like the 2 or 3 first red buffs invades. Did Hype Unit. and like they traded evenly or even had, but like they just were so far behind anyway because this Amaterasu in the solo lane was struggling so much. And then like when Lasse started getting a few kills, you see here, he got so big. I don't know how many kills he ended on, but at one point I know he was 7-0 something. So just putting on a clinic on this Susano.
Yeah, great choice, great work here. He always has had a fantastic Susano, and here he's he heard some people talking about Frostiak, and he's like, whoa, hold up. We're going to bring this title a little closer to home and certainly put on a show here for Hype Unit as we try to find them. This was great. Look at this. Pool tick.
That's kind of unfortunate. You survived the initial damage from the one, and then you died from the passive pool damage. So kind of unfortunate, but I mean, that's bound to happen when the Jorm is that far ahead, I suppose.
See, this is an example of what I was talking about. A great fight from the Mollusk, but his teammates just were a little too far behind, as you said, down 5,000 at this moment to really make use of the ultimate. And here was kind of the last hurrah. We see what looks like a good fight for Hype Unit. They get 3, but unfortunately LG also get 3, mainly off the back of Lasbra. And then Gold Fury goes in the way of LG. And then finishing off here, this was Pop.
Yeah. That Gold Fury fight was kind of weird because I thought that Hype Unit was about to win it because you watched Ullaron was almost full health, and then Lasbra just comes in and one-shots him. And like they're in a winning position after that, so just great job by Lasbra in this game.
Is that a new haircut for Joshy down there?
I'm not sure. I don't remember how he looked last time I saw him.
Well, it looks like he dyed the hair. And yeah, look at this. It's a new hairdo for Joshy.
Looking slick.
Yeah, for real. You think that's why LG was so hot this game?
I mean, he was kind of, I wouldn't want to say he was invisible this game on the Chernobyl because he was super fat as well and did a lot of damage, but yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, I mean, that's the good thing about having a team like LG. When Lasbra's going absolutely off, when Zillya's absolutely controlling his lane, what is Joshy supposed to do? Everybody's already eaten. There's nothing left at the table because Zillia has had a big meal and the jungler also going to town.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, maybe not something they need to handle. Picks and bans for game number 2. Let's jump right on into it. We'll see where these teams go. LG on the first side. They'll have the first selection here. If I'm Hype Unit, am I banning the Susano?
Yeah, probably. Kind of weird, because since Hype Unit lost last game, they have the choice of sides, and they decide to go for second pick again, which is kind of weird. If they would have gone first pick, they could have done some more target bans towards LG, like the Susano, like the even Chernobyl, the Jorm.
That would have been a big choice. I mean, looking at Jorm, I think at one point there was a 4-level lead for Zillia on the Jormungandr.
Yeah, something like that. He was pretty big.
Hype Unit sticking to their bans, Persephone and the Tough. LG, on the other hand, again, sticking to their bans. No Ratatasker, no Circuit, and no Set. So very aggressive bans here by LG. They don't want to be walked on. And that was one of your stars from last game. Zillia certainly put on a big show. And, you know, Zillia, though not as inconsistent as Frostiak, Zillia has ups and downs as well. But when he's able to play like that, it's impressive.
Yeah, he looked amazing that game. But then again, he's against an Amaterasu that has upgraded TP level 1. I don't think he had any potions either. I really don't know what that level 1 started. Because we saw Amaterasu help with the speed buff level 1. So maybe he was planning on TPing to a ward or something and maybe ganking some other lane. I'm not sure. Maybe there was some other tactics behind that. But kind of weird. Like, Saley had such a free game last game.
Isis, the first selection here one more time for LG. That's really tough to look at if I'm Hype Unit. That's really tough to look at if I'm Hype Unit.
To be fair, though, I don't think the Isis had that much impact. They were pretty good at shutting down the Isis. They killed her a couple of times in the early game.
Man, I'm going to be the dumb one that's disagreeing with the pro player up here, but I loved what happened out of Isis. I think that Isis negated a lot of what we saw out of Oleron, specifically in the Siege. Oleron unrolled the curtain, unrolled the carpet, and then Snoopy was like, what if I say no? We see Hype Unit try and counterattack LG and dive them. Snoopy's like, what if I say no? I think the Isis was...
Yeah, it was definitely good, but then again, I'm thinking they're so far ahead everywhere, right?
That's fair.
So imagine if the Jorm wasn't that far ahead in the solo lane, and then, because they did, as I said, they did kill the Isis in the early mid game, and then if they had a solo lane that wasn't like more even with the Jorm, then maybe they could have made something happen, but who knows?
No, I feel you. Obviously, a lot of different variables come through to make the connect set, but a Amaterasu and a Gab next to the Isis, and all of a sudden, I don't think anybody's ever going to die on LG. Hype Unit across the way, snatch the Jormungandr, grab the Xing Chen, which I think Xing Chen will be the character to note of all of placements And a Shibalake, sure.
Yeah, Xingtian really good right now. Like, kind of does everything you want for a support, right?
Yeah.
Like, he can help out with wave clear, like obviously as his one hits the whole ability. Super mobile, can juke over abilities, has a lot of hard CC, does really well with blink as well. He can blink knock up, he can blink alt. Then again, Isis is pretty good against Xingtian. Like, Isis is immune to knock up and roots while she's in her one. So that's really good against the Xingtian, so.
I agree there. Shibalake, just a late game carry. Something that Benny Q likes to play, so we'll see if that works out in the long run. Hype Unit still looking in the jungle as LG have yet to select their jungle of choice, most likely. Doubt we're going to see Amy or Geb there. So the Susanoo is banned away from Lasbra, and that's our head-to-head matchup. Mollusk on the right, Lasbra on the left, and Mollusk giving a conversation here as to what he's going to ban.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not really sure. Maybe they look for another... Oh, that's the Pele again. Oh yeah, they banned Pele last game as well. As we mentioned last game as well, that is a pick that Lasbra really likes and has been playing a lot, so...
Hype Unit now waiting to see what LG will ban.
I wonder what they're looking for. I mean, they could ban another jungler too, I guess, but I don't know. Oh, this is gonna be the Poseidon. Interesting.
Poseidon is... That's a jungle ban. Mollusk likes his Poseidon jungle, so that's going to be banned away from him here. Hype Unit, and although I am a proponent of the Poseidon jungle, I specifically note that it's in this jungle's arsenal. I'm not just pushing my platform forward, just saying.
Yeah.
Hype Unit now on the clock. They need that jungler, and they need a mid laner, unless Shibalake finds himself there. Either way, they need a carry and a jungler. We're figuring that out right now.
Yeah, Hype could go a lot of ways with this draft because they have 2 Guardians already. Okay, they went for a traditional mage. I was thinking they could maybe go for a mage jungle and another hunter could have worked too because they already have double magical in the Jorm Xingtian, but it's gonna be the Kukulkan. Has a lot of setup with the Xingtian, so I like this Kukulkan pick.
One of the better mages right now with the change to how quickly you get caught up in the tornado. It's a lot of damage.
Can keep up with the Isis wave clear too, right? He clears so safe. He only one ability is all it takes for him to clear the full wave, so can keep up with the Isis in the early game as well when it comes to wave clear.
Fenrir against Kukulkan. This is a 2013 matchup, and this is one that works out favorably for the Fenrir, actually. Can jump up on the Kukulkan, really follow him around. Obviously, Slither is going to give you all the movement speed, but Brutalize going to follow you out there.
Yeah, have to be careful though, because like if you do start brutalizing the Kukulkan, there's probably a Kukulkan ultimate coming, and it will hit you if you're on his back. So, but the thing is, you can cancel the brutalize and jump in spot if it does that. So there's a lot of outplays that the Fenrir can do.
Now thinking about the monkey, and it will be the party monkey here for LG. Lasbra will be bringing out the Hun Bats, and I think that's a different choice. I won't say better. I like the Fenrir here, but it's a different option. Hunbat's a little bit more team fight control rather than individual control. Fenrir bringing a ton of control, but like I said, kind of individually focused. Medusa will bring the team fight as well. And they're all going to be against the Wheelish. An interesting choice for sure.
Really good though, because like they have a lot of knockups. Obviously Kukulkan has knockups, Xingtian has knockup, Jorm has a knockup. I talk about the Jorm knockup with the Willix. So easy to confirm, right? Because he can stealth up and knock up from that. Like, it's unpredictable as well. So I really like the Jormungandr, a Willix. It's also, when you have a magical solo lane that Jormungandr that also does a lot of damage, it forces the enemy solo lane to build magical protection in most times, right? And then you have the Willix ganks become so strong, and when you can always secure and a Willix ult to start, you just knock him up into a Willix ult, and he has no physical defense against a Willix. Super strong ganks on the solo lane.
Talking about in a nutshell as far as what a Willish does, but even the players. This is a Mollusk character. I mean, this is where he got the 1v3 yesterday. He won versus 3 separate players. Hype Unit having some fun. Benny Q not allowed to touch the computer right now, I guess.
I wonder what's going on there.
Maybe he messed it up last time around. Some of the early game pauses, when we get those pauses early game, it's because players have either left their auto buy on or choose the wrong skin, right? I definitely think Benny Q might have made one of those mistakes earlier on, and his team giving him some agita for it. But either way, this is one that matters for Hype Unit. Not an elimination game, but will rock them down to the lower bracket. How do they stretch it here to a game 3?
I think I like this draft a lot more from Hype Unit. They took the Jorm from Salia especially. I think that's pretty big because Salia was dominating on that pick last game. So we'll see how he does against Amaterasu here. This is exact mirror matchup, right? And the Jorn won super hard last game. Let's see if the Jorn will win hard again.
That's the game plan. Hype Unit need to pick it up over there on the solo side. Then, like Zero said, that will spread throughout the rest of the team. If it's enough to get a win here, that's the question I ask to Hinderman.
Thank you so much, F. Got it right.
There you go.
Got it right.
Second time.
Winning. Yep, LG up 1-0. And as the desk was just talking about there, we're going to see a bit of a difference in the solo lane. Russian Papi this time on the Jormungandr. And we'll see if Zayla can get a lead on the Amaterasu. It shouldn't happen, but you never know.
F. asks Zeros, what are some of the ways that Hype Unit is going to win and stretch this to a Game 3? And I think it comes down to more than just a solo lane matchup. I also believe the tactics and team fights from Hype Unit need to change. There needs to be guerrilla warfare tactics between Mollusk and Sop, synergizing also off of Benny Q's ultimate, the Darkest of Nights.
Yeah, I do see 2 blinks at the start from Hype Unit this time round, one from Mollusk in the jungle. His go-to really is a Wheelix. Whenever I feel like he's in a crunch situation, he likes to run this pick, and it's not one we see too often these days.
The surprise factor is always nice when you're the one surprising your opposition. It's very hard for, I think, Snoopy to survive if he gets caught out early on in the mid lane as an Isis. When you use your Wing Gust already to clear the wave at level 1, you're not fully clearing it without that much magical power anyway, so you're susceptible towards getting knocked up from the Blink of Willish.
Keep an eye on what Sops is doing here. In base with tier 2 boots, hasn't left the base just yet, has Sops. I think he's going for the full tier 3 option at the beginning of the game. But it does require you to wait in base at the beginning for a moment or two. Snoopy recognizing that could be a situation. Look at how far up he is in this lane now. Trying to get very, very quick early pressure on. Clear this wave out nice and fast, and maybe able to rotate around a little bit more so. Obviously the supports, Yannick and Gamma, dancing in the jungle, as that's what supports do in this meta.
And because of Snoopy recognizing the start from most Cuckoos, rushing those boots, there should be a red buff invade, but Gamma delays it very well. Nice little knock up into the Tornado. Ionic taking a little bit of poke.
And you saw Gamma there combining nicely with the Kukulkan. That's something you'll see a little bit more of. Those roots that come out from Jing 10 always get underestimated for how long they can last. If you put extra points into it, the duration lasts a little bit longer. And every second you're inside that tornado is just going to be a refresh of the whole duration you're going to end up being absorbed into. Right hand side though, blink early on from Mollusk, looking for play onto Zalia. And the feather step was good, but Zalia's just weathering the storm. The double health potion situation will keep him healthy enough to get away.
Even switching the stances during Divine Presence, giving him a little bit of health as well. So level 2 on the Amaterasu, it's tricky as to what ability you want to get to start off. Because at one hand, you might want to get your dash to escape. At the other hand, you want that extra physical power from the aura and a little bit of sustain. Either way, Zalia would have survived with a dash or the aura.
Bit of a difference here. You can see that Ionic's gone to the dual lane to help out a little bit with Joshi with wave clears, giving Lasbury a bit of a window to strip away some back harpies. Not as much experience in gold as you would once get in this early game from doing that, but it's still a deficit that you're putting the team at.
And not only that, like you're stripping away golden farm from your opponents and stacks potentially. Mollusk sitting at 12 Assassin Blessing stacks, 16 for Lasbra. It was Sops that was making that rotation, trying to clear those back camps with the power spike of the Shoes of Focus this early on. It's going to take one tornado, even at level 2, just to clear out that one camp.
Oracle's going to go the way of Hype Unit. Oracles get ignored quite heavily. Normally in the early stages, at least in your casual games. But in pro play, it's free farm on the map. They did get weakened as this year went on, those Oracles, so they're a lot easier to take. And not a lot of people really realize it. Gamma back to mid though, looking for some pressure on Snoopy. They did a bit of tornado damage there, but not a whole lot.
A little bit of changes now to that tornado from Cuckoo specifically. Only takes about a quarter second as opposed to a half a second to apply the tick damage. That's why Snoopy got hit there in the mid lane, sitting at already half health without any health potions. Makes it hard to be aggressive now if you're playing this Isis.
Russian Papi knows that Lasbu's on the rotation. Gamma spotted that one out as Ionic meets Mollusk on this right-hand side. It's a blue buff invade coming through from LG, and with Russian Papi under pressure there, you can see he's getting a little bit of help from Gamma, and Zalia may have just bit off more than he can chew because the rest of his team were too busy at that blue buff. First blood then for Russian Papi.
Great rotation out of Hype Unit, recognizing the weaknesses as Amaterasu early game, whether it's Zalia playing it or Russian Papi.
Why are we on different pages? Ionic rolling in, nobody else in his team even around him there. The Darkest of Nights, probably Clutter comes more so than you expected, as Lasbra just went for the farm instead of the turnaround potential kill on Russian Papi.
Which I think is the correct play for Lasbra, because if he doesn't secure the blue buff then and there, then it's going to be Hype Unit securing it after the fact. Whereas I think Ionic wasn't looking for an offensive play with that rollout. He was looking more just to get in position, just to guarantee a farm, but he didn't respect the disruption potential out of Hype Unit.
Much better start for Hype Unit than in this one. The fact they're up 2 kills already, the gold lead's around 1,200. And the situation in terms of, well, what I was going to say about lane pressure, it's not that much better than it was last game, but it's a lot more consistent, I'd say.
This could be a comfort factor for LG with this one-game victory prior. They probably in a little bit of a lull, not taking the early game as seriously as they could have. Very similar to how SK dropped game number 2 to Outcode Gaming despite winning in 18 minutes game number 1. So these SML teams have to be respected. They all are very talented individuals.
Now, even though there is a gold lead and a kill lead for Hype Unit at the moment, you can see that Lasbra hit level 5 a little bit quicker than Mollusk. That will come into play when it comes down to the ultimates, because Mollusk has a lot of threat with that ultimate to be able to pin down the monkey that may be wanting to somersault away or even into the combat.
But without the blink, it's harder to engage very efficiently.
I think that's why he's got beads, isn't it, really, from Lasbra, just in case he does get hit by that ultimate from Wheelix.
It's very possible. Like, you don't want to somersault and then all of a sudden get pulled midway through with a gravity surge. Sometimes you're going to have to hold on to that ability. There's potential escapes with the Sacred Monkey Toss, but it's not very reliable. You might put yourself in a more dangerous position, honestly, if you use that as an escape.
Yeah, Monkey Toss is one of those abilities that if it can still cast onto multiple targets, you really want to predict where it's going to bounce next and then jump to it, because that's exactly where you'll end up going. If you're a little bit too late on that, you're already going off into no man's land, somewhere where you may not have intended to be in the first place.
Good red buff invade from LG, now setting up a trap for BennyQ.
Fear no evil, beads are available. He's going to use the darkest of nights, though. I guess his Rising Jaguar wasn't up there.
Yeah, that's
you
probably
beats Rising Jaguar, right?
You have to right away, otherwise you're guaranteed.
Playing mid lane, good up from Subs, delete Snoopy from the map. Ionic had the same sort of idea, but now the damage from the tornado is going to be enough for a double kill. Subs combining with Mollusk beautifully there. Mollusk is really enjoying that situation.
Hype Unit taking advantage of LG, stretching the map to the long lane, leaving Snoopy and Ionic exposed a little bit too long there. This level 5 Geb and level 5 Isis couldn't pair their ultimates together.
Oh, Mollusk on the right hand side now. Azalea's a little bit far up, gets knocked up by Russian Papi and knocked him again by Mollusk and deleted by the Feather Step. 5-1, and listen to that taunt spam from Mollusk. Credit where it's due, though. Zalia gave it to him earlier on after that first gank, so I'm fine with turnaround is fair play.
Perfect execution from Mollusk with the knockup from Russian Papi. Guarantees the pull, waits even a little bit longer to get the secondary knockup, Feather Step after the second basic to get that amplified damage. This is why Mollusk is a very dangerous jungler to play against. His mechanics always on point.
A lot of pressure now coming out from Hype Unit. Good established lead for them in these first 7 minutes of the game. As Mollusk just dropped down a ward of that red buff, it will spawn in about a minute's time or so, I'd say, with how it's looking on the timer there. And Gamma continuing to rotate and keeps pressure on this right-hand side most of the time. This is a support that's really helping out more than anything Russian Papi here.
It's important to keep BennyQ alive as well with those wards, and also to see how LG are going to transition, because last time around they invaded red buff and secured their own red buff while also killing BennyQ all in succession, but that exposed Snoopy and Ionic at the same time.
There's a ward down for Hype Unit at the red buff, but now we can see Luminosity getting aggressive at Hype Unit's red buff, looking to strip that away where possible. On disengage, though, nobody's really going to look for anything. Maybe Mollusk and Gamma, but they are on a ward there, those left-hand harpies. As the red buff spawns for LG, Hype Unit may look for a play themselves.
A little bit too late, unfortunately, for Hype Unit. LG securing both red buffs in 2 rounds in a row, and honestly, BennyQ uses ultimate trying to defend his own red buff, but the rest of his teammates weren't on the same page.
Zeli going to secure his own blue. His last one on the left-hand side did steal away the purple, trying to rotate back towards mid. Big ultimate out from Joshi there, didn't really find a home. Mollusk going to United because Lasbra did slip round the back. The Fear No Evil pushes him in towards Snoopy to take Gamma's life. And LG bounced back with 2 kills.
That's how you use those 2 team fighting ultimates together. That Fear No Evil Circle of Protection combination. LG with these 2 picks, stretching it to a very early 8-minute tier 1 mid tower.
This tier 1 tower should go down. It will take a bit of a while, but with Lasbra being there, it's going to be enough time. Nobody really rotating here at the moment. They will run out of minions soon. With Sops turning up, he's not got an ultimate. You know what? If I was Sops and I had ult there, I'd have been throwing it for a bit of hope. But good play from LG, recognizing they just had enough time to get a bonus 500 gold in the bank.
not even taking that much damage in return, so LG can still comfortably defend their own tier 1 med tower if Hype Unit get a little bit too frisky. So it's looking clean now for LG. Similar story to the last game, but they are actually down a little bit of gold with all the kills that Hype Unit have accumulated.
Yeah, Sops working on the Book of Thoth as well, is now stacking that up. Pretty much one of the core items, I'd say. It was 100% core once upon a time. But I think with the changes to some of the itemization in the role here and there, you don't see this one that often on a lot of gods.
There's just not enough time to really stack unless there's a secondary reason. And playing the Cuckoo, there is that secondary reason. 5% of your total mana gets converted into magical power. So that extra 1,000 mana you're getting from Book of Thoth goes a long way.
Although I do think Doomob's still pretty useful on a Cuckoo. I know it's not something that involves the stacks, but it does have mana involved in that as well. Not so much as a Book of Thoth, obviously, but that mobility can really help you out.
I agree, but it's all about the power curve and how you can kind of stack it up.
Where is Russian Papi going? He's between tier 1 and tier 2 in mid lane as this red buff's being invaded, and Snoopy did spot him out to slow down his trajectory on that rotation. Red buff was looked at, but it's the Gold Fury, more importantly, that's now being looked at by Hype Unit as they're distracted by Russian Papi on that right-hand side a little bit. Here come LG, though, trying to defend. Too little, too late.
Couldn't do it. Even Sob's holding on to Spirit of the Nine Winds, so if LG are looking for a counter fight, they got to keep that in the back of their mind, that ultimate from Cuckoo still up. Russian Papi trading out ultimates there. Zalia cannot secure his own blue buff. It's just the tables being turned in the solo lane matchup.
It was good play from Russian Papi as he to ult away. LG going to go for the Pyromancer in response to that Gold Fury just to lower the deficit at the Gold Fury situation there. The gold lead is still around 2,000 at the moment. But Gamma could look for a cheeky steal over a Roar. Not the easiest case against a Circle of Protection, however. And Snoopy will secure that for his team.
Russian Papi in a similar spot to where Zalia was experience-wise. Zalia having a lot of mobility, but he gets knocked up.
Gamma not using the ult here. I guess there's no core coming out that Zalia doesn't have is available. There's a Fear No Evil coming through from Lasborough. And Russian Papi getting low, but so are the health bars of every member of LG. Zalia could be a casualty of war here. Cancel that. It's Ionic first, followed up by Zalia as Gamma gets a kill. Pressure onto the tier 1 could be available, but the health bars of Hype Unit means that they'll fall back instead.
Yeah, frisky to take that engagement when Snoopy already invested Circle of Protection on the Pyromancer, so he didn't have it available. Lasborough now in a little bit of trouble. Mollusk not going to give this one up.
Interesting fight between the two. Lasborough's beads there were very interesting to me. Mollusk's ultimate not really available at that moment, but now that he just used Suku, he could be in trouble. If Snoopy can find the Spirit Ball, Mollusk could be in trouble. Silence connects, Wingus are good. Well, that's all the damage Snoopy's going to have for a second as Mollusk turns around and a little bit worried about that one for a second.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Snoopy doesn't use Wingus just to get initial movement speed, to get closer to Mollusk, to guarantee the silence, to apply the slow, to then guarantee the stun after the fact. While Joshu was still next to Snoopy, he would have been the catalyst to confirm the kill.
Well, so there's probably a little window there where Snoopy might not know what's going on in the jungle behind Mollusk, so there might be reinforcements on the way, so Wingust and Ink could get him in a bit of danger, but I do see what you mean with that. 7-3 then, gold leads at 2,000 in favor of Hype Unit at the moment. Much better battle from Hype Unit this game.
These SML teams, despite losing game number 1, come back firing in game number 2 with this draft idea from Hype Unit. They're really relying on their synergy with these knockups for Mollusk to carry on the Awilish. Yesterday on the Awilish, he did a fantastic job getting that triple kill at the end of the game, but that was off of a very strong early game, which they haven't been able to gather themselves up quite yet, but I still have a lot of hope for them with the experience lead for Russian Papi just now hitting level 14 compared to Zalia's 11.
Game will settle down for a minute or two now, more than likely 2 minutes as the next Furies due up around then. And with these towers being pretty whittled down here, it could just be a case of Hype Unit trying to group up and poke these down with a couple of minions. And we're seeing just that happen in the tier 1 in mid as Gamma blinks in. Up downs onto Ionic, up from Sops, does connect. Not a whole lot of damage onto a Geb there. The Tornado could be a different story, but Lasborough somersaulting round the back into the Fear No Evil to remove Gamma thanks to the help of Zalia. And a big ultimate came through from Joshi there as well that puts Russian Papi under pressure. Can he choke or will he get the kill? He doesn't choke there.
Second hit catching out Snoopy. Third one just to get away, using that consuming bellow for the extra movement speed, but he jukes back into danger.
Knock up does not hurt Russian Papi other than bonus damage as Mollusk tries to keep Joshi and Ionic at bay. And Russian Papi gets away. Surprised that Xavier gave up the chase there. LG better side of caution more than anything else in that situation.
Great play from Russian Poppy and surviving. They definitely needed that play. Otherwise, we could have seen maybe some more towers from LG to strip that one away with Snoopy being alive. But they keep their towers. They trade out very cleanly. A nice attempt there from Sops, utilizing Benny Q's ultimate to turn out the lights from LG, but he connected on probably the least favorable target you would want, a level 10 deck.
Yeah, about 2,500 gold in 14 minutes. And looking at where the experiences is more important, though. Lasbra did just get his second relic online. Mollusk still to catch up. But then Sops versus Snoopy, it's the other way around. Sops with a bit of a lead there. And the Hunters, Benny Q has continued to farm up a lot. He's not really rotated to these fights too much, Toli. But the Darkest of Nights has at least been there.
It definitely has been, utilizing whatever global pressure you can to make these rotations. Joshi was playing the Chernobog last game, didn't have it available this game, unfortunately for him, but playing a different style on the Medusa. His rotation was so good.
From Ionic, Cataclysm connects with Gamma, but no real follow-up was available. The Tornado from Sops splits the difference and zones away the rest of the team. So now Ionic's Blink and ult being on cooldown, a bit more of a chance for Hype Unit to get aggressive around this Primal Fury that spawns in 10 seconds time.
Yeah, without Cataclysm or the Blink, I think Hype Unit should be able to force this next engagement. Sops with his ultimate still, all relics available for him defensively. Could see Gamma forcing an offensive play with a Blink. Whirlwind of Rage of Steel.
With an Isis and a Kukulkan in this game, Furies are definitely going to get bursted down quickly. Both these mage ultimates are fantastic at that, but the work is already being done by Hype Unit. In come LG though, late to the point. Spirit Ball! He secured it over the wall. I believe that was Snoopy who stole it away. The ult from Sops too late, and now he's dead. Lasbra gets the Fear Weevil off on Benny Q, but Benny Q swings well and gets some peel away thanks to Russian Pappy and Gamma, but Gamma ends up falling down. 4 members stronger, LG, they get a Gold Fury, only lose Lasbra, and it could be an FG on the cards here.
A hand-wrapped gift basket was just delivered to LG's doorstep when Hype Unit couldn't secure the Gold Fury with the Spirit of the 9 Winds. It wasn't even Circle of Protection that was stolen, and now it's available to be used on this Fire Giant.
Only Russian Pappy here to defend. Benny Q on the rotation in 2, but this is going down thick and fast. Circle of Protection will help with the secure and the heal after the fact, but Pappy will at least get one of the kills, and it's on Snoopy, a big one of that. Joshi cleans up Benny Q, who came in late to the party, and Russian Pappy should escape. It's only Ionic and Zelia left alive, but they may have hung around a little bit too long, because now Mollusk is on the chase. Ionic did a very good job of that Cataclysm to spread the difference and allow 3 members to escape with the FG.
Well calculated from LG. Without Circle of Protection being used on the left side, it was available on the right. It was only Russian Poppy available to contest. No World Serpent from him to get into the thick of things. They secured the Fire Giant, only lose Snoopy in the process.
Oh, but hanging around there was Russian Poppy. He had backup from Sops and Mollusk. Basilia thinks he can get a kill. Used the ultimate there, but not enough to bring down Russian Pappy yet, who's now trying to base away. Won't be a terrible situation for Russian Pappy as he does have the TP available, but now LG are back with all 5 members on the way. This Pyromancer has to be relinquished.
A good power play opportunity for LG for 3 more minutes now. Still 5 more towers available. A total of 5,500 gold for LG to confirm with this buff.
But where can they really go? I thought they were going to head to that right-hand side with these 3 members here, but Russian Pappy just over here standing tall at level 17. Bit of a mountain to try and bring down as well as a full health tier 1. Instead, pressure in the mid lane and 2 in the dual lane now. Snoopy's headed to this left-hand side more than anything to secure the minion waves. And now look to pressure a tier 1 where Benny Q waits at.
Looks like they're going to split the map a little bit here. Defending the tier 2 tower is going to be Zelia, while the rest split pushing middle and the left side, bullying Benny Q out of that lane. So getting 500 gold for themselves. Snoopy needs some levels to be a little bit more effective. Only sitting at 3 items deep, but to a 20% CDR between the Shoes of Focus and the Spear of Desolation, having a lot of power on this Doom Warp. So every time he sieges, he's going to that 150 magical power mark.
Sops being delayed quite a bit in the mid lane on trying to base, and Gamma just got chipped away out pretty heavily there by the poke out from LG. Obviously, with a Monkey Toss as well as Spirit Balls and Wingus, and then, of course, the Poison Spit from a Medusa. It's going to cause a lot of problems for your health bar, but he will heal up as he heads back to base now. The siege for the tier 2 is almost underway. It's already at half health. I don't think Hype Unit can really look to properly defend this.
No, it doesn't look clean for them to defend it, and I don't blame them for wanting to overstep, because if you lose the fight there on your tier 2 tower, all of a sudden you're losing your Phoenix to follow suit, as LG now have complete control of the map for another minute and a half with this buff.
Just saw Sops' build there, went for a Breastplate of Valor on the Kukulkan after the fact. It's great for the mana situation, sure.
Yep.
You lose a lot of power, though, with a Cuckoo like that, don't you, Tolly?
You really do. Honestly, I would have liked to see for Chronos Pendant instead, because you're getting MP5 at the very least, so you'll never run out of mana. But then again, so does Breastplate of Valor.
Yeah.
But you're trading the conversion of magical power from the Chronos Pendant as opposed to the mana conversion for your Cuckoo passive, which isn't enough power to compensate what you're losing from the Chronos Pendant.
And I'm not even sure he's buying it for the cooldown reduction. He's buying it more for the physical protection, I'd say, right?
I could see that being the case.
But the problem is that, well, you don't do damage if you're going to survive longer. I guess Molly's trying to wrap on the back, but it's sniffed out. Darkest Night's used, but Zillia's dash will prevent a collapse there. Lasbury wasn't even involved in that. But Ionic going to blink back in and Cataclysm, and Gamma's overextended. The silence going to slow him down. He gets the Whirlwind of Rage and Steal off. Doesn't really throw anyone away. And Zalia cleans him up with the ultimate. Now Lasbury can get into the fray. As Sops is left on his own. He's on an island. Benicu can only watch on. Russian Pappy's not involved. Molos doesn't care. I guess they don't want to defend this tier 2 anymore now that Ionic reinitiated.
Dying with your ultimate as Cuckoo is just sacrilegious at this point in the game, as LG now don't have to worry about that big ultimate in a 5-on-3 power play.
And you can see left on side, Molos just going to try and farm up, recognizing the defense is going to be a little bit trickier here. Luckily enough, those poisons on the ground from Pappy will slow them down momentarily. And LG realize that with the FG about to wear off, they can't hang around any longer. They'll just take what they can, head back towards the Gold Fury, be able to take that away as Mollusk at least continues to farm up and catch up some of this experience he's behind.
Yeah, respawn timer was a little short as Gamma was still up, so it was going to be a 5-on-4 at the end of the day. And LG, they're a very veteran team to be able to identify what objectives they can secure. When you're ambitious enough to go for the Fire Giant, 16 minutes into the game because of a certain factor, you also understand what objectives you can't secure, which was that middle Phoenix. Taking a step back to recollect yourself separates the good teams from the elite teams. I like the style from LG. I have a lot of faith for them now to see that kind of switch up of style in the rest of the placement matches.
I will say, this game kind of changed in Game 2 when we saw that Spirit Ball from Snoopy connect with a Gold Fury. He stole that Gold Fury away from that moment on. LG have just had this game by the scruff of the neck, with the Fire Giant about to spawn again. Do you look to defend it if you're hype unit? Is it a last-ditch effort?
You have to try to defend this, because if you go not defend it for free, where you don't have to use circular protection, well then you're defending your own towers and Phoenixes with the circular protection up. So go for the defense. You have the Spirit of the Nine Winds. You have plenty of opportunities to penetrate that backline. Russian Poppy with the World Serpent, Gamma with the Blink. Benny Q can make it chaos with Darkest of Nights as well.
Might as well take a tier 1 first of all. LG are thinking to themselves, try and draw in hype unit, because they would expect them to probably try and defend this FG. Why not take some of the safety nets from around them? This tier 2 tower now could be sieged up for a second or two. They can burn a couple of ultimates out of hype unit. It's a good look. Ionic going to go in, and Stops is already dead. He will get the ultimate off though, which hits Ionic, but not a whole ton of damage. Snoopy though got focused by Mollusk and picked apart. Now the up downs coming through from the World Serpent. Russian Pappy is trying to separate LG. Benicu giving chase, but Lazarus still had that somersault available. LG are in a bit of trouble here, but at the same time they may feel confident about fighting.
I think they are. Benicu good Aegis to prevent that overhand smash. Zalia takes out one, but last break gets answered back.
And that's the one problem. I don't think they've really seen too much of the Jabalonki so far this game, and realized just how much he can swing for at this stage of the game. Now Zalia, who hung around here, will fall down. And that overextension from LG towards the tier 2, it was a good blink initiation from Ionic, but hype unit answered back so very well.
You know what it was? He definitely thought that he was going to catch out Russian Poppy as well with the Cataclysm, but the way Russian Poppy positioned himself while stealthed was actually between that tier 2 tower and where the tier 1 used to stand, and he disrupted the engage out of Ionic's Blink Hado.
No one's been clean this week. From what I've seen so far, I think we're pretty much through every single team now that we see an LG play. I don't think any team has been absolutely clean as hype unit get this FG and bounce back into this game. They're actually in control of this one for a moment or two. When you look at the goal deficit, it's only 2k at this point, and there's still, what, 4 towers left up, which would give them the lead.
Outside of hype unit dismantling the rival console team, I kind of agree with you. Also, the first game of SK Gaming, That one was very clean.
Well, one game might be clean, but a set being clean is a different story,
Sure.
right?
I'm pretty sure, though, that Hype Unit made it clean against the console rival team. But outside of that, I agree with you. That just goes to show the level of competition between all these teams is very close.
Definitely is, as now it's time for LG to work out what they want to do next. 4 members of Hype Unit have that FG. Sops did manage to get a hold of it, by the way, after respawning, which is a big swing in terms of damage potential as this one goes on. But LG not slowing down. Their job here is to try and push out these waves and keep Hype Unit on their own half of the map. Limit the damage this Fire Giant buff could do to their own side. And make sure they don't get any of these towers down. But it's very important, because if you lose another fight like that from LG's point of view and all those towers are down, you're losing a Phoenix or even the game.
Potentially, yeah. These respawn timers are going to get longer and longer, so harder to play defense without a couple of key core members. So Yana going to reconsider when he engages. Without seeing Russian Poppy, it's a little scary to go into the enemy back lines, but Snoopy's positioning also was hyper aggressive that last time. Needs to kind of step it back in the next one.
Will be a moment or two for a bit of action here, and I think Hype Unit are kind of working out what they want to do. Are they just trying to use this FG to farm back up, I guess?
It feels that way.
Yeah.
They basically tied up the game gold-wise. They still have 4 more towers to work with, and that's 5,000 gold waiting for them to secure, which would give them a pretty comfortable lead. Still using that Fire Giant buff for another 2 minutes. I don't see how LG can defend this left side of the map. They are a little bit overstretched.
The problem is that with Hype Unit just pushing down one lane at a time here, it's allowing LG to keep the other 2 at bay. And makes it very tricky for a Hype Unit to, well, have to have a straight 5-on-5 fight here. Although the last time the 5-on-5 happened, it was Hype Unit who got the better end of it. This tier 2 tower is taking a bit of time as Zelia was hanging around to support. Good Spirit Ball from there from Snoopy. The damage on Pappy makes him panic a little bit more so than he bargained for. But Josh, he just got a bit excited with that Petrify there. So at least the ults are traded out for the time being.
Using that Tornado to stop LG from chasing it down. But how are you going to stop LG from chasing when they got the Divine Presence and a rollout? Looking for a little bit of blood is Ionic for a prime candidate Blink Cataclysm target.
Just feel a little bit like Hype Unit are scared of trying not to lose rather than win the game with that sort of play there. They had the Fire Giant, they still got it for another minute, but they fell back so very quickly after the tier 2. For a second, LG had a window for this Oni Fury. Decided not to go for it. Pappy will be back in action momentarily. Teleport now consumed, so he's on the way over here to this left-hand side, and both teams got a posture around this Oni Fury.
Both of these teams kind of passing the ball back and forth with each other. Sops, though, getting heavily CC'd.
Spirit Ball came through there, but it didn't actually connect with Sops. I think he got away with murder because of it. Snoopy gets a nice shield out of Ionic, and then a shield of his own from the silence that helps him out. Azalea gets relatively low, but the circle of protection will help him out. Lasbra, meanwhile, got to Sops again, and Sops has been taken out. They're not really peeling for this Kukulkan very well at all.
He's not getting peel, and on top of that, he's still dying with his ultimate. Not the way you play the Cuckoo at the end of the day, using Benny Q's ultimate offensively, but hard to really deal with the backline penetration. Zayla got up a really good ultimate onto 2 targets, and then also Ionic and Lasbar is now making it easy as well.
Is that more on the Sops for being too far forward? Is that his front line not being far forward enough himself? Because I feel like his positioning, he's far forward, but I feel like he's in the right position to be involved when needed to. He's just got no one in front of him.
He just needs to not be seen at the start of a fight.
It's true. Yeah.
He could definitely be in the middle or in the front, but he can't start the fight that way, because once he gets seen, LG seem to collapse on this Cuckoo every single time.
The Relic situation for a moment or two, definitely favoring LG. Look at Hype Unit's Relics overall, all on cooldown, barring Betty Q's Aegis, at least for a few seconds as the Thorns comes up from Russian Pappy. But Josh, he's in a pretty good position here. Everything available for him right now is the Fire Giant Stew is spawned in about 35 seconds time. Could be a window to try and look for a bit of a pick.
This game is even by all accounts. No Phoenixes down for either side. Gold is basically even. It's going to come down to which team has the better late game teamfight potential.
Or better minions, because these Oni Fury minions are starting to push down these lanes right about now, Tom.
We did see how OCG won basically because of their opposition needing to defend those minions. Russian Poppy in trouble.
Silenced, Spirit Ball, and Wind Gusted, and there goes a health bar for the majority of it. No TP this time to get back. Ionic walked around the backside and changed his mind after the fact. Tier 2 tower with the Oni Fury wave will be relinquished by Hype Unit. And when you think about it in that state of affairs, Hype Unit only managed to get a tier 1 and tier 2 with a Fire Giant. LG, they got a tier 2 without one, and now they're going to go for their second one of the game.
And it's not about even the gold that you get from it. It's about the map control, and Fire Giant already down and out.
And it's bursted heavily. There's the ultimate from Cuckoo, just a little bit too late to the party. At least it was there this time round. 14-14. 28 kills in just shy of 28 minutes. As LG now gets a knock on the door of Hype Unit again. Last time this was the position, LG made a couple of mistakes at a tier 2.
Harder to siege into a Cuckoo, so I don't think LG is going to get a guaranteed clean Phoenix up against Sops that is now safe under the safety of his own Phoenix. But when you are this aggressive, the way LG have been, you have the luxury of placing the offensive wards, and you don't have to deal with Hype Unit having the vision on that Fire Giant. That's why we saw Sops' ultimate be very late. He was taking a shot at the dart.
Yeah.
He didn't see the Fire Giant. He didn't understand how much health it actually had.
But you got to throw it and hope for the best sometimes in those situations. The one thing about Hype Unit's play in this series, though, they've been very reactive. They've not been aggressive themselves. They've wanted LG to aggress on them and then make the play off the back of it. We saw that at the tier 2 tie on the right-hand side earlier. But then when they got on the aggressive, they didn't know really what to do. They just wanted to, meander on in. They don't want to be initiators. I'm surprised when you've got the likes of a Jing 10 that's not blinking in, trying to force some beats.
Which is the opposite of how Hype Unit have played in the SMITE minor lane throughout every single week. And this time they are being tested to their full limits. When you're playing offensively and it doesn't work, well, now you're suddenly sitting behind your own Phoenix, waiting for your opposition to kind of make a mistake. And Hype Unit is heavily favored when they are aggressive, when they get off to that good early start. And so far, it hasn't been the case in this best-of-3 set.
Well, now the split of the difference is coming through here. As you saw, Lasbro was swinging mid lane, but here's a blink initiation onto Russian Poppy as the focus. He does pop the thorns, but look at the damage towards Joshi, and he got stuck in the tornado. Aegis and Beads down, now Zaylia under pressure, and this is where Hype Unit have found success in this game today. Sitting on the defense, letting LG force the initiation, and turning it around. Spin to win from Gamma. Does lock Ionic in place, but the health bars are healthy enough from LG to survive. But Hype Unit getting relatively low there. Mollusk and Benny so low, they've got to get away.
They were thinking about going back in, and I could see the blood and the red in their eyes. LG very healthy the last 3 members. It's not all about numbers when their enemies are that low. Essentially, the combined health pool from LG was greater than the rest of the supporting cast at a Hype Unit. So failing again on the Phoenix with Fire Giant is LG, and it's getting scarier and scarier because Sops is becoming stronger and stronger. He doesn't even have a full build yet.
I will say, I think the biggest thing LG could look to do now if they get another FG, split the map up. 4 left, 1 right maybe. Don't even have the 4 left and 1 middle situation. Don't let Hype Unit fight a 5-on-5 and be initiating, because every time they've initiated, they struggled.
They just go a little bit too deep. Ionic goes into the back line, which he should with Blink, but at the same time, now Joshi's vulnerable in the back line because he's not receiving the Geb shield that Ionic is kind of supposed to do. He's just too far away. Maybe so that kind of goes on to Joshi for being that far forward.
Is it not time then for maybe seeing the Humbats Blink initiate? I know everybody wants the Fear No Evils to, be all the way through and not get the beads because the beads are on cooldown. Maybe you have him initiate and then Ionic is a secondary. It might be a better look because then you at least get to keep Ionic on the defense to begin with and can reinitiate after the fact when the beads are all burnt.
I think that's the better play because you could still use the Cataclysm defensively to save Joshi's life. If you can catch Russian Poppy diving your backline without World Serpent, you Cataclysm him, you knock him up as well. Without beads, without the Mad Guy's Cloak, during that CC duration, maybe you just outright kill Russian Poppy. It's going to be a little harder with the Spirit's Robe, to be fair, but that could be a good defensive play out of LG.
It's definitely a bit tricky to try and stop Hype Unit's front line, though. The fact Russian Poppy has that World Serpent, so he can't be targeted. Gamma also has that with his double leap option. He can get out of combat and avoid a lot of damage there. And then Mollusk still has that Feather Step and Suku to jump through the air if required. It's probably trickier to lock them down than we bargained for a little bit, but LG need to adjust here somehow.
They just need to be a little bit more patient and calculating. Like you mentioned before, splitting the map wouldn't be the worst case for LG at this point when you're dealing with all these 5-on-5s going the way of Hype Unit. They got to wait for the 3rd Fire Giant, but at least it'll be the enhanced Fire Giant. So if Hype Unit overextend on one side of the map with all 5 members, that exposed Phoenix on one side, it's going to get taken out by anybody from LG.
Well, Fury did just jump down there. His aggression towards Zaylia, who's a little bit far forward. That gets initiated on, but Mollusk went for the ultimate. Beads used by Zaylia to keep him alive. Russian Poppy used the ultimate as well. That's 3 ultimates down from Hype Unit. They may have just made a mistake at the worst possible time. as the Fire Giant's about to spawn. And Toli, it's an enhanced version this time.
It's a very important one for LG to secure, but I still think Hype Unit can contest this with only 2 ultimates because it's on Sops, that has a lot of burst damage for stealing, and then Gamma with a lot of control that can force out the beats.
Zelia stank taking it up at the moment. Ionic blinks in and goes aggressive on Pappy. Remember, Russian Pappy, no ultimate. Sops gets an ult off, hits Joshi, but he had an Aegis to keep him alive. Lasman takes out Russian Pappy, but Snoopy got left alone. Gets a bit of help from Ionic and his circle of protection, and the Wingus will peel him away. The jumps from Gamma should be able to secure it, as will the Roar, but the damage has been done elsewhere. All 5 members are dead on Hype Unit, and Mollis looks like he might take his headset off.
Yeah, that's a game.
As they could go on to end the game here.
It's definitely a game. They have the middle Phoenix exposed here. 40 seconds on Russian Poppy to come back up. LG, they won the previous game. They're going to secure this best-of-3 set here in advance in the upper bracket.
The one-time Hype Unit and the aggressors, they lose the fight. That's what we saw.
Yeah, unfortunate for them because the way LG adapted, right? Like, they got off of the Fire Giant immediately. Ionic was not in combat. He blinked right on top of Russian Poppy. No World Serpent available for him and no life.
And with that, LG will take down Hype Unit 2-0. Game 1 was definitely a one-sided affair in favor of LG. Game 2, though, Hype Unit gave as good as they got for a while, but LG finally found a way to break the base and move on in the upper bracket.
Third time's the charm. They failed on the tier 2 right side tower. They failed on the left side Phoenix, but they didn't fail during the enhanced Fire Giant attempt. LG doing good strides of improvement this time around.
And now with that, they get to move on in the bracket and see how deep they can go. A lot of people have LG and SK as the favourites here to make it to the World Championships. But at the moment, it's still anyone's game with how everyone's looking so far.
Yeah, it's very hard to really pinpoint how successful some of these minor league teams are going to be. Sanguine as well, you can't count them out.
No, you can't, but they are playing with a sub, and that's what I expected to be a problem. But at the moment, they look kind of interesting and could still be in with a run-in. Obviously, Mollis knows a lot of those LG guys pretty well after playing with them before once, and so I see know along the way. Hype Unit, though, not out of it just yet. They've still got another chance as they move down to the lower bracket to continue in this competition.
A little bit of awkwardness there between Zelia and Russian Poppy, but like you mentioned, there will be a second chance there. So I think if I'm Hype Unit and I'm looking back at this set, I'm looking a little bit at the draft and how you played the draft. It didn't feel like a great Cuckoo game out of Sops, and I got to reevaluate it for the lower bracket.
It did work out on the defensive side until, well, they got aggressive. That's it, though, for the second set of the day. We'll be back after the break, so have a little chat with LG and prepare for the third game.
Luminosity Gaming just getting it done. The guys are walking right past me. I'm a little distracted. But you couldn't be distracted more than Hype Unit was that game. 2-0, man. Luminosity just bringing it to them. I think we saw some early game moments here for Hype Unit, but in general, the team just bested by the SMITE Pro League.
Yeah, LG looked like a better team. Although this second game was a lot closer than the first one. And as the first game, the Jormungandr popped off, and it really did in this second game as well. So much impact in this Jorm pick.
Yeah, that really was the key there. I think that the Big Worm made a giant increase in efficiency. Still not enough to go ahead and take it. Some odd bans as well. Picks and bans were a little bit mismatched here. Not as much to criticize as far as the itemization is concerned this time around, but definitely, like you said, I think you said it perfectly, Zeros. LG was just the better team on the field.
Yeah, and also I feel like this Isis, whenever she gets to mid-late game, it's so hard to play against her around this objective. She, like, you just can't out-secure. If it were Kukulkan, right, you have the Kukulkan out, does a lot of damage to objectives, but still the Isis out does a lot more. So Yeah, I don't know. There's a reason why like every SPL team ban sizes every game pretty much, right? And I think this guy should have done as well.
Kukulkan, like I said, had its moments, but certainly did not take the moment. And again, tough stuff for the Mollusk, who probably still was the better player on his team this time around, but outshined by Lasbra. Keep in mind, some little side note for those kind of looking at the soap opera times of the game. This is Mollusk's old team, and this was kind of his opportunity to kind of show them, and he didn't really show them. That's got to be rough.
Yeah, there would have been the ultimate sweet revenge he could have got there, but failed to do so. So unfortunate for him. But I mean, it was a good try, at least in the second game.
Joshi certainly coming up in the clutch, 5-0-6 at this point in the game, and of course going to continue here. Went a little bit longer than I anticipated. I'll be straight up and down. I expected a Luminosity stomp, but Hype Unit did a good job of maintaining control during the early game, and then as the mid game came, that's where Lasbra was really able to kind of get off to a nice lead and assist his teammates. Those Fear No Evils were really, really impactful.
Yeah. Also, like LG had a couple of fire gas, but hard to see it into Kukulkan. Such good wave clear, and like anyone gets hit by the Kukulkan out, like there's a lost fight pretty much. So you can understand that we're struggling and in this game a little bit.
I love that last clip of Lasbra at the end. Dodge, 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 blink. Oh, I'll jump. Oh, I killed a guy. Oops. Lasbra trying to get out of trouble and causing trouble at the same time. I mean, that's just fun to watch. Good stuff here out of the jungler for LG. Everything else that we got a chance to see here, I think, lined up with what we have learned about this Luminosity team. They got better towards the end of Phase 2. A lot of it has to do with the flexibility of what Snoopy and Joshi kind of want to do there, and just how strong they can be.
Looks more like it's Snoopy in mid most of the times now, though, and Joshi playing the regular hunters in the duo lane.
Yep.
Like a couple of weeks ago, it was like completely different, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what to do moving forward.
All right, now we will talk directly to Luminosity. It's Ionic and Lasbra standing by.
Thank you, F-Dot and Zeros. I'm here at the desk with Ionic and Lasbra. First of all, congratulations over your win towards Hype Unit. Game number 2 seemed a little bit difficult for sieging-wise. Talk to me about your siege attempts.
I mean, we had one siege at the left Phoenix. I think we got a pretty good engage first, and then we reset, and then we wanted to engage again. Like we got 2 ultimate or something. But the engage they had when we engage on them with the Sheep ultimate and a Relix banking in, almost one-shotting Joshi at one point, I think, makes it like a bit hard.
Obviously, coming into this whole placement week, a lot of guys are talking about you as LG being a favourite to potentially go to placements. Does that play in your head at all about being a fan favourite to probably go?
I don't think it plays in our head too much. I mean, we're just here to play our game, and we know that like we're probably one of the best teams here. So, I mean, I'm not afraid of any team, and I think that we can beat every team here. Yeah,
I didn't make Worlds last year, so I kind of want to make it this year. So I'm like,
you did technically.
You were there. Yeah, I mean,
I was the analyst, yeah, but yeah, I really want to make it this year. So I guess like it's not like I'm putting more effort into it, but maybe I'm a bit more nervous because I didn't make it last time. But I'm alright though.
So now with this win, you guys are going to face off against Simplicity, if I'm not mistaken. What have you guys seen against them that you're kind of expecting in this set?
I think overall they just have really strong individual players who just know how to play the game. Like they play the game the right way, and like Genetics is a beast, for example. And I think that it just comes down to whether they can execute on the day.
Yeah. Last real question for you guys. Obviously, it's going to be a long week throughout this whole thing. You guys have probably been through it a couple of times, at least Ionic has. Obviously, expectations, we've already said a lot of people expect LG to do well here. What are your personal expectations for performances this year?
I mean, obviously, I want to make it to Worlds, and I think once we make it to Worlds, like anything can happen. So my expectation is to make it to Worlds and make a run.
Yeah, same. Are you talking about the qualifier or like at Worlds?
Everything.
Oh, I mean, Sango looks really good. SK as well. Like, I really think those two teams are good as well. Obviously, we're good ourselves as well. So
big congratulations on the win today. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is how we get ready for work every day. I'm going faster than you.
I don't know what I'm saying here. Yeah, you seem to be more familiar with working out with nerds.
Well, usually it's yeah. If you could go to Google, just Google like cool explosion. Oh, glasses on. Look at that. That's
Wow, this
something.
outfit.
What do you? I don't know what you're talking about.
You look like you're going to Hogwarts.
Listen, we're shot from the tie up, so that's what matters. Yeah, keep scrolling down a little bit.
We got Power Rangers.
Do I like the Hi-Res Expo 2019?
Yeah, you want the Hi-Res Expo
Let
bundle.
me see what you get with the
Sure.
Hi-Res Expo 2019.
Just click on buy tickets. Just click on buy tickets.
Will you check my teeth?
There's something like, what'd you have? There's like a piece of lettuce there. Hello and welcome to the show. My name's Tom Battinger. I'm joined here by
Pon, game designer.
That's not your whole name.
Pon Cooper.
That's not your whole name.
I mean, that's what I am in a namely.
Pon Ooh La La, right?
Yeah, that's the old name.
Where's your name from, Pon?
It's from a J-pop song called Pon.
And
you should go Google and search and watch.
And what are the words in it?
Pon, way, way, pon, way, pon, way, pon, way, pon, way, pon, way.
That is way more pon than I wanted. All right. We're here with Hi-Res Cooper. Cooper, what do you do?
I'm the league ops manager for Hi-Res Studios.
So that means you operate the league.
I do.
And how good are you at it?
I'll let you put a Twitter poll out.
That's a poor idea. No, yep.
You're lying.
Yep, always. Welcome to the show here. My name's Tom Battinger. Your name is?
Titan Cupcake.
And we're here. Your job is?
Community specialist.
And that means you specialize in?
Community.
Really excited. We've got a lot of cool stuff to show at HRX. We've got a new champion. You're going to get your first look exclusively at Hi-Res Expo this year. We have a lot of cool systems and improvements to the game.
So what else? In a couple of years past, you've used to be like a caster or something. Are you going to be doing? Are you going to do any of that this year?
No, that is, I don't want to say past me. No, I've hung up the mic, except for the one that you're forcing in my.
Who's your favorite caster? Say me.
Me.
Can we edit that in post? I'm getting a no. I'm joined by
Amanda.
Hi-Res Cool Cat, apparently with the glasses.
Yeah, too cool for school.
Watch out. Do you have problems with your eyes?
Only when I look at you.
Everyone says that. Can we actually cut that part out? She needs to be nice to me on this production saying no. What's your favorite part of Hi-Res Expo every year? Because it happens every year, going back to the year 37 with the Roundheads in Britain.
Can you say that?
Anyway, Adonis, Hi-Res Expo looming on the horizon. Do you have your tickets yet?
I do not have my tickets.
Where can you buy them?
You can buy them online at highresexpo.com, and I hope that's the website because I get mine from here internally, and I'm not going to buy them.
You hear that? Free stuff for the proletariat. What's that about?
Sometimes you just...
Community is going to be at Hi-Res Expo, right?
Absolutely. That's the whole point of it.
I thought the whole point of it was like the games and...
Yes, but everybody coming together as a community.
I mean, we get to meet all the fans. We get to show off all our games. We get to have the competitive scene. Get to watch all those really cool games. We always have highlights every year. Can see when someone gets to raise the hammer.
Raise the hammer. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Excited.
Last year, I actually enjoyed a little bit more like a fan/dev. This time, again, I like actually watching it from the outside instead of being a part of the show. I enjoy both, but it's a much more relaxing atmosphere for me, I think, in the most recent years as my phone goes off and the cameraman shakes his head in disappointment. It's like I've never done this in my life.
Okay, I sent you the message you told me to send you. Do you look busy enough? Should I send more messages? So yeah, whatever you were saying before, like one reason to come to Hi-Res Expo or your favorite moment or just fill 30 seconds.
Yeah, so make sure you come watch esports. Esports is important. Embrace esports. And also check out all the cool activities and make sure you check out these really cool casters that we have. Yeah, okay.
I have two, and they're the same moment but for different games, is the winning moment every time the trophy actually...
God, what a piece of PR nonsense. Give me the real, do you like the nachos, Cooper? You look like you like nachos.
Wow, that's offensive. Very.
I really love the energy that all the crowd brings, especially during all the finals. But the cosplay has always been one of my favorite things to see. What people create and make over the past couple months is insane.
You've cosplayed before in the past.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, every time I play Ymir, I think of you.
I'm Buccaneath.
Do they have nachos at Hi-Res Expo?
Yes.
You heard it here. Nachos at Hi-Res Expo. Cooper promises it. And if there aren't nachos, you can talk to Cooper. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to say whatever you'd like. If you'd like to promote Hi-Res Expo, if you'd like to promote yourself, if you'd like to promote my personal Twitch channel, that's totally fine too. Ready, set, go.
Hi-Res Expo, November 15th to the 17th at Georgia World Congress Center. Follow me on Twitter, Stephen Cooper with 2 R's.
Make sure you check out all the cool secret stuff that will be revealed there. Secrets.
Sick, you done? Are you done? Yeah. Is it like R.R. Stephen Cooper, like Raymond Reddington from the popular police procedural Blacklist?
No, it's where the R's typically would be in Cooper, so at the end.
So like COOQER?
No, not Cooker. No, it's Cooper. COOPERR.
So 1 coup per person. So if you come to Hi-Res Expo, you can take over once, is what you're saying. 1 coup per person. Wait, I got a better way. Okay, let's pretend like I'm an alien. I'm an alien from outer space. I've never seen the Earth. Explain to me why I want to go to Hi-Res Expo.
You want to go to Hi-Res Expo because you'll get a diverse experience of humanity.
What does humanity mean? I'm an alien from outer space. I don't speak English.
Beep Zorg blip bong.
So that's it. Do you have anything that you want to like plug or say to anybody at home?
Plug myself at Hi-Res Adonis. Ever since I stopped being a caster, I've lost thousands. I need you back, please. I need you back. I think FDOT has more followers than me now.
Yeah, that's what we're going to close on. Any last words?
CNHRX?
Last words. We're going to kill him off set. Thanks for joining. That was that. Welcome back to the SMITE Pro League. We've got placements on the docket, and now this is where it gets spicy. We're going to have 2 matches in front of us here. Space Station Gaming taking the field versus Rival, and then we'll see another one later. Hype Unit going head-to-head versus Obey. But people are going home. Zero's here next to me. What's it like getting eliminated from Worlds?
First of all, did you kill Pompon or?
I refuse to answer that question while the tape is rolling. Plead the fifth, etc. So,
what was the question?
What's it like getting eliminated from Worlds?
Pretty bad feeling. I don't remember when. Yeah, actually I do. Oh, that year on Dignitas. Yeah, it's not a good feeling.
That's fair. All right, you know what? You can brag about that one a little bit. The Dinkmeister going to be joining me here as we get into the nitty-gritty. Space Station Gaming. This is a team that needs a space station to get somewhere relevant. They have been struggling. And unfortunately, this is the fan favorite team. Plot armor is just a thing in animes, baby. And this is not an anime, to quote one of my favorite casters. Real talk, though. Space Station has had some issues here. We've enjoyed watching Anderster and Barracuda kind of flip places, but I think it's been too little too late.
Yeah, I don't know if they had enough time to adjust to it, and they're all over the place with how they play. I feel like Anderson, he would play Hades, he would play Pelle, he would play 4, and then he plays the Scylla, which have been great. And then, I don't know, it's just too much different things going on. Sometimes it works, but I feel like most of the times it doesn't.
Yeah, like you said, just a little bit, not enough time to work on it. I like giving Anderson whatever he wants to play. That seems to be the strategy, and I'm here for it. But unfortunately, I just don't think that they've been able to figure things out. This is one of the bigger moments here. Anderson just lets it rip and gets multiple people with one ability, finishes it off. That's the pentakill.
Yeah. That was
handy.
That was nuts. And then he goes on and loses that game anyway. But
yeah. That's actually the first time in SMITE history where a pentakill happens and the team loses the game.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Huh.
Every single pentakill has gone on to win the game, whether as a result of that or just because they were so far ahead. That's what got them. But tough stuff for Space Station. Earlier in the week, they get put down to the loser bracket, and that's where we're at right now. Team Rival go ahead and get put down to the loser bracket as well, and so they will be the opposition here today. Rival, of course, the competitive console team, and they do have their mid laner still playing on controller. Fly, one of the stronger players here, so let him be comfortable. I'm here for that. The rest of the team, input is whatnot. But how good can this team be against Space Station Gaming is the question.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Davey is on a controller too, so I think both their carries are on a controller.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe they can compete with PC anyway. But so far this tournament, whenever they played against yesterday when they played against the Hype SML team, it wasn't even close. And Hype looked pretty good today, but it did not look like a top team. And this rival team just got absolutely demolished yesterday by this Hype team. So have to be a bit worried about them going up against the SPL team here.
I mean, that said, SPL team, SML, let's just forget what league everybody comes from and kind of put these teams in a vacuum. I think these are, and with all due respect, everything you've got to say, these are the two bottom teams at our placements, I think. Realistically, what we've seen out of Sanguine, I think, has surprised a lot of people. The other minor league teams have surprised a lot of people. Space Station did not impress yesterday.
Yeah, you're right about that, but I do think I have hope for SSG to turn it around. I feel like they can still make it to HRX.
All right.
I wouldn't want to call them a bottom, like one of the two bottoms. Like, rival, definitely, I agree with you. But SSG, I don't know. I think they have potential to turn it around. But then again, they might just fall flat. So.
Well, that's awesome. I want to hear why. What is it about SSG that you think can kind of bring things to that next level?
It's just the last week they had of SPL, they played really well. They played some weird stuff as well, but it wasn't working. But it just feels kind of inconsistent now, right? Like, you don't know. Like, Answer's going to play something weird. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Let's see if we get to see the side where it actually works out for them.
I agree. We've certainly seen that Scylla work out well. Will rival ban it? Year-long Shen, the Persephone already banned out. Isis usually in this position. As the Amaterasu, the Geb, and the Jingwei have been taken away. The Ratatasker will be the ban here for Space Station Gaming, now on the timer. Where do you go?
This is actually pretty smart by Rival. Who plays Isis on SSG? Because I'm pretty sure Barracuda won't play it in mid. Anister, I suppose, in the dual lane, but that's not a god we have seen from him.
It's not a god that we've seen from him. Isis is strong.
She's pretty strong.
Just put that out there.
Yeah, but it's a meta. It's a meta pick. Anderson does not play meta picks in dual lane. That's not his thing, I feel like.
So as I leave my, Isis is strong, what I was kind of meandering to was,
face the crushing sun.
There are some characters that are so overwhelmingly strong and yet not complicated. Is Isis a character that anybody can just pick up and run with?
She's not the hardest, but like, she's kind of hard to because very immobile mage, right? Have to be careful with your positioning. If you overstep with Isis, super easy to get picked off.
Yep.
Then obviously her mechanics, like she has some abilities where you have to time right, but not the hardest gun to play for sure.
Well, the Isis will be paired up with the Jormungandr and the Chernobog, so if Isis does get in trouble, Barracuda can ult over.
Yeah, smart. Like a lot of global as well with the Chernobog and Jormungandr. That's like really good for like they can decide, right? They can rotate over to help the Isis, but they can also in team fights dive the enemy backline. Although it looks like with the set 4, there's probably going to be a set ADC or something like that, so there's not going to be a big backline on rival, I suppose. So we'll see.
Perhaps the biggest thing seeing Space Station Gaming in good spirits. These guys have to, everybody down here in the lower bracket has to forget about yesterday. Yesterday being how they wound up here at the lower bracket. Space Station Gaming got, it wasn't pretty. They got demolished. And so seeing them here, they did win a game, sure, but they got demolished, and that's upsetting. And so you got to be able to put that in your back pocket and move forward. Rival here, first half of the draft done. Thor set Terra. What's your feelings?
I do for now. I feel like this rival draft could go kind of anywhere. You don't really know who's going where in this draft. I do like the first 3 picks from SSG though. Like probably gonna be the Chernobog mid for Barracuda, something he's been playing a lot. There was a time, like a month ago or a little bit longer than that I thought Chernobog mid had a lot of potential.
Sure.
But he is really not that good at fighting. Like we talk about level 5 power spike that mages get when they hit 5. They get a good ultimate. They're really good at killing enemy supports in a 3-on-3 fight around mid camps or whatever. You have a Chernobog. What do you really do compared to like a strong mage like Isis, for example?
Yeah, that's true. Space Station has been very open-ended. Could they get creative and put Isis solo? Your mid, the old zeros?
I don't think you're mid for Barracuda. That would be a stretch. I think. I'm pretty sure he's only played Hunters. Maybe he just skips mages altogether and goes straight to the Guardians. Who
There
knows?
it is. There it is.
Probably not. But I mean, I think Isis has potential for flex, and obviously so does Jormungandr. But pretty sure he's Anderster on Isis here.
Rival going to select the Merlin.
Wisdom shall be my
across
shield.
the way, Athena will be the guardian of choice. Always love to see Athena. Ooh, and a Thanatos hover. Thanatos hover would be interesting. Sino could be working on this character in the jungle for sure.
I would like to see that actually. It'd be a lot of early game then, and like as it's gonna be Chernobog mid probably, right? His early game's not the greatest. Thanatos can definitely help out with that, and then also the Athena pick combined with the Isis, you get taunted into Spirit Ball, into Silence, you're CC'd for an hour, and then you're dead. So
I've already asked you one outrageous question. Here's the second one. You, as a Vulcan jungler, as a Giannis jungler, Isis jungle, possible?
definitely possible. She has cleave autos as
Is
well.
that all?
I
know you
I
can
could
do
get
better.
behind that for sure, I think.
Because Anderster playing the Thanatos in the long lane would fit what we're kind of used to him doing with his assassins.
You actually might be right. I heard Sino in the corridor saying, I think it's time to whip out the Ryan jungle. This is not Ryan, this is Isis, but I mean, kind of similar.
I mean, the biggest question mark when you talk about playing weird jungles is the clear. Isis certainly has it, whether it's Wingust or the cleave phase 6. And Space Station has repeatedly had to go to the creativity well to find their victories. I'm just saying.
Actually, now when you said it, it kind of does make sense. I'm kind of leaning more towards Isis jungle and Thanatos dueling, considering it's Space Station. If it was any other team in the league or any of the leagues, I would say it's Isis dueling, but yeah, maybe you're right.
I mean, this is what Space Station has had to do to find their victories, whether it's surprise themselves or surprise the opposition. But at the end of the day, you know, Isis can clear. She certainly can do everything else. And Anderster giving him whatever he wants to play over there has been very, very important for him. Across the way, rival, Thorset, Terra Merlin, Achilles. This is aggressive. I mean, this is as fast as you can go. Space Station Gaming, rival. Someone's going home. Game 1.
Thanks, Tom and Zeros. Finch and aggro as we move into game number 1. And Tom's, of course, exactly right. We are down in the lower bracket, the elimination bracket. Let's be honest, the loser's bracket. People can now go home if they can't close these games out. Hard to believe it could happen to Space Station here if they can't bounce back up against Team Rival. But if I'm being honest, Space Station's a heavy favorite.
They have to be, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to be. Rival has not impressed at all so far this week. I mean, on Sunday, they took care of business up against Big Money, but that's against a team that just doesn't have a whole lot of competitive experience. First lands across the board, it felt like. So, I don't know, man. If this isn't clean from Space Station, that's the concern. More so than are they going to win? How much are they going to win by? I think that's a relevant question.
I think so too, and it looks like Annenster is not taking the Thanos over in the long lane. In fact, he gives up the beads early on to Dinosaur's pressure. It'll be the Isis long lane, Jeff Himlet on the Athena to support him up, and Sino will handle the Thanatos. And I understand a lot of what they were saying on the desk, but quite obviously I do think this is better to run it this way.
I agree. I mean, Annenster has played a lot of assassins over there in the long lane, yes. Sure. He also pentakilled the team on Scylla yesterday. I mean, he's played quite a few mages. I think that, I know you're a fan of the Isis in the mid 3v3.
Sure.
I think she's great there. I think she's great here.
Yeah.
I think she's excellent in the long lane. She carries really well with all this extra farm.
Hard to put her somewhere wrong almost, you know.
Sure, I could agree with that. I mean, this is just a strong pick. I think that Annenster is the guy that has made a ton of plays for this squad when they're going well, and so put him on a playmaking god checks out to me.
And the idea with this one, rather than what I like, the 3v3 dominance, is that it's just hard to beat a level 17 Isis rotating into a fight as they get the beads in return this time from Davey off the CC fly under pressure as well in the middle lane. Those are his purification beads, and just about everywhere on the map right now, Rival the ones under pressure. Dinosaur has to blink to get away from the Spirit Ball.
And this idea from Rival that we're just going to pick early pressure. Space Station has not looked good in the early stages of the game, so don't give them a free lane. Just try and do what we can. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good choice, but the draft that Space Station came away with is just so CC heavy
that
it's going to be hard to play against. I think that you just look at how much crowd control they have, and I don't know how you beat that.
Rapio, though, has made an early rotation. Space Station could easily bite off more than they meant for here. Dinosaur's low, but makes it out. 2-man stun and a good wall, but Anister finds the spirit ball that he needs. Hammer tossed not enough, and first blood goes Jeff Hinla, and now Anister looking for the turnaround with a wing gust taught back in. A double for the support Jeff Hinla to start the game off.
He almost had the triple, too. If he just had another button ready with that reach, he could have picked up trips in the early stages of the game, but you just don't fight the ISIS, man.
So
Not
tough.
at this point in the game. Rapio, being level 3, he puts a point into the wall, and I don't know how much that wall really helps him in that moment. I mean, yeah, you double stun, but you don't guarantee your double tap off of it.
Yeah, I don't think they got any damage off the double stun. Maybe a little bit of positioning.
Exactly. So if you're going to utilize it in that way, why not just put 2 points in the hammer or 2 points in the spin? If that's 2 points in the spin, Rapio gets those kills, I think. So just a little bit of an unfortunate situation on that attempt.
And, you know, for all by talking about how much I like ISIS in the 3v3, Rival kind of brought the 3v3 over to the ISIS, didn't they? For that fight in left, and that's where she thrives, man. She has so much extra control on top of her burst. It can be so difficult to fight into, and Space Station staying cool-headed there in that left-hand side, and they come out on top, trusting in Anister and Jeff Hinla to execute well.
Now they've got a great opportunity to keep pushing that lead on the left-hand side. JB has no beads for 30 more seconds. Jeff has Blink Taunt up and ready to go. And he's got a ton of farm, by the way. He's level 5, Dinosaur only level 3, and Dinosaur's not even one of the people who died in that last engagement. So you know there's really good potential for another kill to happen in Space Station's favor.
Sino rotating over. This is problems for Predators because Barracuda's on the way too. He does have the Fatal Strike available, but still hasn't charged it. Perhaps accepting that he was going to die there. No need to waste the cooldown as he ends up being caught out.
Must have been his thought process, because without using it, you're 100% dead. With using it, you might have the opportunity to survive. Maybe he knew Sino was up by blue. I don't know how he would have. No ward coverage. No one spotted him. But good positioning by Sino. A bit unfortunate that he can't get an assist because of his positioning, but it's just efficient to make sure he's got everything covered.
Anister avoids the root and the wall stun, which is good news. He doesn't have to use the purification beads there had he felt as though he was under pressure. Jeff Hinla's on his way over here to this side as well. But that's just a good rotation from Space Station over to the right to be able to catch out Predators. And now that's both side lanes, right? They came over to left. That didn't work. They came over to right. This time it was Space Station. They get something going over there too. They've gotten these side lanes ahead, and Barracuda has been under any pressure in mid.
And he's playing a god that wants to fight around the side lanes. He doesn't want to fight in the mid lane with Chernobog. That's not where you want to fight with your global ultimates. I mean, 2 of your 3 members of your 3v3 have true global ultimates. The other one has a semi-global ultimate. So don't take your fights near mid. Just play it more slowly. Take it around those side lanes where you could actually use that impact that the rival doesn't have anything to match.
Davey makes his way in. This is the red buff invade here for Space Station. Davey has been stunned, but Sino waits for an execute. Can't find that. I'll just settle for the scythe, and that puts Davey in the ground.
Now Rapio does come down, but silenced in the middle of the hammer toss. Sino right on time. And that's another easy kill for Space Station. Rapio not quick enough to use the beats.
It looks like they didn't actually get the invade off the red buff that time, but I don't know if they're too broken up about it as they head back towards the gold period with 2 kills in the pocket. And they'll take this objective as well. And just in case anyone out there needed a reminder of just how good Space Station are, I know when a team struggles sometimes up against the very best of the best, it can be hard to remember sometimes where that gap is. SSG looking really good here.
They've done everything you need to do, which is get early pressure, try and get ahead on that red buff side of the map. Sino starts off with the Boots Rush, as we've seen a lot of Thanatoses do. He does decide to go for Assassin's Blessing, which is a bit of a surprise because a lot of times you'll see these Thanatos players just go straight into Transcendence right after this, knowing that they don't need that extra sustain that Assassin's Blessing provides. But now it does give you 50 health at base, still gives you some pen whenever you evolve it. It's certainly not a bad item, but a lot of times we'll just see players forego it for an item rush of a more important piece.
Jeff Hinla just picked up that Stone of Binding down there, and I love it in this spot. I want to hear your thoughts on it because it's so cheap and basically like lets you get this spike right away. This makes you think Jeff Hinla wants to go fight.
Absolutely, and he's so tanky at this point. He's a level up on Rapio and Fly and Davey. he's so tanky, it doesn't matter if he has Thebes right now or not. His base stats alone take care of everything for him. So now you get to do so much extra damage. Your team gets to do so much extra damage.
Yeah.
And then we can get into Thebes later on. You're totally fine. I think that he's using this early power spike perfectly.
Yeah, whoever he taunts is about to take a ton of damage. You can see it there. Dinosaur brought down to half. That got Rapio to take to the sky with his Thor ultimate. And he does find 2 with the dunk. That brings Space Station quite low in the back. But they make it out of their A-OK. Sino takes to the sky with his own ult. Though I imagine they would have liked to get a bit more.
Good defense on that red. Not stolen, I don't think, by what Anderson was able to do. But either way, a good defense by Team Rival on that red buff. They respond accordingly. Dinosaur's ultimate, not ideal, but Rapio's was. So really good 2-man dunk. He got 1 set of beats from Andenster, forced the ultimate out of both Andenster and Sino from that fight. Now Andy's not too worried about using that ultimate early on, but does have 20% CDR already. So he can use that circle of protection pretty liberally.
And it's tough, man. The first thing that went right for Rival, I'd say, this game was that they didn't lose as much there as they could have. That's so far about the most that we can put into their win column. They got to find some kind of way to buckle down here at this point, and maybe it can be more around Rapio. I mean, we just saw a really good dunk there from him. He's not so far behind. And Sino has beats forced out, but look at the healing from the site. The turnaround potential puts Rapio in the dirt.
This is Thanatos. Now you all have to run as well because your boy's level 8 and absolutely swinging at this point. The early Crusher damage, it's not the late game item that Transcendence turns into really well, but as far as I want damage right now, Crusher is about as good as it gets, man. I mean, Flat Pen is so important at killing everybody, but especially squishies, and then that extra little bit of damage on the site certainly doesn't hurt too much.
So like I was saying, maybe Rival can look to Predators to turn this game around for him. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be Rapio anymore after he just caught the hands from Sino, and they're looking to go aggressive, man. They have the same read. Whatever the win condition is, they want to go shut it down. Predators use the Fatal Strike to avoid the stun, and Aqua was more concerned with taking the tower down than the kill, so they get the tier 1, and Predators makes it out.
Surprised that there isn't any more there from Space Station. I mean, Predators had used his Fatal Strike already aggressively. I mean, good timing from him to get CC immunity, but he doesn't dodge any of the damage that was coming afterwards. I mean, he still eats the Death Sight, still eats the auto attack. Luckily for him, Space Station are they are generous gods. They let him off the hook.
It seemed that way. Aqua never really that sold on the fight, it seemed. That was mostly Sino looking for the kill there. And Predators does survive. So I guess whomever I name next as the potential person to help out Rival, instant doom upon them, so I'll refrain from now for their sake, I suppose.
I think Hindu Man's the next the next savior of
Well, Ryan, you and I already know doom has fallen to him already.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there for him. Space Station, on the other hand, just trying to make sure they play the rest of this game out cleanly. I mean, like you said, realistically, barring something that we hadn't yet seen from Team Rival, this is more a barometer from Space Station. Can they come in and clean up when they're supposed to? Sort of, as you said, to what degree do they grab this win? This isn't much of a surprise.
This is what I expected, because I know the talking point is all there. I've seen a million tweets about it already. Sino hasn't won a set all year. He wins World's MVP last year.
Deservedly. Has
not won a set so far this season. Was Splice winless, now joining Space Station. They haven't won a set yet. It's a preposterous stat. It's absolutely crazy. This dude is still nuts at SMITE.
And Dinosaur just found that out firsthand. Turnaround potential from all 4 members of Space Station. Yeah, that's that rotational ability, by the way. Suddenly Chernobog and Athena are all here, and you're outnumbered. That's a Primal Fury as well. Rival, at this point, can't afford to come in and contest, even if they know.
No way. I mean, Rapio may have been considering a dump, but Aquarius rotation puts a stop to that. Another Fury goes Space Station's way. That's 2 in a row. But Sino is not just nuts at SMITE still, but he is still a premier player at pushing leads. We haven't seen that a whole lot. Space Station's early game has been a real weak point for them, but this guy still pushes leads better than just about anyone.
Good beads there give Davey a moment. In fact, they save his life. That would have been death otherwise. And Sino doesn't even want to give him that, as you can tell from this perspective where we're following along with him. They got to wait in the tier 1 tower in the back to go down. Then they can start to move up.
Meanwhile, Barracuda and Aquarius take care of tier 1 in mid, free up their own rotations into this left-hand side, should they so choose. Bear's ultimate not up for a little bit still, only has 10% C, actually does have 20%.
Dinosaur blinks past like for the stun, but he's been locked down by the CC. They did get some members low, which might set up for a good fight for Predators, who's rotating in for the first time. Two-man stun, but circular protection heals them up at execute threshold, and Sino gets the turnaround kill. Predators couldn't get it done.
This is just dismantling so far from Space Station. Rivals looking to make plays still. They're looking to play aggressively. And you got to have some respect for it, man. I mean,
no quit, yeah.
They definitely don't want to just roll over and accept what is going on in this game, but I don't know that they get a choice anymore. I mean, this is 10K at 12 minutes.
May not get to choose who wins, but they can choose how it happens. And right now, Rival choosing to fight valiantly until the end, something I definitely appreciate here, but Space Station might just have them outclassed. But remember earlier today, SK won their game 1 pretty dominantly, and then game 2 was a bounce back. I mean, I don't want to write this Rival team off entirely, though obviously they are coming into an uphill battle. Perhaps game number 2, they can figure something out to try and give them a little bit more of a chance.
That's a good point. SK was they 19-0 out cold in, I think, 17.5 minutes was the ending time. So Space Station trying to get under the gun a little bit here, potentially, you know, beat out the time to beat.
This is Toxic, by the way, as he catches Rapio just trying to get his speed. He does make it away from the silence just in time. He didn't even have to use the beads, it looks like, from Rapio, but Sino was there to bully him and remind him who's ahead.
That was close. Sino just a little bit late on that bead, doesn't pre-bead the wall. Getting stunned, but that's okay. We'll take the consolation prize of the fire giant.
Oh yeah, we'll take the most important objective on the map. That's not too bad. Dinosaur wants to have something to say about it, but they just drop the objective, look for the fight. Sino misses the execute there, but they get the kill anyway. Aquarius takes care of Dinosaur. Now they gotta be a bit careful. Rapio's to the sky too, so they lease the fire giant entirely and are ready for the fight.
Aqua, good ultimate, right on time, and Rapio was looking for him. Aqua's gonna be able to keep some damage going Rapio's way. No feeds from him yet, still has him. He's gonna get chased down by these Guardians.
Jeff Himlin taunted Rapio back into Aqua. That's the defender of Olympus, but Sino bullying Predators out of this fight over here to the right. He comes back in. Classic Predators there as he ends up catching too much damage. Oh, I love the mentality from him. Space Station still firmly in control.
Deviant Fly on the way. This Fire Giant's getting low, but Anister still has ultimate. Circle of Protection, so good here.
You're right. It almost guarantees they'll get this objective. Just a question of maybe can Rival find some kills on top of it. Jeff Himla goes down. SSG get the objective, but they've got a couple more low health bars here in Anister, but Dinosaur can't do enough. It ends up being 3 for 1 and the objective for SSG.
Rival get on the board. They kill Jeff Himla, but Jeff Himla dies to Fire Giant is not a headline these days, man. I mean, that's 4 Fire Giant, not 2 of that, I should say. Dies so that his team can grab it. I mean, that's been a thing since what, 2014?
Oh yeah.
At this point.
Back when Jeff could hog it, man.
He's totally fine with this setup, and as he should be. Rival get on the board, but Space Station now have the opportunity to just completely take Rival out of this game if they haven't already.
Would you consider Hog coming back a direct Jeff Himla buff? Like, I know everyone would have access to it, but he was pretty good at it back in the day.
Yeah, that was definitely one of his calling cards.
Yeah.
A lot of the supports. Trix Tank would be hogging blink hogging reds again.
Sure.
Level 1. Can't do that anymore with the way the relic system works, but yeah, I mean, if we bring Hog back, all the rules of the game have completely disintegrated as we know them, so you'll be able to buy Rod of Tahuti at level 1 at that point.
Probably won't see that happening as Space
I
Station.
hope not.
Group up in
I'm
left.
so sick of these supports being like, man, I miss Hog. I don't care about you.
Yeah, if you can play Hercules level 1 against me with multi-pod stick, and I don't want to hear it, and Dinosaur won't get to hear it anymore either. He melts like butter. Rapio comes into the back line to try and have something to say, but instead he's being immediately met by the resistance of Space Station Gaming. Barracuda shreds 1, Sino shreds the next, so that's 3 down already.
Every single person on Space Station Gaming, besides maybe Jeff Enla, and I say maybe, has the opportunity to legitimately insta-kill someone on the Rival.
Yes. At this point, it's just too much damage. Left side Phoenix being taken down as well. They even have Aqua over there taking care of the right side tier 2. And they'll finally slow down a bit. They want to grab the tier 2 here in mid, it looks like, while Aqua keeps the waves pushed up and right. But Sino taking it back. Maybe they are taking a step back here entirely as he picks up his Erendite 4th item.
Why not?
Yep.
Some extra CDR. It actually seems like it could be pretty good on Thanatos. You already get so much movement speed moving towards low health targets. Now you ult, you land, you're going to do a lot of movement speed towards anybody you want. I think this could be a pretty potent pickup on this god. It's CDR. He just really wants power in CDR anyways because he has so much flat pen built in.
Yep.
That's not a concern for him. This is warranting some testing for sure. I like the idea.
I think so too. I mean, we've already seen its applications with Mercury.
Bye, Davey.
Yeah, Davey's very much dead here. Level 12, just trying to do his purple. That's not yours anymore.
No. You don't own anything if you're a rival. You are...
You know, my dad said that to me when I was growing up, like 15 or something. He goes, "You don't own anything, by the way. None of this is yours."
He's not wrong.
He wasn't. And Davey's catching that same lesson. Sino drops it on Arapio. Barracuda Katana Saw. And just like that, it's just the mid and solo laner left to try and keep this base upright as Space Station Gaming try and drop all their weight on it.
Yeah, good luck to Predator and Rivals, or Predator and Fly from here. I mean, Davey's back up, but he's level 12, by the way.
You know, this set, it's just not going to do a whole lot. And into the Titan room goes Space Station Gaming with a legitimate chance to close this one out. Circle of Protection tells you they're all in on closing this right here, right now. Big pop for the heal, well below half onto the actual Titan. Sino is low and so is Aqua, but it doesn't matter. Space Station Gaming, they wrap this one up in 18 minutes.
When you want to talk about a clean game, that's what it looks like, man.
Yep.
I mean, you not even a bead of sweat on any of these members of Space Station. They come in, they take care of business. Rival, luckily still in good spirits. You know, appreciate them understanding the situation that they're up against a pretty motivated Space Station team after a tough loss for them yesterday.
I think so too. This team, I mean, sometimes, you know, you hear from teams and they're like, hey, we've been working on stuff. It's been working behind the scenes. We're feeling really confident coming in. And that's just like lip service. It's something that they don't mean. This Space Station team came in confident, really thinking that they'd be able to grab this win. And they're disappointed in their performance. They really want to show what they're able to do.
And I think that's fair. I mean, they've been working pretty hard in this downtime. They looked a lot better towards the back end of Phase 2. And we did not see, not even the team that we expected to see because they've been practicing things and working in the downtime. We didn't even see the end of Phase 2 level Space Station yesterday. I thought they played really, really down compared to how they played towards the back end of the phase. So you know that they're motivated, they're ready to go, and they're focused on their own play moving forward. I mean, this game against Rival, they have to come in, it's on the schedule.
Yeah.
You take care of business and you move on for the next one.
Yeah, winning just like they did there in Game 1, that's kind of the floor, honestly. It's what we're expecting. We'll see if they can do the same thing in Game 2, or will Rival bounce back?
Easy for Space Station, 20-2. Space Station Gaming take this one nice and easy. Next to me is Zeros, as that was almost what Rival had, but they had 2 kills. Good for them.
Yeah, not the perfect game, unfortunately, but yeah, that wasn't very close at all. I don't even know what to say about that game, because that was just like a slaughter all across the board pretty much. So
yeah, pretty rough there. Team Rival tried to stand up and do some things, but unfortunately for Dinosaur and the boys, not in their direction. That said, there's a lot of Space Station fans out there that want to see this team win, and although this game might not be indicative of the rest of the competition, you know, getting the boys a win, right?
It's good. Like, I think a big thing to take apart of this game as well is like Anister on the ice is actually playing a meta mage in the duo lane. Like, there's something we haven't seen from him in a while. I think never, maybe. We'd only seen him on either like some weird assassins or like on the Scylla's the mage he play. But like, I think it's really good, and like he performed really well as you said earlier, not against the greatest opposition here, but still perform well on the ices. So.
Exactly. I think that's something that a lot of people can kind of miss, in that even when you're playing against a lower end opponent, you still have to perform. I mean, we could have watched Space Station Gaming win very sloppily, but that's not what we saw. We saw a relatively clean game from a team that has struggled to find the wins. And so when you're looking at this, I mean, 16 minutes in, 13-1, that's all good for Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like everyone, they survive. They get ganked in the start. They win the 2v3. Like just nothing. It was not even close at any point. Like Sino popped off. Everyone popped off. Barracuda. It's just like looked super easy for Space Station.
I think we are going to see some of the changes to the input control. Some players going back to mouse and keyboard. Some players going back to the controller here on Rival's side. Again, Rival representing the European SCL. So definitely going to be interesting. Okay. So everybody but Fly is going to be on keyboard and mouse. Fly, the mid lane carry, will stay standard on his controller. And you know, when it comes down to it, I think that when you're playing the mages, you have a little bit more wiggle room. And at the end of the day, I mean, I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. I'm a computer guy, man. I've been on mouse and keyboard since CS 1.5, so maybe I come from a different world. But when you're born with the sticks in your hand, you know, that said, if you're playing an ADC, use a mouse.
Yeah, probably. There's no auto aim or something like that.
Yeah.
So you don't really get an advantage from playing on controller in Smite. Okay, Rival's gonna 2-1 this apparently. They're ready with the mouse and keyboard now, with the confidence.
Rapio coming out here confident. I mean, he's one of the longtime veterans, and I'm always one to call a spade a spade. North America has dominated the console region for forever. The console region, the console area forever. Frankly speaking, there's more consoles in North America, and it's been Rapio on whatever team he's been on that has kind of hung on to that European side of things.
Yeah.
So he's the long standout, but unfortunately going up against Space Station Gaming has been a tall task.
Yeah, it's funny about Rapio as well, because even before Smite was out on console, I was up against this guy all the time in the ranked back on PC. So
he certainly has been around for a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see if his team can change things up in the picks and bans, the way that they will change things up with what's in their hands. Space Station Gaming going to the Jingwei ban here.
Yeah, just like take away safe carries, I guess. They probably want to get a lot of kills this game, I would assume, so might see them take away some other safe picks as well.
Well, that's Dinosaur right there. Previously, that was Tom Fly, the controller player. Dinosaur has been one of the big brains behind this team Rival. Unfortunately, obviously, not showing it here in this matchup, but I like the way he looks at the game outside. You know, when you're playing the game, it's very different, but talking to him about various pro-level approaches and what they're doing, he has a good mind for the game, so an interesting sort of coach-esque approach.
Yeah, and I mean, big respect for him too. Like, he's been on this Rival team for a long time, and just this Rival team has just been dominating the EU console scene for so long. So, like, even if they lose today, they go up against like one of the SPL teams, like one of the best top 10 teams in the world. So, like, even if they lose today, like, still big respect to the boys of our Rival.
Bans coming out, Space Station banning pretty much what you were talking about, Zero's safety. Jingwei, Oleron, Geb, all these characters make dying difficult. Space Station trying to farm them. So that will leave Ratatasker and Susano open.
Oh, that's kind of spicy. Where do those go?
Death awaits.
And this 4 Thanatos, I would already assume this is Anderster on the 4, I guess. So we get to see one meta mage duel. That was fun, but now we're back to the 4, baby.
The Jormungandr, that'll likely be for Aquarius. Rival, do they go a third assassin?
No one
Might as well at this point, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Kinda. The Morrigan is basically an assassin.
That's the Rival comp. If they do get to mid late game, that's a kind of annoying comp to play against for carries, because like you have 2 assassins that can flank you. The Rat has a global as well that can help out with that, and then you have the Morrigan can also flank you from stealth, so you can get attacked from any angle.
Ratatasker lands on top of you. Thanatos lands on top of you. Susano knocks you up. The Morrigan de-transforms and stuns you. Eesh, I don't want to play against that.
Yeah, there's a lot of flank potential on the side of Rival. I wonder where they're gonna put it though. I feel like Ratatosk probably a better laner than Susano, right? So I would assume maybe Rat ADC, or not ADC, but Rat dual lane or something like that.
Possibly. I mean, we'll certainly keep our mind open. No Terra, no Amaterasu, says Space Station Gaming, since Amaterasu wasn't selected in our first 6 picks for some reason. Rival back on the clock here. They have the Morgan, Susano, and Ratatasker. 2 more choices, likely to be
dare challenge divine
support,
rule.
and Horus will be the god of choice in that position.
Yeah, there's a lot of physical damage. There's 3 fists already on Rival, with Morrigan being the only magical damage dealer, and then Morrigan, not a super heavy magic damage dealer, right? She's more like an assassin, and she doesn't attack the tanks very often, so would expect to see another mate for Rival coming out last pick.
Jeff going with the Kumbhakarna. And Scotty being thought of here. Scotty changed around mid-season. Thought she was going to be crazy.
Yeah, everyone
and
did.
Wasn't.
I mean, she saw some success. I'm pretty sure Ataraxia played. When Ataraxia was playing the mid lane for Dinktas, I'm pretty sure he played it quite a few games, and I think it was... I don't remember if they won or lost, but I'm pretty sure it didn't look bad at least, so...
it did well.
Yeah, I guess people probably saw Skadi more like an AMC, but probably a little bit more unsafe, because AMC is so fast, right, because of his hives everywhere, he gets so much movement speed. Skadi can too if she walks over her ice, but it's not as consistent, so I guess maybe people would just prefer the AMC. So, but I'm not entirely sure why we haven't seen more Skadi.
Yeah, me neither. That has been the question mark for me, was where did the Scotty go, and when will we see more of her? Because I'm with you. I thought that when we did see her for a little bit, she was successful, and nobody really picked her. Maybe it's a playstyle thing, because that's a very real thing. Sometimes characters are good and don't hit the meta because the players in the league just don't play her.
Yeah.
Ataraxia, one of the few. Barracuda has liked the Scotty in the past, so we'll see if that's going to work out for SSG. One more choice for Rival. Where do they go?
As I said earlier, I think it's going to be another mage, I would assume. Yeah, there we go. I have to mention this Morrigan pick. It's going to be pretty tricky for her to get into the backline in the stealth, because like there's a lot of AoE abilities on SSG, like Skadi Eyes. There's going to be Jorm pools everywhere. Also, when Jorm goes down into the ground with his free, he can see stealth characters, right? So
that's a big point. People forget about that. That's one of those interactions that people don't really think about all that often. Barracuda getting ready here. Probably going to be playing the Scotty. Should be an interesting one. Is this Poseidon middle lane, or what's going on here with this Rival draft? I'm not going to give it a shot. You can.
I honestly don't know which of their carries prefer the Morrigan more, but I guess we've seen more Morrigan in the duel. Actually, that might not even be true, because Prime played a lot of Morrigan. But yeah, I really don't know. It could be anything.
Ratatasker and Susano also kind of question marks here. Which character winds up in the jungle? Which character winds up in lane? Maybe they both wind up in the jungle. I don't know. There's a lot of different choices here, I think, for Team Rival. Back against the wall. Don't forget, loser of this best of 3 goes home. So Team Rival, runners-up to the Console World Champions. They are number 2 in the world when it comes to console teams. So they do get that to hang that on their mantle. But if they're trying to get to Worlds, this is it. They've got to win here in order to make it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of the line. Like, it's not impossible. They switch over to the, as we talked earlier, they're on the mouse and keyboard now. Maybe they will make them better. Maybe they will make them worse. Who knows? But if they step it up, like, if they win this game, they're still not out of it, so.
Exactly. This is what you get the double elimination for. You get the second shot. Space Station Gaming, 1 game away from moving on, and this is very positive for the boys who have had a hard time. We're going to go into game number 2 right now.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Zero as well on the desk. Finch and Aggro here. You get to see us standing up here this time as you're just about to move into what could easily be Rival's last game. And that's where you heard the way Tom and Zeros were talking about it. If these guys do think they have a chance to go deep in this tournament, they got to show us whatever it is that they've got left right here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be Rat solo to me. It's the right sort of idea in my mind. Just pick something that is a little bit odd that can still impact the map elsewhere. I think that you overall can make it work. Oh no, it is going to be Predators on the Morrigan. He's played this in the SCL. Odd can impact the map early on. Can potentially make it work. Davey going assassin for assassin in that long lane. Something tells me that Andinster is a little bit more comfortable on assassins than he is, though.
Yeah, Andy kind of been doing it for a while now at a really high level. So we'll see if Davey is capable of matching up with him in that regard. But I don't know, man. Predators kind of seems like a nice fit for Morrigan to me, because he likes to play kind of away from the team. He'll go in deep. Morrigan is someone that can get kind of an escape clause as he turns into mean, they don't have anyone that particularly great at getting away the way that maybe like a Robin would. You see that a lot of times as the escape clause. Maybe it'd be the Jormungandr in this spot. But it does fit his playstyle a lot, so maybe he can make some noise with it.
I mean, you've already got a dunk coming in from Davey, and you can double it up with a Thor dunk or another Ratatosker. You've got a good capability of chasing low-health targets by transforming into the Thanatos that Sino is piloting. Not the greatest game, I'd say, for Morrigan's transformations.
I agree.
There are some ones that are serviceable.
Yeah, I think there are certainly some decent targets here this time.
And it's going to be in the 2v1 to start us off on this left-hand side. Dinosaur starting over here, but Jeff Himla going to start at the enemy speed. Rapio instead going to start at his own red and then work it down towards the enemy side of the jungle.
And Rival moving right into the purple buff to see what they can do, but they're going to catch Sino on the Thanatos yet again. Hammer comes through from Annister too, and that's first blood for SSG, and Dinosaur's got to keep on running. He could be in trouble too now that slow has come out.
Rapio is level 2, and he actually waits just long enough. SSG doesn't know he's here, but Dinosaur is just shooting himself to death.
Actively running away from help.
Rapio does manage to get one. So here's the thing. You get Sino more farm by getting him another kill, and then that means Rapio gets more gold and experience by killing him. Would have been a good thing if it worked that way, but unfortunately it doesn't whenever you're up a level. So.
Dude, Galaxy Brain, perhaps. Actually, just a bit of a joke there from Ryan. On the left-hand side, Space Station come out of the gate hot. Yet again, Sino and Annister as this like double assassin pair. And you know, I really like that that's kind of the way they're leaning towards it, because Hype Unit on console, they really lean into double mages with Crimson and Baronic and that strength. And it's kind of the same thing here. I mean, this is what Sino and Annister are both best at, and maybe it'll be a little tighter than this up against more close competition, but I think this is the right core of an identity for Space Station to lean into that strength.
I can't disagree with you. I think that this is when they started looking a lot better towards the end of Phase 2 was because they threw convention out the window, said we're losing every time we try and do the normal stuff. Why bother? Let's just do the stuff we're good at and can execute on it.
Very little mana for Predators, but he makes it out anyway, basically just damage tanking that whole way. He didn't really have much to help him out there. The Warrior's Blessing, I assume, doing a lot of that work, because unlike a Guardian or a Warrior over here in solo, Morrigan doesn't really have any extra help.
Not a whole lot. I mean, Warrior's Blessing gives you at least a little bit
in that
lane, and that is the end of it. It's not going to be easy for Predators. And as Zero's highlighted on the desk, Yorm can see you when you're in stealth, so that's not even a great escape option for you. If Slido goes Erendite again, he'll be able to find you very easily once he lands that hovering death. This is between the lack of great transformations and the fact that you've got so many characters that play well against stealth on the other side, this is a spooky one for Pred.
Not an ideal Morrigan situation. You know, Zeros talks a lot about how when you're Morrigan, you don't have to worry that much about being caught. Hold on, Aqua's in trouble here in the solo lane, and Predator's the one that gets the kill credit. But now Sino's here, level 4, full HP, and plenty of mana to keep rocking and rolling. But Rapio being body blocked by Predators perfectly keeps them both alive.
Really nicely done there by Predators, knowing that if Sino gets to just keep running them down, because Rapio is not backed yet, has no boots, Sino has full Ninja Tabai already. He's going to way outpace what Rapio can do. Good job by Predators.
Just to stay heads up and get back in and keep his partner alive. Sino heals back up. They strip away the blue buff, and now Dinosaur has just moved in to try and prevent this one from happening. Predators finds the Kraken. Turns out that's what they needed. Sino goes down, and Jeff Himla's in the passive, and he can't get out of that one either. Predators finds a third kill.
That was actually pretty nasty between Dinosaur and Predators. I thought Dinosaur was just straight up signing his life away, but ends up playing that really, really well in a perfect transformation target by Predators in order to get in and use that Kraken. And I don't think anything else could have been better there.
Looks like Davey has pressure here over Annister, at the very least a slight experience lead as he got into that ultimate a little bit ahead of Andy on the Thor. That does give Andy the advantage the next time they fight. That ultimate for Davey will be down for a little while, but some signs of life coming here from Team Rival, and they really desperately needed it. Game 1, there just wasn't much there, but they're looking much better here already in Game 2.
Problem is, Predators completely out of mana. Sino right on time, blinks in and obliterates the enemy solo laner. I mean, this is still okay, though, for Rival. I mean, they've got a slight lead in kills. Problem is, they aren't doing a great job farming. They're down overall in farm right now by about 500 gold. And that's despite the repeated purple buff invades on this left-hand side. Anister's down in XP right now, but he's ahead in net worth because of this ability for Davey. Even despite these invades, he's split an awful lot so far with Dinosaur, who's also behind Jeff Himler.
I was curious where Predator's going to go with this build. I was starting to talk about it before that fight. That with Morrigan, you're kind of able to bait in safely in the stealth, get off your damage, and then transform right away into someone a lot tankier than you. So it usually doesn't hurt her that much, even though she's close up to not have prots a lot of the time. But he is the solo laner here, and it's really just Dinosaur and this warrior that we're going to have for protections. So I was wondering how he's going to build, and it looks like he is already working on some magical defense. Even on the Morrigan, it looks like you just don't have much room to maneuver as the solo laner. You got to get some prots.
An early Genji's probably is where he's going to go as another blue buff invade successful. Jeff Inla's a little bit far forward here.
And he is going to be the early target. Predators has the stun to keep the CC chain going. No passive this time, and Jeff Inla served up on a platter. Rival happy to start eating, and they find themselves their 5th kill of the game.
Just a weird miscommunication there. Everyone else on Space Station was clearly on the get blue and get out train of thought. Everyone else was pathing backwards. No one was even backpedaling to see if Jeff needed help.
David takes the sky. Couldn't tell if that was aggressive or if he was trying to get away, but they look for Barracuda here in the middle lane right away. But a 2-man stun from Sino helps out. Barracuda still falls to Rapio's pressure fly. Gets the Kraken on Sino, and hello! Rival are here in the 2nd game.
Okay, they're waking up a little bit. This pressure on the left-hand side is paying off. Now for Rival, Davey gets involved, gets a couple of assists. Fly holds that Kraken that entire time and is able to convert it into a kill on the Sino. Rival looking a lot better. Still need to be able to get a little bit more on the back end of these, though. This is something that I noticed during their setup against Hype Unit. Even when they were getting ahead, they didn't do a good job of converting that into farm. They get a lot of kills, but don't get a whole lot off of it. They need to do a good job of actually getting objectives and getting ahead. But in order to do that, you need to be able to kill your opposition a lot of times. And they've got that part down so far here in Game 2.
Yeah, David goes to the Glad Shield here right after that Acorn. I mean, you can tell that they're definitely more active here, but Jeff Inla wants to try and nip this all in the bud. Fly gets swatted, and in comes Dinosaur trying to help, not quite there in time with the Horus Ultimate. And Space Station should make it back out. As meanwhile, Aquarius over in right could be in some trouble. Predator's turned into the Poseidon. He's done that twice now and almost finds the kill.
Sino's still here and has Blink up. This is, instead of going for that blue buff defense, look where Rapio is. He's going to that left-hand side. Looks like Predator's actually was able to steal that blue away, and Andy's in trouble.
Yeah, he catches him there on the left-hand side. Anister makes it back to the Tier 1 tower, though. It was close. He didn't have to use beads, though, which is a pretty big win for him in that gank to have not been under that much trouble. So at the very least, he makes it back out.
Shout-outs to that Warrior's Blessing that Anister has gone for. It's really helped him out, just getting a little bit tankier.
We're seeing this more, huh?
Yeah, I like it on these assassins. I mean, there are some assassins like Susano, maybe I think Mage's Blessing's a little bit better to just help you clear the wave. There's potential.
Dinosaur has found Barracuda in the jungle. They lock him down, and that's an easy cleanup kill there for Davey working together with Dinosaur. And Rival looking better, man. You can see in their player cams, they're active. They're definitely still in a good mood. And more than anything, they still believe they can win this game, man. And they're showing us here that they can. Still not favored, I'd say, but certainly capable.
Davey keeps Anister busy on this side. There we go. Fury goes down. Rival. That's an objective on the back end of a kill. Their lead getting close to about 1,000. Thing is, Predators needs to be careful on this side of the map, as does Davey. Just a little bit short. Shout out to that Glad Shield prot.
Yep, that gets Davey back out of there, man. He needed every bit of that, or he would have certainly fallen this left-hand side. That doesn't mean Anister can start to push and move here into the jungle, and could even potentially catch out Fly just coming over to grab his red buff by himself. It looks like he got the news. I don't know how, but Fly knew better to get on out of there, and he makes it out safe.
Dinosaur fires off that ultimate. He actually puts everyone behind Sino to cut off his escape route, but I don't think Sino's looking to escape. I think he's looking to fight.
Yeah, he's heading right towards the speed buff. They get the invade, and Team Rival can see the writing on the wall. They disengage completely and head back towards the Tier 2 tower. Despite this last surge, I mean, hasn't it been rival this whole game? They've been getting all the kills. They're doubled up in kills right now, but Space Station are still the ones on the Chaos side of the map playing aggressive. Undeterred,
and I think that's important, because if you just let rival set their feet and get comfortable, they're gonna do much better than what we saw from the beginning.
Sino takes to the sky. Doesn't even necessarily have to wait for Execute Threshold if he can find a nice stun, but he is long gone. No longer looking for this engagement. They got Predators to ult there just now, really without committing a whole lot.
I think that's on Rapio in particular, who's less invested in that fight, who's got a much better angle to what's happening, to let Predators and Dinosaur know they aren't getting dunked in that spot. Losing that Changeling ultimate for not a whole lot of investment is a bad thing. I mean, Aqua might be able to just outright solo Predators once he backs.
Sure.
Gets a little bit more itemization.
I mean, so much of what Morrigan does is reliant upon that Changeling ultimate. And Predators have been turning into Fly a lot here in the 1v1. The Kraken very, very good in the Jormungandr. I imagine that's part of why. But later on, he's going to have to start looking for different targets, I think. I don't know if the Kraken is really going to be the best one. This team could end up needing just more control and tanky presence in these fights.
I agree, and this build from Fly is head-scratching, to say the least. I mean, Bancroft's... I'm a notorious Bancroft's hater. I think it's really only good on gods
Anubis.
like Sol, Anubis, and Persephone are like the only gods that ever built that item on. Maybe Agni, but even then I don't love it. Hate it on Poseidon. There's so many items I need when I'm playing Poseidon, man. I need Spear the Magus, I want Shaman's Ring, I want E-Staff, I want Soul Reaver. I need Obsidian Shard, I need Boots. I don't got time for all this.
That is Annister down and left, and then right, Sino has ganked Predator, so both teams had the same idea at the same time. Just a question of who gets more, and Rival the one's already in position for a Tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Space Station's going to keep collecting their own side of the jungle. Not bad for them jungle for solo.
And you see...
Or long lane for solo.
Aqua get the speed buff once again, but Rapio pretty happy with that. I mean, Andy's really far down. He was down 2 levels in that lane, even going back a level. He was level 9. Whereas Davey was sitting at 11. That level discrepancy is going to continue to grow if Davey's able to get all these red buffs. Space Station's been very good about being there for the enemy blue and invading that consistently. Where's the defense on this red? I'm a little surprised they've been willing to give so many up in a row, because not only does that impact Annister's level of farm, but it's Barracuda's as well. That's made Barracuda fall behind.
Team Rival still very much in this one, but here comes the dunk from Davey. He goes right for Barracuda. Great epic uppercut from Jeff, though, to put a stop to that aggression. Sino goes to the backline for Fly, and yet again erases him. Control-Alt-Delete. Rapio, though, does find one more back to Sino. That at least makes this an even trade.
Good use of that spin. No knock-up available, but Barracuda's pathing a bit ambitious. He thought that fight was going better than it was. And Davey finds another one. That's 2 for 1 for Rival's favor.
They come out on top yet again here in this fight. And so far, it's been this aggression, this playmaking from Rival that has allowed them to remain close. But they got to start turning that into a lead, or else it's just not going to be enough. I know Space Station have struggled all year, bottom of the SPL, but this team is still too strong to let you just play ranked for 20 minutes and then think you're going to be able to win it at the end. They got to start building a lead.
But if you're a Space Station at this point, you know what everyone's saying. You have
Sure.
to, right? I mean,
you can't let that creep in, man.
You got to keep that out of your head. You got to play this slow and understand that you're okay. You know, it feels like Rival's got all this momentum, but it's someone's job to be saying, hey, you know, we're right there in this one.
Yep.
Aqua's huge. Let's just get him involved in all these team fights. That's a lot of that's going to be on Aqua to say, hey, I'm big. Don't worry about it. I'm going to come in and I'm going to affect these fights really heavily. We're okay. No need to stress, but I think it's hard not to. If I'm being honest, if I'm in Space Station's shoes, it's a lot of, really? After yesterday and how we played, this is how we're coming out here in Game 2?
Right. I mean, you wouldn't want all that to pile on, right? On top of a lot of the stuff that they're already hearing, I'm sure. And you just want to be able to come in and grab this win and move on and start to show all the stuff that you've been working on instead. Here's this team Rival with such a gauntlet ahead of them, undeterred by any of that, giving you 100% right now. And they're kind of taking Space Station the distance, at least so far here in game number 2. As you said, this game nowhere near out of reach just yet. Look at Barracuda's build, a shifter shield after the Transcendence, as it Fly just drops the Kraken.
And it nearly killed Sino. Aqua's in a bad spot too. He's getting low, but gets that World Serpent off just in time.
Just barely makes it to the ultimate. But Sino's in some trouble. Davey with a blink makes it to him, and he makes it to the sky. Davey's out of there.
That's huge. You put Sino down, then you even him up at 5 and 5. And that should open up this Oni Fury.
Wow.
No Kraken, but Predator transformed, but way too early. They'll get it anyways, just uses DPS.
Yeah, they just choose instead to try and raise the time until they clean it up. Predators will die on the back end of this, and that's a pretty valuable target for Space Station to have found to keep this Morgan relegated to a more defensive position this game. But Rival are showing us some ability to really see the whole map. As long as they're, you know, getting their farm steady from it, they're in control.
They're winning so far. They're winning in this game. Now, XP being even in Space Station's favor is not a great sign for Rival. They're definitely still having a little bit of trouble finding the farm after these fights.
Agreed.
I mean, the fact that Sino's 5 and 5 in the same level of farm as Rapio, who's 4-0 and 5, that tells me that Rapio's not farming quite as much as he probably needs to be. Dinosaur, despite his team winning around him an awful lot, he's 0-1 and 9 compared to Jeff Hindla's 0-1 and 2 or 0-2 and 2. He's not finding enough farm quite yet, but it's a process right now.
Sino doesn't make it off the ground. Fly hits the Kraken. So they've got the 5v4 power play. Pyromancer's available. If they want to come over and take a look at this one, as Dinosaur is the one zoning and keeping tabs on where Jeff Hindla is. They got a lot of members on the right-hand side. They might want to try and grab Aqua, who has the ultimate available and channels it in time, so he'll be able to disengage as well. But Rival still have the numbers advantage on this side of the map.
Sino will be up in about 15, and he's got Blink and Ult available, but he's still vulnerable for another 30 seconds after that. No beads, and Dinosaur is able to make it work. This is risky, though. I don't know about this one.
And it looks like they don't know so much about it either. This is not good if they're not on the same page. It looks like instead the call's going to be to fight, and they look for Barracuda right away, but he has beads and Aegis that buys him time, and they look for the turnaround play into Dinosaur. Barracuda is the one that finds the shots to bring Dinosaur down.
Davey can't find him either. Predators, another Poseidon transformation that does not get a whole lot of purchase. Jeff Hindla's passive consumed, and in a 5v4, Rival just look a little bit too spread out.
Yeah.
They look a little bit too panicked in that moment. And Davey just has farmed so well in this game. He's invaded really well. He's had a really good understanding of how to push this lead in the lane. But I think that Rival needs a little bit more from him in these team fights. He's gotten finishing blows on a couple people. He's up there in the player damage charts, but we really haven't felt it since every team started to group. Right there, he whiffed on Barracuda and immediately had to back it up.
That means now it's Pyromancer for Space Station Gaming, and like you said, Rival were not cohesive about what they wanted to do with that power play, with that 5v, but they did not look as though they agreed with that call at all. Maybe they were trying to sell it, but I mean, they barely got their foot in the door before they made the pitch, and then they backed off to look for the fight. I mean, the moment might have been a little too big even for Team Rival. You wonder if here, you know, at this studio in this big moment, if they were quite ready to make the right call. They're definitely ready to cut down Barracuda, who gets isolated in mid. Maybe they can give us a take two and try this again.
Looks like he got double blinked on by Dinosaur and Davey. Dinosaur with that Relic Dagger already means that cooldown is pretty low. That's what needed to happen last team fight. The fact that Barra used both Relics and survived Davey after the fact did cause some concern, but at least they punish him for not having them before they come back up at least one more time.
We've already established they can get picks. They got to show us the next step, I say here, Ryan.
Yep.
That they can convert that into some kind of real tangible lead. Looks like the tier 1 tower here's the call, but Predators needs help in right, losing the battle outright to Sino, using the Orman Gunner and that ult, and that will allow him to disengage, but Sino's tracking him pretty well and might even be able to hunt him down.
No blink, he won't need it. Predators is just outright dead. Unless he stealths away.
Oh, wow.
And he's out.
I don't know, but Sino's so fast. Once he sees him out of stealth, he still can catch back up. The scythe fadeaway doesn't hit, though, and Rapio is enough of a bodyguard, unless Jeff Hindla gets here.
Blink yawn almost catches Predators, but we'll catch one more. Rapio, have fun. You lose a tier 1 tower in mid for it, but you've relieved a lot of the pressure.
Aqua still has the ult, even among all three. Kraken and the knockup come through from Dave and the Barracuda, so he's just going to try and trade what damage he can. He will indeed end up falling, and there's the ultimate from Aquarius to reposition. But they're still hunting Predators up by the tier 2 tower. He's in a whole lot of trouble back there without the Changeling ultimate to allow him to fight.
finally they give that up as Aqua gets stunned right in that whirlpool. Aegis was huge in order to immune that damage, but it doesn't matter. He's going to die.
Wow, they were able to find yet one more kill. That makes it 2 for 1. And Predators avoids 3 members over there in right, but they give up the chase to grab the Tier 2 tower. Not a bad use of Space Station's time. So even still, not only do Rival have the kill lead, Space Station have grabbed the gold lead with that play around the Tier 2 tower. They're the ones out in front.
Barracuda steps up in mid without relics, back up again. Immediately gets Krakened. He's lucky that Fly whiffed the center of it, because otherwise he would have gotten insta-killed once again. I mean, he's 2 and 5 on the Scotty pick, two levels down to Fly. Everyone was so worried about Scotty when she, right after mid-season, that big buff.
Me included.
She's going to be insane. No way anyone can contest with her. We've seen next to no Scotty at a competitive level, and this is the first time we've seen her in so long, and it doesn't look good.
Not particularly impressive. Davey does manage to get away from Jeff Hinla and his aggression. That was the epic uppercut and an attempt to lock him down, but the fighting not over. Sino has to ult to get away for the pressure, comes right back down towards Rapio. Annister there to follow up, but they don't have the damage. Sino instead turns around onto Davey. They find the first kill. Kraken for Fly, though, does take care of Annister. 1 for 1, long laner for mid laner. Or rather, both long laners.
Yeah, both long laners. Predators used his own ultimate there, but didn't seem to find a whole lot. Now Dinosaur's turn.
And Primal Fury just being started by Space Station, but Dinosaur comes right in with it to the sky. Aqua does use the ultimate, he had the right call, but Dinosaur can't do this alone. Even with a 3-man knockup, he's certainly dead to rights. And that means Space Station go right back to the objective.
Rapio, no relics, no ultimate. Don't think he's going to come in. No way. Predators almost got it, but now he's going to die for it. I mean, his stealth is down. I don't know if that's really worth Predator's life. Now this staggers the enemy team so heavily. He's dead for 45. That's a pretty big attempt by Predators, and I just don't think the risk and reward is there.
Space Station now up about 2,000 gold or so on the back of that fight. Similarly for experience, and they've got the numbers advantage on the map if they want to head over towards FG. And even though Bear has struggled this game, his damage on the objective will be there to give them sustained DPS as well as taking down towers. They're certainly not out of this by any means. In fact, they've got plenty of claim to come over here and look to grab an even stronger lead.
Will Rival be ready for this? I mean, looks like they are. Maybe a little bit too ready. Davey pretty early with that ultimate.
And now he's being locked down. They don't have to stay on the objective. Beads comes out from Davey early. Dinosaur shows up to try and provide some much-needed peel, but SSG have given up on the objective. They want this fight here now. They got Dinosaur locked down, slowed, knocked up, and being sent all around. Barracuda gets the kill credit. Sino goes for Rapio way downtown, and Rapio's removed as well. Space Station have 5 members up, and they're looking at FG again.
Okay. Space Station fans exhale. Yep. Looks like they're riding the ship, so to speak. They still have a couple people to worry about. Davey has Blink, and he's hovering.
And he's on the backside. Blinks in, probably didn't have a read on right where the FG was, and instead he'll be collapsed on. They drop the objective. Sino kills him. Predator's still nearby, though. He can throw his hat in the ring, but he's been revealed. I think Barracuda saw him, so now they know he's here.
Now it should be a kill for Barracuda if he wants to keep it going. Decides not to. Heads back towards Fire Giant. And it's getting low. Space Station managed to secure it.
And they send Fly on his way as well. Predator's still stuck on the wrong side of the map. I doubt they know where he is. He uses the stealth to reposition on the right-hand side. But Space Station now have regained control, righted the ship, as you correctly put it. Space Station back where they need to be on the tracks, and they should be able to regroup, come make a push. Remember, they already got the tier 2 in right. That Phoenix is open if they wanted. A lot more towers to get in left, though. They might hit that one up. And 2 still in mid. Rival had done a good job this game, keeping their base relatively safe.
Still, that just means there's a lot of gold left on the map.
Sure.
For Space Station. I mean, they can push this lead pretty quickly after the fact. That feels like the big concern to me is their ability to put this game out of reach very quickly right away. I mean, Rival have just got to, they've really thrived on this chaotic, back and forth, fighting without a whole lot of purpose sort of style that they rope-a-doped Space Station into. Now Space Station look like they've had a chance to catch their breath, set their feet, and they are refocused on what is important in this game, and I'm concerned that they won't fall back into Rival's trap, which Rival needs them to.
With Barracuda here in the minion wave, they'll make quick work of this left side tier 2. They're not grouped up yet to make any real actual Phoenix pushes. They'll slow down, invade the jungle. They still have a tier 1 to take care of here in mid as well. So Space Station will get to show us where they'd like to group. They're going to catch Barracuda in the jungle. Dinosaur and Davey going aggressively first. Davey takes to the sky, as does Sino, and Dinosaur falls early. Rapio in trouble in the back. Sino gets that kill. Predators is very, very low here on the back line as well, but manages to escape just enough. But what about poor Davey? Sino makes it a double.
Sino's had enough, man. He's putting his foot down.
Okay.
Annister does get gobbled up by Fly, but that's still a 4-for-1 in Space Station's favor.
Well, they need Barra.
They sure do. He's a little bit far away. He's on the mid tower. I mean, they've got Sino. He's got so much flat pen with that 2 and all that extra damage that they look okay.
Yeah, I wonder if this could have even been an in push, though, if he's grouped up with them. I mean, obviously he wasn't, so there's nothing they can do there, but they'll settle for the left side Phoenix in quotes, and Barracuda keeps Predator's zone as the rest of the squad heads to mid Phoenix at this point. Dinosaur back up, but he really can't afford to play much defense. That's the mid Phoenix as well. Space Station suddenly, all at once, up 11,000 gold. What had been so close through 22 minutes has skyrocketed out of control.
Man, this is more along the lines of what we saw in Game 1 and frankly what we expect from this matchup. I don't know if I'm ready to give credit to Rival. I mean, obviously they deserve credit for how close the early game was, but I also have to look at the way that Space Station played a lot of it. I just don't think that they did a particularly good job.
Well, coming into this, that's how he framed it, right? This was a bit more about how well could Space Station come in here and clean up a match they're supposed to win. Game 1, they handled business. Game 2, though, Rival caught them off guard with this aggressive early game strat. Morrigan solo, Rat in the long lane, and they weren't quite ready for it. They did stabilize and bounce back in that mid game, but I mean, you'd hope that they'd have been able to hold on longer. A team like SK or LG or Obey, if they get that same kind of early game start, they're not going to let Space Station stabilize.
No doubt. I think we saw the Scotty experimentation. We probably are ready to move on from that if we're Barracuda. I'm ready to move on from the Andy Thor long lane. I mean,
yes,
which is a real disappointment because Annister, one of the best Thors to ever touch the game, but it just has not worked for him so far this week. Give it over to Sino. I'm fine with that. It just has. I mean, he got heavily bullied in that lane by Davey.
Davey kind of gave him the hands here in the long lane. Fire Giant has now fallen off of Space Station. Another minute till that objective itself is up. Won't be enhanced just yet. We'll have just crossed the 28-minute threshold when they start for it. And they'll be able to use that to make what could easily be their final push. Only one Phoenix left in right lane, as yet untouched, so at least have a full strength one to defend on. But hold up, Space Station have pushed up. They might not bother waiting on FG.
They're up enough that they might be able to make this work. They just have such great backline dive between the Thanatos and the Thor dunks that it's really, really hard to defend against. If both Annister and Sino just walk it up right here, these are Oni fire waves as well. It's tough.
Oh, look at this, a play from Dinosaur to try and catch them off guard from behind. They look to lock down Annister early on, but in comes Aquarius to play disruption. Rapio falls way off on the left-hand side of the fight. Meanwhile, there's some trouble, as it looks like Annister's hunting down one more. He certainly is. That was Predators. That only leaves 3 members up from Rival, and it's not just to keep this game, it's to try and stay in the tournament overall. Titan at half HP, Titan well below. Fly does find Annister, try and keep this in. Sino is low as well. Fly gets a double, but Barracuda takes Davey, and that's the game. Space Station closed the set out 2-0.
Good attempts by Rival. I think they really bounced back well from game number 1. They looked a lot better for sure, but Space Station woke up and remembered what they were supposed to be doing. Still a valiant effort. Good job by Rival to get second place at this year's Worlds and the console side of things.
Yep.
And then to put up a fight here in game number 2.
I think they did look impressive. And really, as you said, it's the mental side of it from Rival that I've been the most impressed by. Yeah, I think it's very easy to come into this set and maybe not give it your all, thinking that the outcome was inevitable. But instead, not only did they fight hard in both games, but they showed us a whole different strat in game number 2.
Yeah.
And very nearly won here up against Space Station. An impressive game from them.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, this is what they came in and tried to do in game 2. They executed as best they could. Space Station ultimately ended up being the better team, but it was in question for a minute, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. Not by as much as I think they would have liked for it to have looked like at the end of that game. So maybe a few questions still hover over Space Station when instead they would have liked some exclamation points. We'll have a chance, though, to talk to the boys as well as break it down further in the desk in just a few minutes.
Space Station Gaming, take the set. Man, it's been months since I've been able to say that. Fantastic job to them. They keep their tournament dreams alive. Unfortunately for Team Rival, console side, they will be going home. I'm here with Zeros. We break this one down. Break it down.
The first set of the whole year that Sino gets a win, so congratulations to him for that. Definitely not clean though, this game from SSG. Thought after the first game looked super one-sided, so I thought this game would be like that as well. And it's just back on the 4, and it's like, I don't know, it looks kind of not too good, honestly.
Yeah, a little shaky there as Rival is able to kind of grab something in the early stages and the mid stages, honestly. They had something going for them. These early game fights were strong, and going up against Thanatos, being strong in the early game is important. You were looking at Rapio early as well?
Yeah. I was looking at this Morrigan solo and Predators. He was like 3-0-0 at some point, like super fed early game. I thought like maybe he could run this game. Then he opted to go into this tank Morrigan, which I personally hate, because I feel like, why go on a tanky character that you're just looking to initiate from stealth, right? Then you transform. If you want to be tanky, transform into a tank and build damage. You can do damage before you transform. I feel like going tanky and Morrigan makes zero sense to me, but yeah.
Was definitely a rough start or a rough finish for the solo lane Morrigan for sure. Barracuda here on the Scotty, an interesting choice. Mid lane probably not where she does the best, but well, it worked out. So you know, ups and downs. But I think that's probably the important conversation here is, although a lot of this worked out, it wasn't as clean as it could have been, and as Space Station continue to go on into the tournament, they got to look at this as not necessarily an up and down win and still identify some things that need to be changed.
Yeah, like the first game we see Anderson playing the meta ISIS duo lane and does really well with it, and honestly that game looked super easy for SSG. I feel like they should go back to that, but in this game I felt like it was like in the mid game some point where I felt like Sino just decided I've had enough. He started killing everyone. I think he one shot, he dunked on Rapio like 2 or 3 times and just one shot him, took him out of the fight straight away. So I feel like Sino kind of carried this.
11 kills here at 27 minutes and more to come after the fact that he grabs number 12 there and finishes with upwards of that many kills. Fantastic look for Sino, who last year's World's MVP kind of struggled throughout this regular season, as Zero said. This is his first set win of the whole year. Maybe this is the type of thing that reinvigorates him and brings him up. We've got him standing by next to Anderson. Let's see what they have to say.
When I won Worlds.
Hey, well, welcome back to the interview desk, Sino. That's right on time. It's been a little bit for you guys here. Does it feel good to finally get a win under the belt?
It feels good, but we still have a lot of work to do. Still got a lot of games to make Worlds, you know, so we're just going to keep looking forward.
Well, I know y'all's aspirations are far beyond this set here and making it towards Worlds, but was there any scare, I suppose, there in Game 2 when it looked like they were close? They never really had any substantial lead, but they were right there with you all. What were comms like, I guess, in that Game 2?
I mean, it shouldn't have gotten that bad. The Rat kind of gave me a hard time. Yeah, I mean, Calm stayed calm, though. Like, I'm pretty sure the entire time we thought we had it, so.
You guys definitely looked a lot better towards the end of Phase 2, and you moving over to long lane. I mean, how are you guys feeling confident coming into this? Because I know when you go on a losing streak like you guys have been on, it can be a little bit difficult to gain momentum and gain a little bit of confidence. But I thought that you guys looked a lot better towards the end of Phase 2. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, we are feeling a lot better. I don't know, like, I mean, yesterday obviously we lost, and today was like a little bit more bumpy than we wanted it to be. But we're like, we think we're pretty good. Like when we're playing our game, I'm pretty sure we're all like confident that we're really like a pretty sick team, like despite being last place. But yeah, if we're playing our game, we'll play good. We just gotta clean it up.
Well, I believe you. It's out cold for you all as your next matchup here at this point. How are you all feeling about that set? I'm sure you're feeling confident, but are there any matchups or anything there where you all are feeling particularly strong? Have you gotten to watch a lot of their games back? How do you feel about that team?
We watched their games earlier today. Obviously, we're going to rewatch them, see how pick some band, see what they value. But obviously, Frosty X Susano. Probably won't give him that, but other than that, we're feeling pretty good. Just got to play our game.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, guys. Good luck tomorrow up against Out Cold. Stick with us. We got one more set coming on the broadcast here to close out the day.
Got to know you before you faded away.
I got to know you, got to love you. Just keep on walking down to separate ways. I can show you, escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. I'll just wait here as you're fading away. I got to know you, got to love you. One thing to say before you're fading away. I really love you. Escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Together we go down.
HiResExpo.com/cosplay. You can sign up there. And shout outs to the only break that is not my tiny desk. 3 matches down as we get into our 4th matchup here. It's going to be Hype Unit, the console version, versus Obey Alliance. This one should be spicy. Again, someone's going home.
Yeah, definitely.
I like that.
Super interesting set this though, to be fair. Obey yesterday looked super strong in the first game against Simplicity. Then throws at a Fire Giant, loses. Second game just falls over completely, loses super hard. Interested to see if they can turn it around today, because like that's a really bad way to go, I think.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tough there. And across the way, Hype Unit Console, this team is a team that, if you've been following me at all, I've been very, very high on. I think that they fell down. Well, they did fall down to Out Cold Gaming yesterday, and I was a little bit surprised, to be honest with you. This is their chance for redemption. Everybody playing mouse and keyboard. This isn't like Rival, where you have some players on the controller. These guys have been playing predominantly on mouse and keyboard. These guys have been scrimming minor league teams, pro league teams as well, and having varied levels of success. So we'll see what these guys can do. Baronic, Layers, these are the 2 guys to look at if you want my money, looking at how this team finds success.
Yeah, Layers against they did lose against Out Cold, but he played insane. Like he had his last 4 game, they lost that game, but so many big dunks. He was one-shotting people to the left and the right. So like super good performance. And this set today, I think, can be so good. And I feel this is actually a game where I feel like a SML, even an SML team, a console team can actually beat an SPL team.
I absolutely agree. I think the bigger part of it actually comes down away from the X's and O's. You know, I was poking you before about, you know, having some fun about losing, but really, Hype Unit today is all about how much they can just forget about their loss yesterday. This is a talented team that has what it takes to beat what Obey has done, especially if Obey plays like yesterday, where when you look at the strong points of each team, Obey's strongest point might just be in the jungle. Yesterday, Obey's jungler Weekend had a lot of struggles.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think Moswall has been like the rock and stone for this team. Like if Moswall has a good game, I feel like he can carry hard on in the mid-late game on these matches, like Merlin Tough especially. He played Persephone yesterday. Didn't look super amazing, honestly. First game was really good. Punished the Genetics were playing Terra. They punished that really hard with the Persephone ult. But apart from that, the Persephone didn't look that good. So I don't know. Maybe just go back to the Merlin and Tough for Moswall, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Moswall right there trying to figure things out for the mid lane. He and his team had varied levels of success again. Wowie. Obviously, they wound up losing out to Simplicity, but Wowie has been a shining point for this team as well.
Yeah, super impressive this whole season, I think. Like, super solid player in all. Plays everything as well. Can place the Hunters, can place the Mages. Like, kind of what you want in the dual lane now, so.
Wowie is a great player on a team that has had some inconsistent success. Yes or no? Wowie is this year's fun ball.
This year's fun ball.
Meaning Funball has found himself on kind of lower end teams, a lot to prove, etc., etc.
I think Wowie has probably shown more or like more promise than Funballer did back on SK, I'd say. So I think Wowie has probably looked better this year than what Funballer did back on SK. From what I can remember, at least. I mean,
it's similar thought processes where the players around him kind of, you know, we're waiting for them to step up to his level of prowess, pretty much. You know, Mineral has been a late call-up here. We'll see what they can do on the field. P's and B's, pretty please, as we jump into game numero uno. Obey with the first choice. Hype Unit on the other side. They'll be figuring things out, and so our picks and bans start off with a Morrigan ban.
Yeah, respect that ban a lot. Crimson on Hype Unit played that super well yesterday, so I can definitely see what they banned at.
Persephone, despite Moswall's lackluster performance, that's going to be banned out. The Hercules will be banned. That's a look at Inbound. Inbound has this very similar playstyle to what we see out of players like Aurora and Raffer and Neil Ma, albeit to a lower level, no disrespect intended, but still very aggressive, loves to solo invade. The Circuit does well there as well.
Yeah, really don't want to deal with what Inbound is looking to do in the early game with the Herc and Circuit support. So smart ban by Obey overall, I think.
Does leave Thor open, and Weekend will grab the Lightning Man. We'll see if Mjolnir can do what he needs to do here. Hype Unit now trying to respond to the Thor selection. Jormungandr will be a choice. Wolves looks very good on this guy. And the follow-up will be the set. Whether this winds up in the jungle or the carry, it's scary.
Probably for Layers, I think. Had a really good showing on set every game he played it so far, I think. And like he seemed to really like it. I've never been a big fan of set jungle. But like this guy really made it seem really strong, so I would assume this goes to the jungle.
When it comes to set, it's less that I'm not a fan of set jungle and I just like him everywhere else a little bit better. But I'm not gonna, like you said, I'm not gonna say no to the performance that we saw out of Layers. And of course, this keeps it flexible. Right now, Hype can put it either place depending on where Obey is gonna go. Merlin and Athena. Athena has been Minerals, the support players' kind of standout choice.
Yeah. Love both of these picks from Obey. Obviously Merlin, I talked about it before. I want to see Moswall on Toff or Merlin play so good on them gods. Also the Athena. Obey did the exact same thing yesterday whenever they were against Set. Although yesterday Set was in the dual lane. But like Athena makes it so safe because now we can play ADC. He played Huyi against the Set yesterday. But if Set anytime look to aggress on him, Athena will just out over and like they will win that 2v1. So really smart Athena pick.
Love the Thoth selection here. Crimson, this just might be his best character in the game, and it can flex over to middle lane, Baronic if really needed, but I expect this to be Crimson's choice. Very dangerous when he gets the Thoth guy in his hand. Again, you're a big fan of this choice. What do you have to say about Thoth?
just so good, kind of underpicked right now. I think it might be because Toff has a lot of hard counters to him, like hard CC. Obviously, he has no CC immunity in his kit. He can't get over walls. There you have some counters there, the Cabrera, the Odin, the Ymir walls. But it's just like mainly hard CC, like Dai, Blink Athena, Thor. Like them kind of gods can really make it hard for Toff. So I think that's why we don't see him as much. But like if he doesn't have to deal with that, like he can do so much.
Hoodie Baronic waiting for Obey to figure out where they're going to go with their ban. Cabrakan will be the ban. Interesting, because as you mentioned, it's strong against Thoth.
Yeah, sure. They probably don't look to play it anyway. This mainly Inbound played this yesterday and did really well with it, so that's probably why they're taking it away. Also one of them early game gods that can be kind of annoying. If he gets rolling early game to Cabrakan, so much damage. Even though he's in the support role, still has so much damage, so much CC, so just annoying to deal with in general.
Olaran and King Arthur, the round 2 bans here for Hype Unit. Obey Alliance looking to follow up their Cabrakan ban here. Going deep into the clock time as we have conversation about it. Again, this is an elimination game. Best of 3, but he who loses goes home. Kepri will be the ban of choice here for Obey. Interesting. Not exactly where I expect Hype Unit to go traditionally, but Obey might have some notes that we don't about what's going on behind closed scrim doors.
Yeah, for sure. Like what we see so far from Inbound has been mostly this early game support. And honestly, Capri can be that. Capri with Blink early game actually can look for a lot of opportunities with his Abduct, so not a bad ban. And honestly, Capri is solid god in general, I feel like. Makes your carries feel super safe. Long range CC can help out with wave clear in the early game too if that is needed, so I like the ban.
Hype Unit now on the clock. They've got a Jormungandr, a Set, and a Thoth. Still need a support player. And Set up in the air as to where it's going to go. Mid lane matchup here. Maswal versus Baronic. As I said, Baronic with the hoodie up. That bodes well for Hype. They're thinking about the Fenrir.
Not sure if I love the Fenrir here. I don't know what Fenrir would be, especially because it's not that good against Merlin, because Merlin has a super easy time to just dash out of the Fenrir jump. He can dash out of the Brutalize as well. So don't like the Fenrir too much against Merlin. Don't think it's too good against Thor or Athena either, but as we said, once an aggressive support, right, that is Fenrir, so I would assume it's Fenrir support.
That's where I'm thinking as well. I would expect Inbound to go in this direction for sure. Hype Unit still discussing it while we go over to Obey, and they have the time on their side. Thor, Merlin, Athena. Thor could flex into that carry role, although knowing Obey, it's probably unlikely. That is almost undoubtedly Weaken's God pick. Merlin and Athena here. It's almost undoubtedly the mid and the support, but let me check myself as Susano is hovered as well. Thor is flexible, and that could mean that Weaken's playing Susano.
Yeah, I suppose this would be 4 solo then for Ducky against Jormungandr. I don't know how that matchup goes, but I guess it should be fine for 4.
Look into
if 4
my
can start
eyes.
free farming in that matchup and start proxying and stuff, he's super annoying to deal with 4 solo, because as soon as he's missing from solo lane, anyone's around mid is always scared, because he can go into any camp and you start ulting and dunking mid, right? Super annoying to deal with 4 rotations.
Getting Thor and Athena rotating, there's going to be no 1v1 for Hype Unit whatsoever. And while Hype Unit is very aggressive with Fenrir,
what you cannot see.
well, they're going to match fire with fire. Chernobog can show up to any fight that Thor and Athena show up to. Do you like that decision?
Sure. I mean, I think for Chernobog, if he doesn't struggle too much early game, I think he's so good. Like his kit he's like the perfect hyper carry ADC in my opinion when he gets some items online. So safe, can dash into wall, can stay there, global out, like just a super sick pick in general, as long as he doesn't get punished early game.
Hype Unit's mid laner Baronic has been very successful on the Dark Lord carry. Really enjoyed what Chernobog has done for Hype Unit throughout the regular season. We'll see if it continues to be fruitful for them in the postseason. Obey though, Thor, Susano, Merlin, Medusa, a little bit squishy, not a whole lot of frontline here. They're going to rely a lot on the control that these characters bring.
Yeah. Obey's played this comp before. They had Athena support and they had Merlin mid and Medusa ADC. If you don't have beats for that taunt, you get Medusa ulted into Merlin combo. That's a lot of damage.
That's the old school one, right? Don't look at me, look at me. Uh-oh, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Hype Unit on the other hand, how do they respond to that? Thoth doesn't have any CC immunity in the ult or in the kit whatsoever. That will be an issue going forward. Gotta make sure that he's got his relics anytime those two characters are around for sure. Hype Unit in general have a very strong draft with Jormungandr, Set, Thoth. Are they the ones with the stronger draft up and down though?
I don't know. I don't really see what this Fenrir is gonna do unless he gets off to a really good early game and makes it hard for Obey in the early game. I don't really like the Fenrir pick too much here. Fenrir is pretty good against Medusa. As same, he can follow her. The Brutalize follows her dash, right? But then again, if Medusa is gonna be support Fenrir, Medusa can probably just turn around and dash straight into the Fenrir and like return the favor, you know. So we'll see how that goes.
Up and down for sure. Hype Unit have some tools. Obey's got some tools, to be honest with you, as well. This one should be close and kind of dangerous. I expect a high kill count. I definitely don't expect a slow-paced game. I think this is going to be a slaughter.
Yeah, for sure. I do think if we hit the mid game, I think Obey is probably going to win with experience, and they're going to utilize this Athena combo a lot. There's going to be Athena taunts into Medusa, ults into Merlin damage. So like I would give this to Obey, but good draw for Hype Unit as well.
You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't agree, but we'll leave it to the battlefield. Obey and Hype Unit taking the field now.
Thank you, Tom and Zeros, Aggro, and Anatoly with you on the cast to close out day number 2 of Hi-Rez Expo's Placement Week. And this is a big one, Toly. Probably the matchup that we'd expect to be the closest on paper today is Obey Alliance up against Hype Unit. Hype has looked good so far this week. A little bit of a disappointing loss for them yesterday up against Out Cold, but certainly one that they can try and remedy here up against Obey.
But also a disappointing loss for Obey Alliance, falling to Simplicity at 0-2. A lot of people in the bracket predictions probably thought this would have been Simplicity up against Hype Unit in the console side of things. So both teams having to now fight off against each other. Very aggressive all-in draft, it feels like, out of Hype Unit. Their front line between the Set, Fenrir, Jormungandr. If they go in, I just don't see how they realistically peel for their backline. Baronic and Crimson having to run for themselves.
Definitely very dive-oriented, which is a little bit concerning, I would say, with how good the peel can be from Obey. Merlin peels for himself pretty well, usually by way of damage. Wowie's got some good CC in it as well. See if that comes to fruition. Inbound all over. Weaken on his own speed buff. Mineral unsuccessful in stealing away the enemy speed. Inbound's picked up a horrific emblem at level 1. And that forces Weaken back. He doesn't get any speed XP. And Inbound not even going to try and stop and do the speed himself. He's going to try and go in there and contest this red 1v2. Looks like he might just get there in time. No, Moswell does secure it. As Hype Unit instead going to group up around this right-hand side, and blue buff goes the way of Hype Unit.
Yeah, not able to steal that one away, unfortunately, was Mineral. Still sitting at 19 experience per minute, but former LG support Inbound definitely has a couple of pages of Weaken's playbook, so he understands the opening starts and tendencies from the Susanoo jungle as he reunites with him again.
Nowhere Weaken goes will Inbound be able to be found. I mean, he is just all over him, and not only are they former teammates, but they play with each other a lot. On Weaken's stream, you can see Inbound on there with them, so you know that these two, it's always a little bit fun going up against your friends and former teammates on the other side, but at the same time, it just adds that much extra to the match, a little bit more bragging rights whenever you get to remind your friend that you're the one who won the head-to-head.
And I'm not sure if Obey have been preparing for this kind of an opening out of Inbound this aggressive, because Weaken sharing experience with Wowie in the long lane, very uncharacteristic for a jungler to do that, to open up the game. Normally they're ganking with purpose, not to share a wave entirely, whereas we saw Inbound, he made the rotation, but he didn't sit in the lane to absorb that experience, so Crimson should hit that level 5 marker first.
Oh, a huge wave over here in the solo lane for Ducky, and he's going to lose, feels like a pretty good portion of it. Wolves has been able to push him under tower. Seems like Ducky's just trying to clear out as much as he can so he doesn't lose at all towards the tower. We've seen a lot more Yorm again this week so far, Toly. Just feels like there isn't much threat. You can first pick him without a whole lot of worry about what the enemy team's going to do.
It just feels like it's the Jade Emperor's Crown effect. It's such a good Guardian item with the -30 physical power that you're applying. It's hard to really trade out. And unless you have like some sort of displacement to activate the passive effect from Wolves' Jormungandr, you're not going to really win that matchup.
It's very hard. And then even if you do, it feels like you're not doing it consistently enough. We're going to try and apply it right here. Wolves in trouble of falling down for first blood, and indeed he will be Obey's first victim. They get off to a good start on the right side of the map, and they might find something on the left as well. Inbound, Horrific Emblem, and Unchained to leap away, so they change targets towards Baronic. Shell comes through for Mineral just to make sure Wowie's safe. And Obey Alliance secure their own red. A 1-for-0 start for them, and they secure their buff on the left.
Well, you might not win the 1v1 matchup, but you better win the 2v1. Great rotation coming through from Weekend to get that first blood bounty for himself that was struggling to start as he was getting harassed by Inbound. This is good confidence now for Weekend to be able to start making plays all over the map, and then at the same time on the left side to not only almost get the kill on Inbound, but defending their red buff successfully, now picking it up as well. He should be comfortable in this long lane up against Crimson's Thoth.
I mean, Layers went through the first part of the early game completely unfettered. No harassment at all from what Mineral was able to do in the early game. Sure, he had to kind of 50-50 the speed. That goes his way. Then 50-50's blue. That goes his way. And still, he fell behind in XP per minute so far. Even before that first blood, I'm pretty sure Weekend had a slight edge on him. Layers, I mean, Set doesn't have the fastest clear early on, but neither does Usana.
It came down to sharing the wave on the left side a lot, and because of that, that's the difference in the jungle category. And you would expect Crimson to be ahead in the experience from Wowie as a result of that, but because of that red buff secure and a lot of grouping up, Crimson sacrifices a lot of farm on the left. But now that he's level 5 with the final judgment, there's still some kill potential. Now, as long as Inbound can get the Ragnarok, stuns out the correct target, trying to probably catch out Mineral. When you draft a Fenrir, it's normally because you have one individual target in mind to bully the entire game. That target is going to be Mineral's Athena.
Still only sitting at level 4, and Inbound is going to be there to try and punish him. That's where you see this Fenrir pick come into fruition, I think, because I agree with what Zeros was saying on the desk. Otherwise, doesn't look that great. Inbound gets interrupted right as he tries to brutalize, and Ducky's full combo secures kill number 2 for Obey Alliance. Jungler 2 coming out of the right side of the map. And good ward vision from Obey open up that opportunity.
Almost got away with the brutalize, but the tail end of it, Ducky had the presence of mind to identify where that enemy support was, and that's the power of the global pressure in the solo lane. It doesn't have to come out of the jungle. Thor has a lot of merit to being in the solo lane with a passive amplifying 10 physical power. He's going to try to trade out and then using that global pressure on even a support. Even though Mineral is a target from Hype Unit, I could say the same thing for Inbound for Obey.
Feels like one that they might be able to exploit. Inbound known for his very aggressive play. Oftentimes paying off, oftentimes making him fall behind, but setting his team up for some degree of success. Reminds me of Raffer in that way. Certainly not as successful as Raffer in his career. No one is. Though I guess Inbound actually kind of is. He's back-to-back world champion.
It's true.
Raffer did it too.
Between, what, Myth in Season 4 and then...
No, they won last year. But oh, that's right. Inbound wasn't on that roster because that was Chapo who played at the time. So, but Bobby still won 2 because he won with Myth. The rest of the roster is back-to-back. Only one in a row so far for Bobby. So it's slacking for sure.
He's got some, you know, awards and trophies there on his wall hanging, so you can't feel too mad about that. Having a couple of weeks of SPL experience as well. Wolves in a little bit of trouble though.
Typhoon ready, but Weekend decides not to use it. He'll settle for chasing out that World Serpent from Wolves. That opens up the door for so many opportunities now for Obey Alliance, and it feels like Hype Unit just came in and have not set the pace quite yet. And I feel like that's because of how poorly this Fenrir does against a lot of the other matchups without his ultimate. Ducky with the rotation in, Typhoon charged very early, doesn't find a home, but Ducky will. Stuns out Layers, but he's looking for Moronic. Can't quite find him as Weekend has to use the beads in response to Inbound's Ragnarok. Big damage coming from Oswald. 2 pulled back in by that Vortex, but not enough. Final Judgment hits 1. Weekend still alive until Crimson finally is able to put him down. Both junglers have met their fate in the enemy side of the map. But finally, Wowie's able to join up, and that'll be enough to chase off the rest of this engagement.
Living Nightmare out of Baronic. He needs to find something. Mineral is the target. No dash available out of this one. He gets off the shield, but the secondary hit, not enough. At the end of the day, it is a 2-for-1. Favoring out Hype Unit off of the aggressive style out of Obey. A little bit too ambitious. Because it worked the last time with Ducky's rotation, they wanted to extend it for a second time, but great separation out of Hype Unit. Seeing that from a mile away.
Felt like a weird engagement from Obey from a couple different angles. Number one, Weekend uses Typhoon so early to try and set up Ducky's dunk, but he can just save that for the later part of the fight, can he?
Yeah, I think he wanted to get a real quick knock up and then allow an easier time to aim that Anvil of Dawn, but instead both ultimates were kind of wasted early on. The ultimate out of middle I don't think connects as well for the damage. Hypino recognized it and backed on off just in time.
This time Inbound does have Ragnarok available. Doesn't result in a kill right away, but ultimately does because Weaken loses those purification beads. Also a great rotation in from Crimson. It's not often that you see the enemy long laner, can't say ADC these days, locked into a rotation on the right side of the map 6.5 minutes in, but Crim shows up and gets both kills for himself, a double for him, so certainly worth his time on that rotation.
And taking fights these early for Obey Alliance. No harm, no foul if it goes south, because they're not losing Pyromancer, they're not losing the Gold Fury as well.
Beads used by Layers after Minerals taunt. Here comes Ducky once more, but they know this is coming. Inbound already has that Ragnarok locked and loaded for the CC immunity. But that seems like a trade that Obey is willing to take. No CDR quite yet for Ducky, but he has been active very early in this game.
As he should, playing the Thor. He doesn't need to sit in that long or short lane for getting the farm. He could just hammer, clear the big minion, walk on out, because him just being in the jungle alone creates such a big threat. If you know that Anvil Dawn is available, you got to be worried if you're Baron and saying like, oh, Thor's in the jungle, okay, well let me look on my respective left side of the map just to avoid that.
Feels like Hype Unit starting to settle down a little bit into this game. Inbound not too far behind at this point. He's even picked up a Chalice of the Oracle to make sure that there's plenty of ward vision for Hype Unit. It seems like they've dedicated that extra ward vision to the right side of the map. Weakest backs warded. The most common pathing from Ducky towards mid warded. It seems like that's more the area they're worried about, probably because Ducky's been so active.
That's true. Weaken getting that first blood this early on means that the adjustments from Hype Unit is to cater towards Wolves. If this Jormungandr can get online a little earlier, start making the rotations to at least match that of Ducky, maybe not faster, but playing cleanup crew for the Jormungandr wouldn't be a bad idea.
Inbound, taunted. Oh, gets away from the damage from Moswall. This draft from Hype Unit surprised me a little bit because the entire second half of phase number 2, conversation about Obey Alliance was pretty one-dimensional. It was, did Moswall get Thoth or Merlin? If so, they look like a really hard team to beat. If not, well, you probably are favored against them. And Hype Unit leave both up. They let Moswall take the Merlin. Were you surprised by that?
A little bit, but at the same time, not really, because you got to ban away the Isis and the Persephone.
Feels like the second pick is pretty behind the 8 ball overall as Layers gets taunted and loses half his health.
But even off of the Persephone and Isis ban, Obey Alliance, they first picked the Thor. So Hype Unit could have easily played Merlin if they wanted to. Baronic plays Merlin quite often as well, but instead they opted for the Jormungandr for Wolves and then Set for Layers. Maybe they were worried that Ducky was going to play the Set in that short lane and didn't like the Jormungandr versus Set matchup. So they cater really heavily towards this solo lane that still got exploited by Weaken's early rotation.
Hasn't cost Wolves too much though, despite Ducky really shoving his hand in the cookie jar early and often in this game. Wolves has been able to stay pretty even in farm. As you highlighted earlier on when talking about Yorm, as soon as you get this Jade Emperor's crown, I feel like Ducky hasn't even wasted his time hitting on Wolves most of this lane. He's really just been dedicated to clearing the wave. Jade Emperor just makes it so hard to outtrade him.
And it just goes to show the difference of the slash line. 1-0-2 for Ducky, sitting at level 11, as opposed to the 0-1-1 for Wolves, that's level 12. Doesn't mean you're going to be winning in the experience category. You have to be very efficient with your farming. You can't be splitting the wave so often with Weaken, maybe with Mineral as well.
Red buff invade successful from Obey Alliance. So wow, he's going to take some damage on the way out. Inbound, looking for a little bit more, and Baronic's right there with him. Ragnarok picks up 1, and Final Judgment should secure it. Mineral falls to even up the kills 3-3, and that is what this Fenrir pick is designed to do.
As a support, it's so hard to survive against Fenrir, because you want to get a team fighting relic, such as the Shell. Weaken, though, trying to disengage, should be fine. And so Mineral picking up the Shell means he has no purification meter. It's a getaway.
Found quite a bit of damage onto Wowie. It's like he may have actually been leveling that Brutalize, because that did an awful lot of damage just at level 9, even with the tank boots. He is actually leveling Brutalize. That's interesting, because most of the time you see these support Fenrirs level the 1, a little bit, max the 1, I should say, a little bit more often, especially when there's so few good brutalized targets here for him.
I mean, the only two players that can stop the Brutalize is Ducky's Thor wall stun or Mineral's taunt. Knockups don't really affect the Brutalize, so you can't get Arcane pulled by Moswell, and Weekend can't win Siphon or Typhoon you.
No, but Weekend can jet stream. That teleport cancels it. Flicker cancels. The hammer toss will cancel when you teleport. But there's a lot of TPs.
You can also chase down the Athena dash if you know taunt is down. You can chase down the Medusa dash, and you can chase down the Susanoo third Stormkata dash.
Yep. So as long as you have those mobility options covered for those characters.
So there's pros and cons for both sides, but I like the idea of Brutalize if you're going to be ganking Wowie on the Medusa more often than not.
Moswell knows he's been spotted. He has relics up, but inbound still lurking. Hasn't jumped in quite yet. Horrific Emblem on cooldown. He used that to get the beads from Wowie on the left-hand side. We saw him chase him underneath the tier 2 tower. So that means Wowie's a little bit vulnerable, but he has more on-demand CC immunity than Mineral does. Mineral, even if he were to use Defender of Olympus to immune a pickup by Ragnarok, I mean, he still has to stand in place in the middle of a team fight for a long time. A little surprised Mineral doesn't go for the Purification Beads early. That's what we see a lot against these Fenrir comps, because this happens time after time. Mineral actually might survive. Final Judgment chases him, but inbound is on it as well. Crimson getting low. Veronic exits the wall at 1 HP, but Layers is going to clean up Wowie. Crimson trying to get around the wall. Weakens Beads, will secure the kill. It's a 2 for 2 so far until Ducky rejoins the fray. Inbound stunned out, and Ducky get a look for the finishing blow. Just needs the hammer toss, waits out the jump, and perfectly double taps him on the way out. 3 for 2 for Obey Alliance.
Good play out of the SPL team. Ducky and Wolves making an impact at the end of that one, but Purification Beats for Ducky makes sure he got that third kill. A great Petrify from Wowie that heavily disrupted Hype Unit's intentions. It took a little bit longer than they would have wanted to kill out Mineral because the channel from Crimson's Final Judgment had to have been reset, and because of that, it was inbound that committed to the Brutalize. He chased down Mineral's dash, which did secure the kill, but by that point of the end of the dash, he was too far out of position to get back into safety.
Sonic in trouble, no beats for him. Does have Aegis, he'll use it here, but Moswell's already flickered in. Even with Mineral coming, he's gotten awfully low. Inbound, trying to chase it down, but just can't quite close the gap. Moswell holds on to both relics in that situation too.
Yeah, Moswell having that Doom Worm, that extra mobility from killing that wave, got him away from inbound.
Big damage out of Wowie off one taunt from Mineral. Gonna slow inbound down as well, but Weekend no blink, so we can't get up and over this wall. Looks like both Veronic and Layers actually use the Aegis there. Excuse me, in that little scuffle underneath mid-tier 1. This is a composition that you can't really afford to not have relics against. They've just got a lot of damage, especially AoE damage here on Obey.
Ducky trying to defend his own back camps, runs right into inbound in a 1v3. Still holding on to his ultimate, knowing that he has backup with Mineral and Moswell around this corner. Good control, space control from Obey Alliance's draft. The Merlin has good damage, right? You're looking at Wowie's Petrify and Weaken's Typhoon. It's hard for Hype Unit to clump up and commit beyond enemy lines.
So much AoE, and it's CC at the same time. I mean, Petrify can stun you or slow you, depending on if you're looking at Medusa or not. Typhoon's the big knock-up. Blizzard from Moswell is going to slow you. Ducky's Anvil of Dawn will stun. I mean, it's not just AoE damage, it's damage and CC. I think this at all of SMITE. It's not a particularly execution-heavy composition like we see some teams run. This is just plain and simple. We cover a lot of ground, and we do a lot of damage, and we have a lot of CC on top of that.
It's a lot of wiggle room to make mistakes for Obey's draft and still come out on top at the end of the day, whereas Hype Unit, once they commit, there's just no way out realistically for them, so that's why Obey, I'm favoring them a little bit in the draft category, but despite all that, we haven't seen either team commit to this objective yet on the left side of the map.
Weekend puts out some good damage. Hydra's Lament done for him, and immediately his damage numbers get boosted. Wolves does make the rotation, and he may have been heard when he popped up from that emerge, but he was just here to check on this Gold Fury. Immediately back to base for him. Does have teleport. They decide to use it to try and keep pressure on this right-hand side. Ducky's tower, those early rotations certainly
reflected in his tower's HP.
It definitely was, and with Wolves backing there, he picks up the Stone of Binding and still holds on to that relic, knowing that at any given moment, that gold theory can be started at the drop of a dime, but still not seeing it, which is surprising because Crimson has great secure with that final judgment. And Hype Unit before in placements and in the console wars have pulled the trigger on some of the objectives, but they certainly slowed it down in this first game.
I love Ducky's build. Plenty of extra options to stay pretty safe and deal relevant damage at the same time. Tons of HP through the Runic Shield and the Blackthorn Hammer. That Runic very, very good against what Crimson and Wolves are going to be putting out. And then a Glad Shield late, but I actually don't mind it too much because this enables him to really dive in these team fights. When you Thor dunk in and you start getting those lightning procs proc Glad Shield. You're going to heal for a ton.
Yeah, especially when Hype Unit are clumping up the way they have been. But speaking of builds as well, Mineral opting for the Mad Guy's Cloak. I was going to mention it earlier, but there was a lot of action going on as we were talking about Shell being picked up as opposed to the Beads. There's still other options you can go despite going for a team fighting the Relic. Mad Guy's Cloak is one, and Spirit's Robe is another.
Mount taunted and pulled around. Regan has to use the beams. The Typhoon charges up. Doesn't find Crimson, who's charging that Final Judgment, but he doesn't fire it because Ducky's all over him. Final Judgment does come through. It hit Wowie, but he's able to escape with a sliver of HP. Weekend trying to make sure that no one on Hype Unit does the same. Turns around and puts Bobby in the dirt. Weekend with number 7 for Obey Alliance. A good Thor wall from Ducky may keep it going as Moswell finds a second. And that was nearly a bloodbath for either side. Lots of low health bars on each team.
That Shell coming in huge for Mineral, honestly. And then the taunt at the very end onto Layers that was about to get the return kill onto a fleeting Weekend at the end of it all, making it 0 deaths for Obey as they pick up 2 kills, but still not getting the objective quite yet, respecting the damage potential out of Crimson.
Finally, Obey will go to this objective, and no one from Hype Unit looks ready to contest. Good decision to reset from Obey, and of course, a low HP Gold Fury. This pushes their lead to a noticeable lead for the first time so far this game. 2,500 in both experience and gold. I feel like that's the first real noticeable lead of this match so far. A very close contest between these two sides. We've seen this AoE from Obey that we highlighted really come into play so far, but Hype Unit's dive potential is only getting better, totally. I mean, Crimson is only going to deal more and more damage as this game goes on. Wolves is going to continue to get tankier, and Layers' one-shot potential is going to go way up.
I think there's a lot of pressure for Crimson, though, in some of these diving attempts, because if he's off the mark accuracy-wise, then Hype Unit's aggression all goes to waste, especially if they're going to be playing defense if Obey start to kind of ramp things up with all the control that they have with their draft. Not really seeing too much control out of Moswell as he's not opting to go for any utility of Gem of Isolation, instead going for penetration with a Divine Ruin and then expecting potentially Spear of Magus here.
Tier 1 tower goes down, no contest from Hype Unit. Too low for it to be worth their time. Obey gonna go towards this Pyromancer. Look at the carry relic situation for Hype Unit. No beads or Aegis for either Baronic or Crimson, so that's why Obey wants to force this. Crimson is local. He's inbound again on the receiving end of quite a bit of damage. Moswell's pumping DPS at this point. Wolves right into the back line. Charges his ultimate as Crimson was being hunted. What? Wow, he died to that ultimate. I figured he'd be able to juke it out, but Wolves nice and accurate on those shots, just as Crimson is with someone set up for him. Ducky falls down. Layers gets the last hit, but it's inbound with that big assist. Mineral now isolated and put down. A 3-for-0 in what looked to me like an innocent skirmish.
It really did, but everyone was just too separated from Obey Alliance in like 3 different star formations, so Hype Unit picking up the pieces, going for a tier 1 mid tower of themselves as Moswell could be in trouble on his tier 2 tower.
He's really, really low, but understands how much damage he's gonna take. Not enough to use a relic. Oswald doesn't defend the tier 1, but don't think that was a realistic ask. At any point, Crimson dashes forward, forces Weekend back. No final judgment for him, but you could already tell how much damage Crimson's doing.
And this is the difference, I think, between an early game Fenrir that doesn't have defense versus 3 items completed. Inbound absorbed all the abilities from Obey Alliance, and then the counter fire allowed them to win that fight cleanly to get this objective down.
You were speaking of fire, Tolly. How about a Fire Giant? 23 minutes in, Hype Unit get the Fire Giant. They were the ones on the counter engage. It was Obey Alliance who wanted to pull that Pyromancer, thinking that Hype Unit would likely just give it up. They have underestimated their opponents in that moment because Hype Unit came in and brought the fight back onto their side. Wolves has been left, but he has ultimate. Should be okay. I mean, how does that fight go so poorly for Obey?
Inbound was so tanky. The Oni Hunter Garb with a 9% damage mitigation really bought him enough time to reset the team fight long enough for everyone else to pop off. Great disengage from Boronic that was getting targeted by Ducky, but no one can really avoid Wolves on the backside using that World Serpent. I think there was too much AoE damage from Crimson that chipped Wowie down. Probably got hit by the final judgment. Otherwise, I don't see how he got that low in the first place.
Wolves was able to do a lot of that damage himself, too. He had just finished that Stone of Binding, which is such a big power spike item for Yorm. Those little puddles, they seem pretty innocent, but that just is guaranteed pen.
Applies a little bit of a slow, 15 penetration on top of it. He already doesn't have penetration with the shoes, going for shoes of focus instead, but I don't necessarily hate it if you're going to pair that up with another CDR item.
Tier 2 tower down. Now on Obey's side of the map, only 2 Tier 2s remaining. Oni Fury due to spawn in about a minute, but feel like Hype Unit can get a little bit more done before that starts happening. Wolves undeterred, and look at this. Boronic actually going to go for Weekend in the jungle. They spotted him out with that use of Into Darkness. Peeked up, but beads are solid. Mineral was there at the same time, but another few resources expended on Obey Alliance's side. Still did cost Hype Unit 2 ultimates, though.
It did, but Weekend used Blink and his beats. Mineral had to use the ultimate. There's all fair on this side of the battleground of the gods.
Tier 2 tower siege begins. Boronic pretty far back. It looks like Hype Unit a little bit gun shy now on this tower. Remember, they were in the lead up against Out Cold in Game 3, and then a bad Tier 1 tower siege went awry for Hype Unit. They end up losing that set. Wonder if that weighs on them here. Those sorts of things happen way more, I think, in the tournament, as opposed to just your week-to-week games. The proximity of your bad decisions, I think, weighs on you a little bit more.
Well, with Crimson playing the Thoth, I think they're looking for poke damage before committing onto this Tier 2 tower. No real sustain from Obey Alliance to receive that poke and then reset, but there's still another minute and 15 seconds for Hype Unit to play with this buff. 2 more waves to work with on the right side of the map, so that's why Layers is split pushing in the mid alongside Inbound, trying to catch some stragglers.
Minerals dashed. Surprised that Hype Unit hasn't just gone for Oni Fury. This seems a little bit stubborn to stick around on this right-hand side, but it looks like it may have paid off because all of a sudden there's a bunch of space. Obey was thinking the same thing I was, that it might be time to call it off and go for the Fury. But Hype Unit come right on back, and they do crumble the second to last Tier 2 standing on Obey's side of the map. 45 seconds still remaining on the buff. And you think that they'd be able to at least get something else, but with this back in mass, Obey Alliance realized that it might be their turn to go for Oni.
Even without Fire Giant on Hype Unit's wastes, I think they could still try to go for it with their kind of team fighting power, but it's Obey that establishes positioning and the control first. Wolves needs to be careful.
Clearly spotted out by what Obey had on that side of the map, just the big body betraying Wolves in that moment. Taunt on the inbound, that's a lot of damage. He has to jump away right away, and Wolves goes in to try and assist. Crimson's ultimate that time didn't find a home, but neither did Ducky's. Inbound still juking around. Wolves gonna try and back it up as Inbound brings Boronic and Crimson a present that they might not want. It's a full health solo laner, and Ducky takes a good amount of poke. Boronic's beads save him from the Petrify combo. Bit of a mess as Layers decides to go in a little bit late. He takes a good chunk.
Good slow
of
onto
his HP.
Mineral now. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but he has the Mag Ice Cloak to prevent that knock-up. Ducky and everyone else getting slowed by that living out there, but no one dies at the end of the day with this Oni Fury still up. Hype Unit, they didn't start this objective, but it looks like they're going to finish it.
I don't know. Typhoon comes through, but Hype Unit does get the Oni Fury. But this fight might just be Obey's. Boronic no beads. He's in a bad spot. Beautiful wall by Ducky. And Hype Unit have realized that their mid laner cannot be saved. They ditch him and try and get out of dodge. Crimson gonna keep Moswell rather at bay as he was chasing down Wolves, but Fire Giant coming up right now about to spawn, and Baronic's dead for 30 plus.
And I don't think he'll have the ultimate once he does respawn, so it's important to see how Hype Unit defend this. They have access to the final judgment, but Obey, knowing this, are going to wait it out a little bit and start the baby Pyromancer.
Much more guaranteed call from Obey Alliance. Wolves still wants to get involved. A couple Magi's on each side. I like the idea of the Magi's for both Weekend and Mineral. Not a lot of CC on Hype Unit's side of the map. I mean, they've got just what Inbound has for the most part. Wolves' knockup will be there, but Baronic's combo is slow and a bit unwieldy at times. Crimson, if he wants to dash in to stun me, sure, or root me. I feel like Magi's is really good against compositions just like this, where it's very hard for them to find you with consistent CC.
But it's also the little slows that's going to stack up from layers with the skewers. It's such a short cooldown, and with 30%, that's 7 seconds. All of a sudden it becomes 4.9, and Ducky going to get stunned out, knocked up, going to get chased down.
Picked up Wowie. It's not Ducky. He's actually going to take to the sky, but Wowie's already been killed. It's Crimson who finds his fourth. That fully evolved Shaman's Ring paying dividends for the long laner for Hype Unit, and right back towards FG they go. Only 40 or 50 seconds until that Fire Giant becomes enhanced, but it looks like Weekend and the boys have decided to give this one up. Weekend split pushing on that left-hand side, I think, is what tip-top Hype Unit in the first place.
Yeah, no time to waste for Hype Unit seeing Weekend on the left side, and this is something that he likes to do a lot.
He does.
Despite winning or losing, he seems to always kind of do his own thing, realizing that map control is important, yes, but not at the cost of Fire Giant, because now Hype Unit have a lot of a window to be able to get their own tier 2 towers and even exposed Phoenixes.
I mean, they get a tier 2 in mid and the tier 1 in left. That is a good amount of gold. I mean, that's solid. That's 2K gold you just got for the squad, but I agree. It seems like a weird time to give up that fight entirely. I mean, relics were up for your carries at that time. The fight was pretty even. I don't understand why that was such a bad fight in Weekend's mind.
Somebody's not on the same page on this Obey roster, whether it's Weekend that's making the call to split push on the left side, or if it's Ducky that poked his head around the corner alongside Wowie without the assistance of their remaining teammates. So they need to be able to kind of get their footing back under them, because Hype Unit are looking to win this first game if they can get a pick or two to open the window of the Titan room.
Tier 2 tower still stands for Obey Alliance, but Hype Unit not interested in that. They want the big objective, which is this left side Phoenix. Might be difficult. Merlin, notoriously hard to siege against. Thoth, on the other hand, a great siege breaker. Kind of the long-range artillery that you really need. The trebuchet, if you will help you break those walls. Of course, trebuchet, the superior siege device. Make no mistake about that. Looks like Hype Unit will decide to pick up this tier 2 in this little bit of garbage time. But this is buying time for Wowie's relics to come back up. This is a time where he's very vulnerable.
Also for minions to get a little bit closer to that Phoenix in middle if they want to do a 4-1 split. A lot of options for Hype Unit. Going on the left side now is Wolves, dropping some pools to zone away from the entrance on the right.
Inbound, goes in, gets the Magi's for Mineral, immediately backs it up. Love that play. The Wolves does take a little bit of poke for it. Crimson returns the favor to the enemy solo laner. Both solo laners starting not at full HP, but one has Fire Giant buff, and that's Wolves. Stunned off perfectly, but Inbound is the one in trouble. Huge Petrify came through from Wowie, and that may have ended it right away. Ducky into the back line, looking for Inbound, and he'll find him. Baronic able to slow everyone down with that Living Nightmare, but Ducky still survives. What a teleport to that Mjolnir's attunement. And Hype Unit's siege may have just been stuck in its tracks.
Such a sick hammer to be that patient at the very end of it just for the disengage. A clutch Weekend evade of that final judgment. Crimson had that one lined up, but look at this.
Oh, what a teleport! Ducky teleports to the ward. Mineral gonna join up with him. Crimson has to use the Aegis, but he gets taunted right back in, and Ducky makes yet another play for Obey Alliance that may have just put him back in this game. Another perfect wall cuts off Wolves. Ducky putting on a show here in our final set of the day here at Placements. This is going to be a tier 2 easy for Obey, probably even a Phoenix.
I agree with you there, Aggro. The Phoenix is destined to crumble. Inbound respawning in 5 seconds, and finally, the patience out of Obey Alliance is starting to pay off. We were questioning as to, why they haven't pulled the trigger on the objective when they had that 5-on-4 advantage. It's because they trust themselves to play defense. When you're forcing a Fenrir to jump on you like that, it's not easy to get off the Petrify and the taunts as well, to get that burst damage. You don't have to worry about that front line any longer, and then Ducky to play cleanup crew.
Just like that, Obey Alliance, a game where they were behind the 8 ball. I mean, Hype Unit had all the momentum in the world, right back to parity. Hype Unit now even in gold, experience irrelevant. Every carry is level 20, support's nearly there as well, so you don't have to worry about that part of the graph. Now what's the race to get rid of Boots? Start getting those elixirs of speed. Probably going to be slightly favoring Hype Unit, but maybe not. They may have invested some money into those potions. No upgraded relics except for Wolves on the right side. Looks like Layers has just upgraded his defensive relics. This next Fire Giant fight gets even harder, Toli, because this is the one where it becomes enhanced. Post 30 minutes, that Fire Giant, an even greater risk for an even greater reward.
And this is where space control matters the most, around these Fire Giant dances. And the way Ducky has been throwing out these Thor walls has been impressive, to say the least. So I'm expecting it to be even better when it matters most, around this EFG.
Frankly, Ducky and Moswell have hard carried this game. It's felt like Minerals found good taunts, but those two, in combination with one another, have been unstoppable in a lot of these engagements. Moswell 3-0-7, despite the lead for Hype Unit, still hasn't taken a death, and he's top of his team in player damage.
We're talking about whether it's the Thoth or the Merlin. Moswell looks so comfortable on these gods. Both Ducky and Moswell are part of 10 of their team's collective 12 kills.
Oh no, Barada caught out on this right-hand side. He's gonna try and at least trade out and get Weakened at the same time. He will not even make it up into the sky. Weakened and the rest of the boys find that one pick, make that 2. Layers walks into his own death. An overextension from Baronic and Hype Unit. Now, what was a lead with them with Fire Giant will now certainly be in favor of Obey.
Yeah, just not at the right place or at the right time. Should have probably used that Living Nightmare a little earlier to at least buy time. You don't have to land on anyone, but you can hover in the same location for a good amount of time for your teammates to play cleanup. And this is where Inbound's relic selections is starting to hurt. Even though he wasn't in position to use them, even if he was, he doesn't have the shell or meditation. He has the horrific emblem to mitigate damage, and then the Frenzy to be able to amplify it in response, but even that would not have saved Baronic in that instance.
Baronic was caught out a little bit too far. I mean, you kind of get caught thinking, okay, I've got the global ultimate, I can do whatever I want here. And it only takes you to the enemies, and if all the enemies are on top of you, then you're not going anywhere. Baronic finds it out the hard way. Enhanced Fire Giant on Obey's belt. Mineral did use the Frenzy on clearing that Fire Giant, which strikes me a little bit because no Relic Dagger for him. So that means 90 seconds before that Enhanced Frenzy comes back up. That can be a siege breaker at times. That could be very important.
Even once it comes back up, though, Obey will still have the buff for another 2 minutes. So I'm not too worried with them to have that flexibility with 4 more additional waves before they go for a Phoenix. And without the Relic Dagger, he needs to be tanky, right? Like, that's why he opted for the Maggard's Cloak. He's opted for the Spirit's Robe. This is a result of playing around your opponents as opposed to playing for your own side of the battlefield. Inbound on the Fenrir forced the build out of Mineral to avoid the Relic Dagger and go for a different direction.
And ever since Mineral got that Magi's, the game plan has fallen by the wayside. Pick up the tanks and kill them. You need something else that can pop these Magi's bubbles with ease. And it requires you to just be too close. I mean, Inbound's got to stun in with that leap. That's risky. Wolves has to be in there with the knockup. That's risky. Crimson has to expend the dash. That's risky. I mean, this is just not a good composition at popping these Magi's bubbles, and I think it's really hurt Hype Unit.
It's very difficult. This is why Fenrir tends to fall off in the late game. So if you don't make anything happen in the early game, it becomes more difficult. Unless your name is Aurora or Neilma, of course, because those two feel like the Fenrir experts.
They understand exactly what they need to do in that spot. Now Hype Unit need to understand how to break this siege for Obey, as they did this. The opposite happened to them on the other side. Inbound taunted in. He's going to pick up one. It's Mineral. How Cloud doesn't have the Magi's this time around, but Crimson's ultimate doesn't really find a home. Still putting out good damage as Typhoon doesn't do a whole lot, neither does Ducky's ultimate. Couple of whiffed abilities on each side means that we walk away 5 on 5.
But still with the Fire Giant for another 2 minutes. Frenzy and Shell expended out of Mineral. Has Defender of Olympus to go with.
Perfect execution between Weekend and Mineral, but Baronic may have just gotten away. No, Mineral does finish him off. Wow, he has to use the relics, but inbound, trying to chase him down, and they grab 1, make that 2. Moswall fell in the midst of that with relics. Up now, Ducky gets rooted. Crimson with number 12. Mineral found the double kill. He's the only one who's gotten kills here for Obey Alliance. As Hype Unit lose their left side Phoenix, but they get all the damage dealers off the map for Obey.
But they lose Layers and Baronic at the same time, so the pushing power in response just doesn't become a reality for this console team to be able to answer back with the left side Phoenix. It's too far of a jog to go down that side of the map. By the time they get there, both Ducky, Moswell, and Wowie will all be up to play defense. And that just goes to show there's still signs of life now for Hype Unit. They could still defend their Phoenixes. If they can even hit the ultimates from Crimson, it'll even be smoother next time.
Just I don't know what happened to Moswell on that fight. I mean, he was kind of lost in the scuffle. You have to think it's Crimson's damage that puts him down, because that's the only major burst that should catch him off guard. Maybe Layers was able to grab him.
Yeah.
But as soon as you see the set on you, I mean, you just hit Aegis and you buy yourself some time. Moswell had both relics up.
Yeah, maybe they were on cooldown during the fight. I wasn't paying attention to it. But yeah, dying with both relics just feels a little off, unfortunately. But regardless, Obey got what they came for during the Enhanced Fire Giant. A weakened left side Phoenix, the opposite side of the map for the next Fire Giant, makes it easier while you wait for the Fire Minions to be dealt with by someone from Hype Unit. It should become easier to secure the next objective.
Absolutely, but Wolves does have his teleport up, so he's one who can defend. Oni Fury is the spawn, and that's the best case scenario for Obey Alliance. You want these Oni fire waves pushing on that left-hand side to buy you a lot of time. Baronic also could start clearing out this left side wave, but does need to be a little bit more careful than someone like Wolves.
Yeah, so with 40 seconds on this Fire Giant spawn, that wave coming behind the purple buff from Obey Alliance is the Oni fire wave. However, Hype Unit seem to be invested into clearing out the next wave, so they shouldn't have to worry about it if they stick around, that is.
Inbound gonna back. He couldn't clear this wave if he wanted to.
True.
He's got a Lono's mask, so all of his damage has been completely negated. If you're Obey, or Hype Unit rather, you give it up this enhanced FG?
Yeah, unfortunately, because if you die outside of your base that far away, you just basically lose the game. So play it safe instead of sorry. But at the same time, while the Fire Giant's going down, you have to take care of that Oni wave right away. You can't deal with it during a fight in the middle Phoenix or the right side instead. So looking like Inbound is thinking about contesting. He is poking his head around the corner just to drop some wards.
Baronic finally meets up with the Oni wave in mid, but that wave that's pushing on the left side, that is an Oni fire wave that just got pinged. Bay Alliance know they've got tons of map pressure. It looks like Hype Unit is kicking around the idea of contesting. Baronic, remember, can rejoin this fray very quickly. Taunt on the inbound, that's how every engagement is started. Takes a lot less damage than he has the last few taunts. Just not enough damage there. Wowie actually took a good chunk. I'm sure he can thank Crimson for that. As Obey start up Fire Giant. Wolves gonna try and get some information. Frenzy popped as FG drops below 25%. Obey Alliance looking for the FG and they grab it, but they use a lot. Typhoon there as well as Weekend has taken quite a bit of damage. Crimson was able to provide quite a bit as Wolves harasses Weekend. Dunk after dunk. Weekend doesn't get away from the World Serpent as Hype Unit grab 1, but that might be all they get. Left side Phoenix due to respawn soon. That might be where Hype Unit head.
Obey Alliance too ambitious there. I don't think they should have forced that one at all. They needed to be a little bit more patient. Look for the pokes and the reset. With the Thor, the Athena, that's great space control that you have, but dealing with Crimson's long-range artillery poke damage, Wowie was too whittled down. They all in committed there. They get the objective, sure, but losing Weekend slows down their sieging potential now.
I feel like every fight I'm focusing on one player. You know, I'm looking for where the flow of the fight is going, and then my eyes move and someone's 10% HP, and I have no idea what did that damage, and I have to attribute it to Crimson every time. I mean, this build, when you hit full build Thoth, you just obliterate people with even just your hieroglyphic assault. Who cares about the ultimate?
Sure, yeah, with Shaman's Ring, your first hit of that hieroglyphic assault procs, the 10% damage amplification for the second and the third shot. Inbound, it's impossible to target now with the completion of his Lono's mask as well. He is super tanky, so even if you do successfully taunt, Thor stun him, that minus 25% damage taken is non-factor for Wowie's damage in Oswald.
He's maxed on crowd control reduction as well, which I think is an underrepresented stat. I mean, you've got Spirit Robe, Oni Hunters, Reinforced Greaves, and Lono's Mask. These Athena taunts are lasting for a fraction of what they normally would. And that messes up this whole combo, which is the Athena taunt into Petrify that stuns you for an eternity. That eternity doesn't last very long with this much CCR in the build for Inbound. So Obey Alliance get Enhanced Fire Giant, lose Weaken in the process. Hype Unit immediately take that opportunity to get up their left side Phoenix and have reset the course of the game. But Fire Giant still on 4 members here for over a minute.
But honestly, the way Hype Unit defended the last time, I'm not worried about it for them because this time the respawn timers are so long that if Obey overcommit and fall victim again, this could be the turnaround play for Hype Unit to get some Phoenixes for their sides.
Now, no real boots left on the other side for Obey Alliance. Ducky's picked up a Heartseeker, Brawler's Beatstick for Weaken alongside the Bloodforge now, a Mantle of Discord for Moswall. You don't have a whole lot of boots. On the other side, though, for Hype Unit, only Wolves has gotten a chance to get rid of his. So there is an item lead right now for Obey Alliance that should be pretty tangible. Crimson doing the exact same thing he did last Siege, which is stick around in mid. Pretty hard to beat this Thoth clear, but this does also take him away from where he wants to be, which is poking the opposition.
Yeah, but Obey don't really seem to all-in commit the same way that Hype Unit have been throughout the course of the game. Only Weaken on his side of the team has the blink, so Mineral's dash is very telegraphed. You hear it, you see it charging up as well. Wolves with a Mad Guy's Cloak, so you know he should be fine from that engage as he is trying to get that Mad Guy's Cloak off as Mineral.
Taunton inbound, not a whole lot of damage. Oswald does put a small dent in what Wolves has to offer as Ducky continues to hover in mid. Layers there to try and check him. But of course, Layers does not have the ability to roam nearly as well as Ducky does. Taunt on a inbound once again, but this time Inbound's gonna go in, finds a couple with that stun. The Final Judgment doesn't find a huge home there for Crimson. Also expends the dash. That is good news if you're an Obey Alliance fan. That Final Judgment at this point in the game can change everything. Inbound, taunted in once again. Typhoon doesn't find a whole lot as Ducky will find Veronica at the back line, but immediately starts to back it up. Layers gonna go into the teeth of the enemy team, and he is crushing Obey Alliance. Wolves takes down Wowie, and Obey's on the run. Wolves continues to take down Moswall. Layers grabs him. Mineral Mantle proc already down. He's gonna get chased down by these slows. Layers slays Obey Alliance on another good defense.
Oh, good juke from the Skewer slow, but it's just not going to be enough. Good stun from Inbound. 3 dead. A full minute before Moswell comes up. 70 seconds for Mineral. They lose their Phoenix on the left, but I think Hype Unit come out on top with a win here potentially, but they don't have Crimson to siege with them for some reason.
Now, Wolves is on the way, but Crimson really late getting out of base. I mean, you've got to look for Phoenix here, right?
You have to.
Layers is half HP, Inbound half HP. They don't have Fire Giant, so they're not regenning. These are the health bars they're going with.
30 seconds for Moswell, 20 for Wowie, 40 for Mineral. This Phoenix needs to be defended. Ducky's wall buys them a couple of seconds. Weaken does have Blink.
He's ready to go, finds Veronica on that back line, but Inbound's able to turn around and peel him away. Left side Phoenix still pretty healthy, but Ducky is not, down to half HP for him. Final Judgment being charged, and it nearly one-shots Weaken. In fact, he will! Crimson puts him down, but Wowie's on the respawn right now. Moswell coming up as well, and Ducky comes back to base. Obey Alliance lose their left side Phoenix, but they're still alive in the game.
A huge pick coming out of Crimson to find Weaken, chipping him low enough for only one hit of that hieroglyphic assault, and now they have enough gold to get their swiftness elixir potions available and consume it. Working on a cloak is Inbound, probably Mantle of Discord if I were to guess, as Layers picks up the Anchile, so gonna have a way to silence out the magical damage from Moswell once the next dive attempt occurs. And we were talking about the all-in commit from Hype Unit needing to succeed in the early game.
Yeah.
Wasn't too fruitful then, but Better late than never for Hype Unit during that last defense.
I suppose so, man. Layers is just a machine, dude. This guy is an absolute animal. Inbound gonna go aggressive right now, but he's pretty alone. Scratch that. Here comes Veronic and Wolves. Dive is on. The Crimson's pretty far away from this position. Mineral rejoins Wowie. Big knockup coming from Wolves. Good wall from Ducky, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Inbound goes down. Final Judgment finishes off Wowie, but not before he gets inbound. Veronic finds Ducky. Moswall takes down Layers. It's 2 for 2 in the midst of all of this. I don't know how Weekend ends up surviving, man. He was on a sliver of HP. Hype Unit, not a fear in the world, man. That engage was 20 seconds out from work.
Someone just hit Hype Unit with the defibrillator to bring them back to life, because they took that fight without Crimson right away. He was still rotating from the fountain, and that was confidence just spewing out of Hype Unit from their last successful defense, their siege attempt on the Phoenix as well. To be able to get this shows Hype Unit have the ability to close this out.
30 seconds on each side. Now remember, Hype Unit's Phoenix is coming up first. That is relevant because these fire waves have stalled out on this left-hand side. Neither team really worried about pushing them at this point, especially with Enhanced Fire Giant up. Veronic has been able to get a little bit of lifesteal now, sold his boots for the Aussie. A little bit of pen for him. Poor Wowie this game, man. I mean, he has been under siege in this game. Moswall's been free casting for the most part. He's made the most of it. Getting close to Thoth damage numbers 45, 50 minutes in is pretty preposterous. Moswall's had a good game, but Wowie's been crushed.
If I'm Wowie at this point, I'm selling off maybe my Transcendence for a physical defense item, like Mantle of Discord, Spirit's Robe, Magus Cloak, something to cleanse CC or at least mitigate the damage, because the die potential is so real. And if I'm constantly running away because I'm getting dope, well, I'm not benefiting from the physical power anyway from this item. I'm not benefiting from the CDR if I'm not throwing out my abilities.
That's a good point. I mean, I feel like Mantle's definitely the call. Call for Hype Unit is the Fire Giant. Mineral gonna rejoin quickly as they realize they're a little bit out of position. Ducky gets picked up and has the beats ready to go. Inbound down to about 2/3 HP. He's gonna disengage. He feels pretty happy with where they are, but Wolves may have to use the ultimate. He does. Final Judgment doesn't find a home again for Crimson. That one not particularly good. Ducky gonna disengage as well. A lot of ultimates used on both sides. Warning shots fired across the bow. But Beans being down for Ducky is relevant.
And this is where Hype Unit now have control of the Fire Minions on the left side. Their Phoenix has respawned. Obey still need to buy some time and defend that wave unless they're going to lose their left side Phoenix yet again. That will be at the weakened state.
No shell for Mineral, but he does have the Frenzy. Crimson about halfway back on that ultimate. Robbie jukes around, huge taunt coming from Mineral. Everyone in that corridor taunted in, but it's not enough damage because Layers has gotten into the backline and he's ripping apart Obey Alliance. 2 for him. Moswall somehow finds 1, but 3 members of Obey Alliance dead, and it's only Ducky and Moswall still up.
Oh, the Final Judgment just passes by Moswall's shoulder on the right side. I think they're going to chase him down till the end of the world, and gonna try to disengage. Layers needs to find a skewer, but he cancels the back, looking for the 1v1.
Moswall had 1 under control. He might have 2 under control. Nearly killed Crimson until Layers finally puts him down. Now 4 dead on the other side. Crimson not backing is suspect to me, man. I mean, they've got to try and use this timer, I suppose.
This is do or die.
1 double tap from Ducky kills him. He's got no relics.
He needs to play so far back that he avoids everything from Ducky, but how are you going to avoid the Anvil of Dawn that is available?
Ducky right now might just charge it.
Oh, yeah,
he will. They've got to be able to see this one coming. Crimson using the dash, and Ducky can't find it. Wall off the mark, and now Ducky has been CC'd, but not killed quite yet. Layers skewer cooldown should be coming up soon. Misses the slow. Ducky's still going to be able to get away. He survives.
They're not going for the end, though, Aggro. They're actually resetting Living Nightmare to confirm the kill on Ducky, and now going for the fire.
They can't. I mean, Wowie, Mineral, and Weekend all up. Ducky does his job. He delays as another Phoenix goes down. It's that left side one once more. Straight to fire go Veronic and Layers. This is not guaranteed, Tully. This is warded by Obey Alliance. They know Layers taking an awful lot of damage, and this is awfully risky. 7,000 health or so for that ultimate. Weekend
blinks in to keep it leashed. He wants to use it, but here comes Wolves. He was ready for it this whole time. And losing Blink there for Weekend feels awfully relevant to me.
No hesitation from Weekend. Seeing that blink just goes to show you how ready he is to not only make a call, but execute on that call, waiting for his teammates to follow up with it. Not the correct call at the end of the day, but trying to go for it, trying to get some sort of advantage because they don't have the advantage any longer with their exposed left side lane, no longer having the Phoenix there.
Inbound playing zone to make sure that Mineral doesn't come in. This Fire Giant will go down for Hype. 3K power pot in the inventory for Layers, as if he hasn't done enough damage these last few team fights, man. I mean, Set's supposed to be the mid-game god, Tully. He's supposed to rotate out of solo and kill you because he got a level lead. Full damage Set is not a thing that we see very often.
It's like hybrid. You got Void Shield, Shifters, and the Oncule. It's like half damage.
It's plenty of damage, I know that much. He has destroyed Wowie these last few team fights. I mean, Wowie, if he's not getting killed by Crimson's damage from a distance, he's getting killed by Layers up close.
He's getting chipped down by Crimson for sure. These only 2 shots is what it takes from the Hieroglyphic Assault to get Wowie to basically have health, and then Layers all in commits. And if it's not Layers committing, it's Wolves with the World Serpent. Hard to really get away from that dive comp. Now picking up Gem of Isolation for the Yarming-Under. I absolutely love this utility item. You're throwing so many different pools there, whether you're sieging or defending your own Phoenix. It's hard to navigate through all that slowing minefields.
And it makes it really hard to get away from that World Serpent if you get hit by that first part of it. No sprint on the other side for Obey Alliance. Only one blink has definitely stood out to me. It's allowed Crimson to stay in the back and do whatever he wants in these team fights. I mean, normally you see all these blinks, but only one in the entire game. I think this is the first time I've seen one blink in an SPL level match in a long, long time. And make no bones about it, I know this is the console team on the other side. This is an SPL level match, man. Hype Unit has played very, very well so far.
The longest game of the placement match so far between these two teams, because it's loser goes home. Obey Alliance, yes, they don't have more than the one blink, but I don't hate it because Mineral picking up the Shell and the Frenzy allowed for a lot of good plays, both defensively keeping his backline alive and then melting some objectives.
Layer's gonna push up mid lane. Fire Wave coming down the left. Ducky's hovering. He'll be his job to cover mid in case Layers decides he wants to go in there. Now this is the first time we've seen Hype Unit try this full 5-on-5 siege in a long time. They did it 30 minutes ago or so on that left side, and it did not go particularly well. Oswald was able to do quite a bit of damage on the defense. I mean, no ward coverage there on that wall. This is a spot where Crimson should be able to put out a lot of damage onto Oswald, but he is very patient with his cooldowns. Looks like they're waiting for that left side to respawn.
That's what they were waiting for. I thought for a moment that Layers was going to grab the red buff, but he already has his own speed inbound. Going to jump in, gets the beats out of Wowie.
He's gone for Wowie right away. Wolves straight into that back line. Crimson still has the ultimate, hasn't fired that off yet, but Wolves will do that for his. They're gonna try and zone Wowie away. Still not a lot of damage on this Phoenix quite yet. Hype Unit looking awfully gun shy so far on this Phoenix. Ducky's all the way on left. He's defending that Phoenix that just respawned, so now's the time. Inbound taunted, takes a lot of damage, and Wowie immediately erased. Layers gets him once again. Final Judgment doesn't find anybody, but Hype Unit does find that right side Phoenix. Ducky managed to keep the left side alive, and it might be Hype Unit's next order of business to put that down right away.
But they have no ultimates here, aggro, whereas Mineral and Ducky still do. Inbound taunted into a lot of damage, and successfully jumps away. Mineral gets answered with a little bit of poke for himself, but it's hard to really go in when you're this low. The Enhanced Fire Giant should be able to sustain them for a little bit longer. Only 30 seconds on the buff.
Baronic's still plenty healthy though. Both relics up for inbound, or for Baronic and for Crimson. Taunt misses, and Crimson is not. Plenty of damage. Layers once again with another kill. He gets number 26 in total for Hype Unit. Now 2 members down for a long time for Obey Alliance. Mid Phoenix does fall as the left side's got a massive fire wave coming in. I don't know that Ducky can clear this. Moswell's got to back it up. Weekend finds inbound, but that's just the support. Hype Unit might be going for the end right here. Only 3 people to defend, but Wowie's up in 20. Hype Unit, call it off.
This is fine, honestly. If I'm Hype Unit, all 3 Phoenixes down. Wolves caught on the fortunate side of the wall for himself. If he was just a little bit more accurate, Ducky would have found that pick. onto Wolves that had no World Serpent available, but still, with an exposed Titan at its most vulnerable form, Obey Alliance are so close to losing this game to a console team.
Remember, winner goes home. This is the loser side of the bracket. Obey Alliance dropped to Simplicity 2-0 yesterday. Hype Unit losing 2-1 to Out Cold Gaming. So both these teams meeting up here, and you know Hype Unit upset with themselves after that loss against Out Cold.
That game 3 up against Out Cold Gaming was so close. I always want to just look at that replay at the very end to really dissect of what the correct call was, whether defending the Titan with Baronic on the Merlin was the accurate play as opposed to going for the end with every 4-member remaining. Either way, they're still here. They're still up against Obey Alliance, and they're in a winning position.
Looking like we might surpass the hour mark here in game number 1. Obey Alliance certainly hoping for it. That means they can hold on a little bit longer. They're the ones on the back foot, but this game is on the razor's edge. One team fight that goes awry would result in Hype Unit snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Another enhanced Fire Giant goes down. That's 6 Fire Giants in total in this game that have gone down, 4 in favor of Hype Unit. And this one feels like the most important yet. All 3 Phoenixes down on the other side. If you're Obey Alliance, you have to take a fight outside of your Titan room at this point?
I mean, it's not that low. It's not like you have to be worried about somebody backdooring the Titan. I think they could still defend or maybe at least force Mad Guy's cloaks being popped like that. Great play out of Mineral. Little advantages like that could stack up. But yeah, if I'm Obey, I'm not fighting outside of my Titan room. I'm looking for clear like this in the mid lane when it's defenseless. No aggression out of Obey, or rather out of Hype Unit to push that one in.
Thought they might be playing the trap right there, knowing Wolves has no beads. You were talking about Wowie going defense. I thought that was a good idea, but he obviously is of a different mindset. He goes pure damage, sold his boots for an Odysseus bow. I mean,
I don't like it.
He's bottomed the player damage charts among all carries so far, and it's been noticeable. Inbound whips on that jump in. Ragnarok gets the B, or gets something. It was the Magi's from Weekend. Where did Ducky go? Layers doesn't let him leave the ground. He puts him back in. 27 now for Hype Unit, and they've got a 5-on-4 for 80. Count them, 80 seconds. I don't think they're messing around any longer, Toli. Wolves prepping on that Fire Giant to go in. Look at these waves, left and right. Obey Alliance's base completely surrounded. Weekend goes in, good beads from Crimson as he's getting ready to light it up. Titan down to 50%. Wow, he does take down inbound, but it's too late. Hype Unit takes game number 1 over Obey.
They still need to find the second one here, Aggro. It was a long one, but at the end of the day, the long-range artillery shots from Crimson's stuff was the key to the success at a Hype Unit.
Completely agree, man. Crimson has a great game, but how about Layers? I mean, this guy bursts onto the scene at MSI, has a great showing there, impresses a lot of the SPL pros, impresses a lot of the public, and then even in some losing efforts earlier this week, has insane games. He has another one today on the set.
I mean, honestly, ever since Season 3, whether it's Chaotic Purpose, Layers of Life, now Layers of Death, he's always been making plays on the sticks and on the keyboard as well. So honestly, I like the plays out of him on the set. He was a little quiet in the early game, but the dive potential onto Wowie, he never changed it. That just goes to show how active you need to be and in the state of the moment. If you're not dealing the damage, go defense instead.
Unbelievable game 1, nearly an hour long, but Hype Unit one game away from eliminating an SPL team out of placement week and getting ready for the World Championship. If you're not having fun, man, I don't know what to tell you. Stay tuned. Game 2 coming up soon.
Layers slays. I've been screaming it all the way through the hallway. Fantastic stuff here as the console team, Hype Unit, go ahead and take this one. Brush your shoulders off as you relax and lean back because Obey have to go back to the drawing board.
What a crazy game that was. So well played by both teams as well. And like for a long time I thought Obey had it because I felt like this Fenrir doesn't have any impact anymore. But then Fenrir got Lonos and he became too tanky to like they couldn't take him down in the Affinatons anymore, and I feel like that was a big turning point.
That was huge. We saw Bobby inbound repeatedly go in, get in trouble, and Wolves actually very interesting because Wolves, a little bit of history for those that haven't watched the console league. Wolves was the first best player in his league, and he continued to kind of own that. And then as the years went by, other players kind of caught up to him. Not that he slouched, but he just wasn't the dominant force. We saw him at midseason invitational, and he was largely kind of quiet around a high-performing team. The mid-game was brought to you by fantastic Jormungandr play. Inbound had some great moments, had some bad moments, but altogether, the team brings it back towards the mid and late game, and then Layers just goes off.
Yeah, it's just like, I feel like everyone plays, you can talk about every single play. You have the Crimson on this Toff as well, just so much damage. And then on the other side, you have Mosswell on the Merlin on Obey, also dealing so much damage. So like, I feel like everyone in this game had their moments. Like, Ducky as well, for example, in the early game on the 4, is popping off, saving the game at one point with a teleport, and like, just everyone had their individual moments in this game, or just played so well.
I think you nailed what happened here. Hype Unit continued to play, and everybody kind of had their moment, and then when all 5 players had their moment together, they wind up finding the couple of sequences to win the game. Ducky seemed to be the person on Obey, Moswell as well, but Ducky was so important for this Obey team. It seemed like it was just him and Moswell at times.
What did that 4 die to? Did it die to Crusher proc or something? Because it was already up in there. I don't know. It's such a close game, man. So many small things.
Back and forth. Weekend and the boys trying to figure out what went wrong, scratching the head. I mean, honestly, this isn't one that you point to the draft because, again, Obey played very, very well. This game was an hour long. You know, talking to the Hype guys coach as they passed by, Hype Unit has been scrimming some of the Pro League teams, Obey one of them, and he says, you know, all of our scrims have been an hour long. Both of these teams continue to go neck and neck, so this wasn't a surprise to Hype Unit to expect this type of battle.
Yeah, I mean, if you say so, that's just crazy. What a game. I really hope we get another one like this as well.
Same.
Maybe if Obey wins this, we can get three of these games. That would be perfect.
I'm in. I'm absolutely here for it. Picks and bans for game number 2 without any further waiting. Obey Alliance, the first selection here, and the first bans, of course. I don't expect to see the Fenrir ban, but Fenrir was important for the Hype win.
I think Fenrir might get banned in the second ban phase.
That's
maybe even the first, honestly, because as I said, before he got Lonos, didn't do that much, but as soon as he got Lonos, I think it was so annoying for especially Wowie to deal with, because he would jump on Wowie, force his beats, brutalize him. He has Lonos. He's pretty much immortal at that point. So like, it made it so hard for Wowie, or maybe Wowie just looked to play another hunter that can deal with the Fenrir better.
Wowie certainly had Wowie had some of the lowest damage amongst carries in this game, and Wowie, traditionally a standout performer, that was absolutely because of the way Hype was targeting him out and making sure he couldn't really do what he wanted to do here. Bans all in. The set will be taken away. We won't see Layers play that one again. First selection for Obey, Thor. And I got to agree, Ducky on the Thor was one of the highlights of this team.
Yeah, it was, but I think maybe this game we'll see Weekend on 4 as well. Like, Weekend had performed really well on 4 whenever he got to play it in SPL as well. I expect Hype Unit to get the Jormungandr here as well, though. Did so much work in the last game.
Well, Thor, first selection. Hype Unit trying to respond. No set, so Layers will have to figure out a new character to go to.
Yeah, kind of smart as well, because you see Layer, he's done, as I said before this game as well, done so well on the set jungle, and when he hasn't played set, he's mostly gone to the 4, and now Obey has that as well, so we'll have to see now what he goes to when these 2 gods are gone.
Hercules available this time around. That'll be selected most likely for our support player. We'll see if Inbound does that again. But the Jormungandr locked in, and that's undoubtedly for Wolves.
Yeah, and the Hercules is undoubtedly for Inbound as well. Yeah, he likes his early game support, so like you can tell. Played really well on the Fenrir as well. Haven't seen him on the Herc yet. I think Herc has been banned against him every single game so far.
Yes.
I think this is the first game he even gets a chance to play it. So let's see if it lives up to all the bans he's been receiving.
I mean, no disrespect intended with this. I call Inbound kind of a roar light. Very similar play styles, very similar boisterous attitudes as well. Bobby, the vocal leader for this Hype Unit team for sure. Erlong Shen, but more importantly, the Thoth take it away from Crimson.
Yeah, for sure. Like as I said, it was him and Moswal last game. Both of them dealt so much damage, but I think they're just gonna go with Merlin now instead, and it's just gonna be changed roles. They're probably gonna do just as much damage on the Merlin as they did on the Tough. So
we'll see if that's gonna be Crimson. Baronic has a Merlin as well in his arsenal. Hype Unit subscribing to the LG kind of approach where Baronic and Crimson can kind of switch around what they do. Yeah. Although similar to LG, they've solidified more in general where those players go. Ducky, all smiles despite the loss.
Just lost a 1 hour game, but doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Well, Ducky, hilariously enough, one of the more positive folks out there. Everybody kind of loves him on social media for sure, and for good reason. But also, Ducky was the highlight of Obey for me. I really liked watching him play there, and I think he brought Obey. There were a couple times where Hype Unit might have been able to finish that game off earlier if it wasn't for Ducky.
Yeah, I think Ducky and Moswal was the two big standout players from Obey that game for sure. Moswal, you didn't see that much from him, but you look at the damage numbers, just pumping so much damage that whole game. And it's hard as well, because mentioned the Fenrir with the Lono, so hard to take down. Like, Merlin usually really good at killing tanks, even late game, but the Lonos just makes you so much more. Like, he's at the defense cap, the Fenrir, and he all has the Lonos mask on top of that. Like, it's so hard to kill.
Uh-oh. There it is, Hoodie Baronic coming out one more time. That's a big deal. You don't understand.
It worked out last game, so
that's what I'm saying. We'll see if it comes to fruition here. We got the King Arthur and we got the Chernobog band out here by Hype Unit. Obey Alliance take away the Susano. And they're giving a lot of thought to the Kabrakan band, and that I gotta say that's the right band. Layers as Kabrakan has been dirty. Kabrakan does very well against Erlong Shen and the Thoth guy. True. And so by banning that, I think that's very rarely do we say correct choice in a pick and ban.
Oh,
but
hey,
I think that's very correct. And Jing Wei, the safe hunter.
Go for a safe hunter. I mean, to be fair, he played a safe hunter last game in the Chernobog as well.
Yep.
Kind of similar to Jing Wei, where he even went Breastplate of Valor to like make sure he wouldn't get one shot by the Susano jungle, which was really smart. I think that item pickup made it super hard for Weekend to, because I feel like Chernobog was the main target he wanted to go for that game, but like it makes it so hard when he has that extra tankiness.
Kronos would be a great pick here, I feel.
Yeah, like I feel like these magical ATCs are still so strong.
Yep.
This game seems to be going to late game as well, right? And that's where like, Kronos, his passive kicking in, getting so much extra power. Yeah, just a great pick, I think.
Yeah, Hype Unit and Obey, as we said. Games go long, scrims go long. The Bastet comes out. Bastet, Thor, and Erlong Shen, Kronos, Thoth. This is a squishy composition for Obey. And Hype Unit thinking about the Raven.
Don't love the Bastet, actually. Not a lot of CC on this team.
Yeah.
Now you have Erlang and 4, obviously, but then Bastet, no CC at all. They have good split damage though with like 3 Fizz and 2 Medical, so that's fine. Not sure about the Bastet. Maybe she can shut down the Merlin, but Jing usually really safe against the Bastet, right? She can use ult whenever she's in trouble. Then maybe she can dive the Merlin, but I feel like Merlin as well, so much AoE damage, and with his stand switch of his ultimate, he can deal with the cats and all that really good as well. So not sure about the Bastet. I feel like that's a really risky pick, but it could also work out.
Yeah, the Bastet is... I got a lot of question marks around that Bastet for sure. As much as I liked the Kronos, I might dislike this Bastet. And I'm not a Bastet hater. I actually really like watching this character come out. I think she does a lot of things right, but like most things in Smite, it's situation specific.
Yeah.
We'll see. At the end of the day, she's pure damage. And if you get ahead, you can certainly start to run away with the shoulders of it all. So we'll just have to wait and see with the Bastet.
Yeah, a lot of question marks about that pick for sure. Ravon on the other hand, on the Hype Unit, so good against Toph and Kronos, can avoid so much damage from both of these gods, right, with his overhand kick on his 2. Like the Kronos stun, he's never gonna get stunned. Same with the Toph, if he evades and punish, super easy to avoid that 1-2. So this Ravonna pick, I have to say I like Hype Unit's draft better.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out well. Of course, we've got inbound on his Hercules, going to be looking for that aggressive play, could be looking for the invades. The Robin's going to allow that early game prowess as well. And again, something that Layers plays well. Enabling the junglers, always a good strat.
Yeah, for sure. Only worried about Merlin though, because they don't have a lot of peel on that. They have Hercules, Jormungandr, Ravana. All of these three probably gonna want to. Hercules can peel, but I have a feeling he's gonna be wanted to dive the backline, right? So Merlin's gonna be on his own a lot, and being alone against them 4 Bastet and Erlang, it's kind of hard to make it out sometimes.
It is pretty tough. We'll have to see how safely our players play that way. Jormungandr, though, for Wolves, worked out game number 1. Yep. Should continue to do so. I'm looking at the Erlang Shen. Who's playing this one?
I think that's a mineral pick, right? He's been loving the Erlang support. He's been played it a lot, and I don't think anyone else is playing Bastet. I mean, it could be 4 support and Bastet solo or something like that, but I doubt it.
We'll take a look. Hype unit up 1 game to none. We'll talk to the casters.
Thank you, Tom and Zeros, Aggro, and Anatoly joining you once again for game number 2. I like the idea of Obey's draft here, Toly. I mean, you put Ducky back on the Thor. He made a great impact early on. I've got no problem with that. You give Moswall the Thoth to take it away from Crimson. You give Wowie something safer in the Chronos. I think that Obey did a good job in the draft.
Even Weekend on the Bastet has a good merit if you're trying to dive by Baronic and still get out at the same time. Very uncharacteristic for him to pick that. Although, to be fair, if anyone's going to pick a non-traditional jungler, it's either Weekend or Scream at the end of the day, both favoring the Bastet from time to time. But Layers, it's important for him to be aggressive and maybe shut down Weekend before he gets a lot of physical power from items.
Also a blink this time for Mineral, the ability to close that gap and be a nuisance for that backline. As I saw that kind of come into play, I think, in that last game. The lack of backline dive for Obey Alliance. Inbound, doing Hercules things. Trades out with Mineral. Erlang Shen, one of the few gods that can make it work, as Layers lays a trap for Weekend. Weekend may not have taken the pounce, now forced to, because he's just going to lose that auto trade too hard. Mineral is now in trouble.
He's dead.
I think the Piranha Onslaught might just do it. No, Inbound actually gives up the chase. He's so concerned about this speed buff, but instead actually will turn towards the red. Mineral might try and steal this with the pin, but it is secured by Hype Unit.
Good timing there from Inbound and Layers to coordinate both of those abilities. I thought for sure after the driving strike and the Piranha Onslaught that there was no world Mineral gets out of that one, but like you mentioned before, switching targets, securing the red buff is a good way to get a slight edge early without overextending. But now Wowie trying to get Layers.
Body blocks really solid. First blood goes the way of Obey Alliance, and Layers bites off a little bit too much. Has to go back to base. Even with his boots too, just ends up getting killed because of that rotation in from Wowie.
Yeah, I thought that Inbound was going to assist Layers there, or maybe even Crimson to get off of the wave, the same way that Wowie got off of the wave, but just on slightly different pages from Layers and the rest of his teammates there. Giving a first blood for only red buff, not worth at the end of the day.
No, especially when you get Mineral the first blood, set him up for a good early game, and Wowie on this Chronos. Crimson on a very different pick this time around. I mean, Jingwei, a very different style, and he's one of the premier Thoth players on the console. Inbound now in a little bit of trouble. Good CC chain in, patience. Weekend here as well. Pin is solid. Obey Alliance get off to a 2-0 start, and Weekend lets them know.
I mean, this early on to Ton is not warranted, I feel, but, you know, to each their own. Layers now with a gank of his own on the solo lane side.
This should result in a kill. Ducky's hammer already down, well timed by Layers. When this Thor solo was popping up everywhere, I kept thinking, man, I mean, he has got a hammer to clear the wave. You've got to be able to punish it.
Oh, yeah.
And Layers showing it off there.
That's the one disadvantage. Yes, he does a lot of damage with that hammer, but without an escape, it's so easy to get ganked when you least expect it. Around the 215 mark is when he died, and normally by that point, a lot of junglers are going for their own speed buff at the respawn, but a good recognition there.
Good pre-beads from Weekend on that blink. Earthbreaker from Inbound. We said that we liked Moswall on the Merlin last game, and Obey looks good is because Moswall either has Merlin, which he had, and looks very good on, or Thoth. This time he takes the Thoth, and taking it away from Crimson felt like a huge deal.
after his performance in Game 1.
I think that's the big keynote, is taking it away from Crimson, because it felt like WoWie in Weekend was getting chipped down in so many different team fights in the late game that made it impossible for them to siege. So now the fact that they have it for themselves, they should be relatively clean to look for some of these sieges if they are in a winning position.
Debuff secured by Layers and Wolves. Wall is pretty solid there from Ducky once again, and he returns a bit of damage, but won't commit to it with inbound lurking. Ducky already behind in comparison to what he was in game number 1, where he was able to make an impact towards the mid lane very, very early on. Basically, as soon as he hit level 5, we saw Ducky shading over towards mid, and despite the 2 early kills for Obey Alliance, including the first blood, it's Hype Unit who are ahead.
They do have 2 Totem of Q, so that's 250 gold as well that they have to their name. And with that advantage in the solo lane also goes to show the stacking department. 13 stacks on that Warrior's Blessing for Wolves, only 8 for the side of Ducky. So 15 protection still very important, especially when you're dealing with damage over time from the Jormungandr basics.
Little pools as well will dot you up. Warrior's Blessing getting the ball, very important in that matchup. Are you surprised that Hype Unit didn't take the Thoth? I really thought that once Obey gave them the option in that picks and bans with those first 2 selections, they went Hercules and Yorm.
Yep.
I'm surprised, man, that they didn't take the Thoth over one of those.
Yeah, I think that this was them wanting to be super aggressive on the support. Mineral plays more Erlong than I've ever seen him play Hercules, so I don't think there was any risk of that getting stripped away. I think that could have easily been a Thoth and a Jormungandr instead of the Hercules, and then waiting down the road for their support pick.
He definitely does play way more Erlong. Played a little bit of Hercules, dabbled in it, so to speak, but certainly not a premier pick for him.
It's something he started with, is the Erlong in his SPL debut, actually, for Obey Alliance.
Yeah, this style has been, it's either this or the Geb. Those are like the picks that Mineral always goes to. When your back's against the wall, when you're facing elimination, feels like that's what you want to do, is go towards your comfort selections. Hype Unit is just set up shop on this right-hand side, looking at exactly what Obey's jungle is going to do. Mineral in a weird spot, got a 72 transformations interrupted, pulled back in by inbound, and Verana gets the second kill for Hype Unit. Now Ducky has gone up, Weekend's cats are down, and Layers is the target. Final Judgment right on time, easy execution kill for Obey Alliance. They trade their support for the enemy jungler.
Mr. Crush was available that entire time, not respecting that wombo combo of the Thor Thoth. Layers getting the worst end of this trade at the end of the day. If I'm Mineral, I'm feeling very happy from Falls.
Inbound has already used the hammer, or the driving strike. Is good heal coming from Ducky, or Wolves rather. Got my team's a little bit mixed up for a second there. Ends up getting inbound out of danger. Wolves is in an awkward spot, but he's got his ultimate. And he's level 7, so he's willing to box a little bit. He might be out of mana here, though, and I don't think he's got enough to use that ultimate, but boy, is he tanky. Is Jade Emperor's a good item, by the way?
It's pretty good, minus 30 power on 3 physical gods, so that's technically 90 physical protection this early on. He does get enough mana with that Warrior's Blessing if he wanted to recommit them. Weekend was rather low, but I think that inbound and Layers was too far away to assist matters.
That is just crazy, man. I mean, he's in the dazed state, he's taking more damage, he's slowed, and the health bar just barely moves the entire time. Jade Emperor's a solid item, and fighting around this side of the map when this is such a physical heavy composition in this rotation core for Obey, and by that I mean the jungler and the support. Pretty good choice to go for that Jade Emperor's right away. Of course, Moswell and WoWie will demand respect with their massive damage later on in the game.
And that's why we're seeing so much early pressure on that right side. Respecting the threat in the late game, and then taking advantage of your own power spikes.
Crimson in trouble. Knocked down to 15%. WoWie with control of this lane for the moment, but Crimson with the slight level advantage, it feels like, is able to finish off his Devourer's Gauntlets, and once he starts stacking these up, imagine he'll trade a little bit more favorably in that lane.
And this wasn't WoWie struggling in the laning phase in game number 1. It's when team fights rolled around the corner that he was staggering a little bit. Wolves should survive this one. Not going to commit his Ducky and Mineral. But WoWie should be able to control this matchup for the most part, especially once he gets Pythax piece. He already has 10% CDR with the Shoes of Focus, 20% now completed with that Pythax piece. Should win the 1v1 even harder.
Inbound looking, Layers blinks in, puts good damage on a Ducky, and Wolves gonna use that ultimate. Ducky is the focus. Mystic Rush, not enough, and Wolves not gonna commit. He actually lets that kill go. Good boulder, puts out good damage, but not as good as he's getting. Moswall on the receiving end, and it's gonna be an easy kill for him. Weekend picks up Wolves, but Ducky goes in and trades out. It should have been a 2-for-1 in Obey's favor, but Ducky's overcommit. Evens it up.
Risky business there. Layers narrowly surviving. Weekend not giving this one up. Will try to go on to Baronic. Avoids the root. Should survive this one.
Puts out a little bit of damage on the back end as well. Good jukes coming from Baronic. Gonna try and seal away the blue buff at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not in love with that hero play at all from Ducky. He already took one death earlier on, so he's trying to play catch up, and at that point, you have to get the guaranteed farm or the guaranteed kills and the escapes. Even if he trades out 1-for-1, still not favorable.
Inbound again on the receiving end, Mineral level 7, and you can feel it, but a great pluck back in, sets up Layers in Baronic. Inbound not gonna die to that dot, and Wolves with boots this time around is gonna make this chase a lot better. Ducky puts himself in between Weekend and Wolves physically.
Can't be in real life, right?
No, definitely, definitely
Ducky can't body block anybody.
No, he's not body blocking anything in IRL, but when he's playing the big beefy solo laners, he's got under reps.
I got a mental image for you.
Oh boy, here we go.
One-on-one playing basketball against PBM, boxing him out.
Oh, poor Ducky, dude. He'd get eaten alive. I've seen Mike in the post, man. My dude, he's ready to go. You know, Mike is ready.
Yeah, I tried to make sure he wasn't getting to the rim.
Yeah,
could not stop the beast.
No, Mike goes hard in the paint for sure. And Ducky, God bless him, good player. Don't think he's winning that matchup for sure. Wolves is just imposing his will on this right side of the map. His early Jade Emperors has left him free to do whatever he wants. He's not taking a whole lot of damage for it. Again, the whole squad rotates in. Moswell has backed and finished his full Doom Orb. He's much stronger than he was last time, but he's decided to stay in mid lane, at least for the time being. Wolves plays it safe rather than sorry, and decides to use that ultimate to get out, but here comes Moswell out of that mid lane, looking like he might be looking for Baronic on that rotation back.
No teleport for Wolves. That is not the healthiest of sorts. Layers going to get focused out. Mr. Crush available, though.
Still has it. He'll use it. Ult for ult, but one person used the blink. That was Mineral. Both sides probably feeling like they're okay with that trade. Weekend especially, because he didn't expend a whole lot, and he got to steal away back harvest.
And the blue buff on top of it, unless Wolves can somehow secure it. It looks like Mineral does pick it up very safely, though, so I think Obey come out on top a little bit on that exchange. Still very even in terms of kills, in terms of gold, in terms of experience. The only difference is that Hype Unit won the first game.
I feel like Hype Unit's composition is okay with going a little bit later, but they wanted the idea of maybe we just insta-win the game around the Hercules right away. And I think that strategy can work, but the problem is when you're going up against a team like Obey, who's played against Aurora's Hercules that insta-win games on the regular, it's just a little bit different. I mean, Aurora is Hercules. I mean, he is the premier Hercules player in the league right now. Saying Inbound can't match that is not a slight at Inbound at all. It's just reality.
Oh, I definitely agree, but I think there's, even without being this prestige Hercules of the entire world, is still fitting to have a Hercules in the rest of the draft from Hype Unit. There's great control with a root from Layers, the knockup from Wolves, another knockup from Crimson. Maybe Inbound is going to be playing setup, man, for the rest of the CC to follow suit, as Baronic should be able to eventually get Gem of Isolation and really control space in these teammates.
Mineral looks for Inbound once again. Good damage. Ducky's up, and he doesn't find anything underneath that mid tower. Attempt was there. Wolf's going to meet up with Weekend. Beads used, and he beats him, as are the Cats. Layers doesn't have that ultimate. Remember, Mineral chased it out earlier on. Wolves goes in, but ultimately realizes he can't find that kill. Mineral's ultimate is up, and they might try and punish Wolves, but my man, level 11, I'm sure he's ready for this. I don't know if Mineral is ready for Inbound, however. That CC chain perfect, and Inbound notches number 6.
He used the Mink form to cut the distance there, and his ultimate was used earlier on to Layers, so no way he was getting out of that one. Great collapse from Hype Unit on a vulnerable target without health sustain, without an escape there, successfully invading the blue buff to follow it up, getting the stuff after the stuff.
1-4 so far for Mineral, definitely not the ideal situation for your support when your back is against the wall here in an elimination game.
Well, I'd rather see Mineral be 1-4 than Wowie 1-4, to be fair.
Sure.
So that's not the worst start for Obey Alliance in this game number 2, but it's definitely not the best ending for them either, because they need to bounce back in the set, being down 0-1 in this best of 3.
On the left-hand side of the map, we poked our heads over a little bit. Every time it's been Wowie bullying Crimson, but even despite that, Crimson with a slight level lead. Shoutouts to getting back camps as Jingwei, where it feels awfully free. And the fact that Crimson has been getting bullied but hasn't died, hasn't given up a whole lot of buff control, that's important. Losing with grace is a skill that needs to be learned.
He's half the damage, player damage so far from WoW, and he's totally okay with it being 2 levels up at this point in the game, where Gold Fury can be highly contested as we're approaching the 14-minute mark.
Crimson, in fact, will clear out vision on that Gold Fury just in case. I mean, Jingwei, just such a good power farmer. It's so hard to keep pace with her. She can get to so many fights that you just can't as a long laner. Crimson has done his job so far. Remember, he was a mid laner until very recently, picked up by this team when Griffin Slays decided to step down. Inbound around the back, finds Moswell, that's his beads, and the chase is gonna be on for the enemy Thoth. No Aegis used, Crimson gets his first kill. Massive taunt from Mineral, but it's a little bit too late. Ducky's dunk does some good work. Baronic falls and weakens dot damage at the same time, but Ducky's gonna lose his life. 3 for 2, Hype Unit and Obey brawl in the jungle. For the level 17 Jingwei stays alive, which makes this Gold Fury a possibility.
That one team fight more than doubling his total player damage as Crimson, almost matching that of Wowie. Gold Fury still being leashed. All eyes on Wowie. No ultimate this time.
Oh, this is risky though. Crimson uses the ultimate just to reset and try and kill Weaken. Wowie gets taken care of by Layers on the other side, and Crimson chases Weaken back. This Gold Fury now guaranteed for Hype Unit. And Weaken's gonna get a consolation buff. I don't think that's going to be enough to make it happy, though. Hype Unit, the first objective of the game and the first real lead of the game. 2K gold, 2K experience in their favor.
And that was a, 4 for 1? Almost a full-on deicide as Weaken survives. Could be an unofficial deicide, but inbound just narrowly off the mark there. Good reaction timing from Weaken.
Very, very close. Inbound has been a big part of this game so far for Hype Unit. Not that feels like you're winning the game by yourself that Aurora often has on this Hercules, but still a super big impact so far. Many, many plucks that have resulted in kills. He gets that whole fight started by his pathing underneath Moswell, pushing him into the teeth of Hype Unit.
I mean, with 1, 3, and 6, he's been a part of 70% of his team's 10 kills thus far, inbound all over the map, and despite having those 3 deaths, he's not shy to continue to go for those aggressive plays, blinking by himself. A lot of confidence from this Hercules support, as they need that frontline confidence when you're dealing with a squishy backline such as Merlin, such as Jingwei.
Wolves gonna keep this going. Ducky actually has to use the ultimate because he knew inbound was on the way, but that frees up this tier 1 tower with ease for Wolves. This game plan of setting Ducky behind, getting Wolves ahead has worked so far for Hype Unit. As once again, the Warriors smack one another, but inbound again with the better end of it. Mineral is gonna die to that dot damage. Baronic's flamethrower gets it done. Not a great ultimate from Moswell. Crimson looking for the last few autos, but can't find them. Wolves trying to handle 2 by himself, but he doesn't get into the ultimate. Ducky gets revenge on his lane opponent, and Obey Alliance at least gets something.
Good timing from Wowie on the time stop, cashing out the Wolves during the animation of his daze effect to really get into that World Serpent weekend. Wowie, Moswell looking for the chase down potential.
Layer still has ult. Moswell gonna dash in, and that'll force Layers back. Boosh speeds alert for Moswell, and his Aegis saves his life. Inbound won't have the same pleasure. Baronic has to get on the run. Moswell uses both relics, but sets up a kill on the Hype Unit support.
Almost lucky there was inbound. He saw blood in his eyes as he pulled out Moswell. He waited out for the beads, and I guess he just assumed Moswell didn't have the Aegis as he did commit the driving strike, and that would have been a worthy sacrifice if they killed Moswell in the process. But honestly, if I'm Hype Unit, I'm not worried that was in my support. They're not picking up Moswell because they can't get any real objectives off of it, and now that is a long double relic timer cooldown that Hype Unit can exploit.
No ultimate for Crimson, but he's got both relics. The kid is level 19, by the way. 3 levels up on Wowie. We were saying that he's kind of stayed afloat in the lane so far. He joins into these team fights, and he's the one sinking other people.
You know, my man is a PvE player in the WoW servers.
Yep.
He is not going to Ogremar looking for any sort of battles right now. He's just casually farming away, almost at level 20. And when you are out-leveling the minutes on the clock, that is the sign of a great farming player.
Crimson definitely looking comfortable in this new role for Hype Unit. No Fury for 145, but certainly a buff to take. They'll snag purple. No one from Obey willing to contest that. The lead has grown since that Gold Fury, now up to over 3K. A marginal growth, but one that's noticeable.
Perfect timing.
Mineral this time dodges out what Inbound is throwing at him. I mean, I like this. Just group up around Crimson, man. The only level 20 in the game, the only one close. Other people will hit level 20 eventually. I like this idea. Just put the ball in his hands.
He's got a great power spike, finishing off the chin size after the Executioner. It's really hard to stop his DPS from being a factor when Mineral is going to commit with that turtle form knockup onto Inbound.
Stunned on Inbound, walled off as well. He's in a little bit of trouble, but mitigate wounds is good. Another final judgment that doesn't land, but Inbound gets the heal right on time. Mineral gets pulled back in, and Ducky gets knocked up by Crimson right as soon as he lands. Still can't keep the fight going. As Layers blinks in, finds one. May have to lose the ultimate, and he will. But it looks like a good disengage coming from Hype Unit. Weekend might want to keep this going as he sees low health bars. Slow doesn't land from the D-Claw. And even though Moswell is healthy, no ultimate for him. Hype Unit, one and done. They get out of danger.
But Fury due to respawn at the same exact timing that Ducky will respawn, so maybe still could play defense there if that teleport relic is available. Losing tower after tower, Hype Unit are really applying a lot of pressure onto Obey Alliance that is still down 0-1 in this best of 3 set.
This is what makes Hype Unit so scary. I mean, game one, Crimson and Layers pop off. They both have insane games. Veronic is really under siege all game long. Game two, Inbound is having a great beginning. He's baiting out everything you need him to and setting up the team at the same time. And Crimson on a completely different pick, completely different playstyle, popping off once again. Inbound on the receiving end of some damage, but not enough to make him think twice about where he is. In fact, Wowie's the one brought back in, and he nearly got one-tapped by Crimson and those auto attacks. But that sends Wolves out on a mission, man. He pushes everybody back from Obey Alliance. They don't have enough damage to kill him, but certainly enough to stop him in his tracks. Oni Fury has respawned, and Crimson right back to it. Ducky gonna try and get involved, but Hype Unit already has the Fury. Mineral has the ultimate ready to go, and Inbound is the target. Boys, I don't know about this one. Hercules does fall, but they commit an awful lot. Ducky falls for it. Wowie getting low. Wolves has the kitties on him, and the dot damage and Moswell combine. I was concerned, Tully, but I guess I didn't need to be. They get Inbound and Wolves, the frontliners for Hype Unit, in the dirt.
And now Obey should be able to counter push with that 2-for-1 advantage in the mid lane. The tower less than 50% health, but it looks like Hype Unit are not willing to let this one go for free. They are posturing like they're gonna defend this one. Layers still with that Mystic Rush. Veronic and Crimson can still make a difference as well. So Obey thinking about how they want to approach this. Moswell just uses dash.
Oh, Veronic actually dashes in, as does Crimson. They're looking for Moswell. He's got relics. This is ambitious. Is Crimson actually going to ult in? Because they're looking for Mineral in mid, and they're going to get him. Veronic and Layers combine to take down the enemy support in what was a curious decision, but Hype Unit clearly have the information. They knew that they had the opportunity to dash in.
Great sleight of hand. Crimson distracts Wowie and Moswell. Meanwhile, Weekend was farming on the right side of the map. And then unfortunately, Mineral left to his own devices under his own tier 1 tower. Ducky was still respawning from that last team fight. Obey Alliance, they find a little bit of a power play window and they can't convert.
Now, despite the success so far for Crimson, Inbound, the rest of Hype Unit, Weekend has been able to stay nice and safe so far. 3-0-5 for him. 2-1-5 for Moswell, who's level 18, a 2-level lead for him over Veronic. So even though Crimson has a 2-level lead over his lane opponent, it's evened up in the carry roll. This is a good play. Pyromancer for the Hype Unit. Gonna get that one. No one ready to contest. Frenzy's up in 15 seconds. I wonder if Hype Unit's gonna consider the big fire.
I wouldn't be surprised. And like you mentioned, on
6K
on Weekend Slashline, that 3-0-5 seems to be very misleading on this fast stat. The way he's been playing is clean.
Whoa, Moswell under siege on this right-hand side. Boulder doesn't land, but that ultimate just disrupts him long enough. Inbound, make sure he doesn't get the final judgment off. Good dunk in from Ducky, but he's got to immediately exit back towards his team. Cat's doing work as Weekend picks up 2 with just 1 leap. Good top for Mineral, disrupts Crimson, but my man standing tall. Otto's hitting hard, and Hype Unit has to back up. A 2-for-1, a bit of a dive onto Moswell. Ends up costing them. They get the carry, but they lose 2.
Yeah, I don't know about that play, but they do a lot of chip damage as well under that tier 2 tower. Crimson still wanting to fight both Mineral and Wowie. Got off their ultimates just in the nick of time to continue that fight. And when you're going beyond that tier 2 tower line, how are you going to protect your own backline? Baronic left to his own devices there. This is a level 16 Merlin that's been struggling, unfortunately, because of how much farm Crimson has gotten for himself in that lane. Baronic not able to do the same on his side of the map. A 2-level deficit for this Merlin.
He started that fight half HP because he met up with Weekend in the mid lane, and he was able to get away from him, but then joining the fight at half health, didn't find a chance to use his relics. I mean, maybe if you Aegis the pounce damage, you live, but then the chase is on from Obey. I just don't see a good window out for him if that's the pathing he has to take. Clearly struggling a little bit so far. Bottom of the player damage on his team besides Inbound, but not far behind what Layers has provided. Don't think Baronic's been a non-factor so far by any stretch. I mean, he's been a part of 11 of Hype Unit's 15 kills.
Obey are doing a good job of defending some of these towers, or at least getting a positive effect with these 2-for-1s, but they just don't have the timing window to get the objectives. Weekend getting 2 more picks at the end of that last team fight, being 5-0 and 5 now. Still not really getting the impact that he needs to get the objectives. Something needs to happen for Obey Alliance to start controlling the pace of the game. Maybe look for some flanks from Weekend, trying to make sure that Hype Unit aren't going to cleanly gather up on one side of the map. Get some good declaws and some poke damage, hindering Hype Unit's total health bar.
No relics from Oswald for 30 seconds on the beads, 50 on the Aegis. Hype Unit certainly looking for him in that window. Layers gonna head on over to the right-hand side. Looks like they're willing to just split this up, try and get Layers level 20. He has completed that runic shield, but he wants to finish the Transcendence. Wall from Ducky. Escape. Keeps Inbound from escaping. Final Judgment comes through, but it's not enough damage. Inbound is able to survive. Mineral very low, and a good dunk from Ducky may have saved his life. Wolves does get into that World Serpent, and Layers has joined the fray. Ducky needs to teleport away, and Hype Unit, both tanks, low on HP, but still alive. Crimson may have been a little bit too aggressive with the positioning. Weekend is there with the blink in, puts out some damage, but not quite enough. It's a bloodbath in mid, but neither team loses anybody.
I can't believe no one died in that whole encounter. Ducky and Weekend making a lot of damage happen, but Hype Unit surviving. And this was a great start for Obey because they took that fight outside of the tier 1 tower with this gold deficit because Layers was split pushing on the right side of the map, trying to get to that level 20 marker. If they waited even like 5 more seconds, that would have went downhill very quickly for Obey Alliance.
Problem for Crimson is that he uses his beads towards the back end, but problem for Obey is that they don't back after that engagement. They're still a little bit poked from that last fight. Crimson's certainly going to be a target, but has his ultimate ready to go. No blink up for Mineral quite yet. Full Fury reset, stun onto Inbound once again, but Weekend gets knocked up, and look at that damage coming from Crimson. Then right into the driving strike, and Inbound puts Weekend in the dirt. Mineral's gonna follow right next to him, and Ducky might be the third one. Crimson is swinging right now on this Jing Wei. Wolves right alongside him. Hype Unit get 2, and what Obey thought was just a friendly little poke exchange. Hype Unit anything but. They're gonna back, and I imagine this is a fire call.
It has to be. When you're ignoring a total Gold Fury winning on the left side of the map, you got your eyes on the real prize. And with the Fire Giant, still not the enhanced in about 3 more minutes time, this is going to open the window for full-on tower sieging potential. 4 towers remains for Obey Alliance, 5,000 gold collectively.
I don't know, though.
So that's more valuable than just a singular Gold Fury.
Anvil of Dawn and Final Judgment up and ready to go. Here goes Ducky, straight to the sky. Fire Giant getting lower. Moswell not charging quite yet. Now he will. Maybe looking for Fire Giant, but resets because Hype Unit did the same towards that Fire Giant. Fuzz, no, they don't take it. I thought Moswell had it, but Hype Unit able to secure over that Thoth ultimate. Hype Unit just juggle around that Fire Giant so well. Moswell had to fire it off with no charge whatsoever.
That's about as close to a coin flip as you can get.
I'll tell you what.
I don't
that
know
is
what
something
got
else.
that. I don't know what got that over the final judgment, but I'm sure Hype Unit are thanking their lucky stars because I like the call and the ambition, but they had no way of really zoning out the surviving members out of Obey, like Ducky diving in the back line, and then the range from Moswell's final judgment. You can't spread yourself that thin, so Hype Unit commit, they come out on top, and now with this Fire Giant for 3 more minutes, they're about to get 5,000 gold if they get all these towers.
An ambitious call for an ambitious team. And Hype Unit, they make it work. A 10K lead now at 28 minutes. Obey Alliance can feel their season going away. If they lose this game, they are eliminated. Let's take a look back at that Fire Giant and see what happened, because that is a huge play to end up securing this. I mean, this must be something small. I mean, this is where Ducky comes in. This is still going to be a little bit before Fire Giant gets taken down. Got to speed it up a little bit, and yet it's a Baronic tick damage
It
from
must
the
have
one.
been. I have no idea still.
That is crazy. That is a razor-thin margin. While we were in the INAP instant replay, Obey did take the Pyromancer, but a pittance compared to what Hype Unit is going to be able to get, I imagine, off this Fire Giant power play. They've got a lot of towers left to take, Toli, but that means that's gold on the map. This is going to catapult their lead to a point where Obey, I don't know that they can contest the next Fire.
3,000 gold remaining for these tier 2 towers. That's quite a hefty lead now, and we're seeing the siege power be a real thing. As Obey Alliance, they've been consistently focusing out inbound this entire set on the Fender and now the Hercules, and with the pickup of the Spirit's Throw, that's been keeping inbound alive a lot. That 15% damage mitigation. He gets hit by the time stop, enough of a window to pop the mitigating wounds heal, get off to back to half health anyway from the Spirit's Throw, mitigating that damage, and the rest of Hype Unit are free to return fire uncontested.
Now the tier 2 tower is the only one left for Obey Alliance. I don't think Obey is looking to defend on towers at this point. Uh-oh. Just saw a little bit of an effect on Crimson. Fat finger on the Aegis. Is that important against a Thoth and a Kronos, you think?
You might think
Thor, Bastet. That's a lot of damage. I wonder if that puts a hamper in this push. I mean, only a minute, so you've got a couple waves to try and make it work.
Now, to be fair, Obey hasn't seen the Aegis being popped.
They have not.
So,
actually, they may have. They have a ward by Red Buff where he popped it. I don't know how close he was to that ward, but they may have seen it. Well, they wouldn't have seen the actual effects, right? It's only what they can see on the map. So yeah, they won't know the Crimson Aegis from that position. But I mean, at some point you got to try and not execute the Thor stun straight into a Final Judgment combo.
Yeah, but not on a Xing Wei.
Yeah.
She can, if she survives with 10% health, you're not getting the kill after you use the Anvil of Dawn.
Looks like Hype Unit's not deterred. Inbound into the Phoenix. He pushes Mineral. That Final Judgment doesn't find anybody. Two-man taunt for Mineral after the fact. Might not have been good enough. Wolves gonna separate the team. Look at how he grouped them all on this left side wall. Layers goes right in with his solo laner, but Ducky undeterred. He's gonna go up. Big dump coming. That's 3 people for Ducky, but he gets crushed by Crimson once again. Left side Phoenix is gonna be the focus for Hype Unit, and it looks like Obey won't be able to get it inbound with a huge ball. Wow, he's dead, and so might be Obey's season. They've got 2 dead for Hype Unit, and they might be looking to end them right here.
It looks like Hype Unit are going to disengage for the moment. Fire Giant buff has now dwindled inbound, a little bit of trouble. The rest of Hype Unit trying to regroup. A good poke into another push.
Inbound, stepping up and pushing Hype Unit to the top. Obey Alliance right on the edge. Only Weekend and Moswell left to defend. The console team from North America came in with high expectations, and they are going to send Obey Alliance packing. SCL shows up and eliminates a SMITE Pro League team.
Let's get hype for Hype Unit console coming out big. Unfortunate for Obey Alliance, as yesterday they lost to Simplicity 0-2. Hype Unit, though, were not deterred after their loss to OCG. A very close game number 3 yesterday that translated very well into today, winning 2-0.
Console's revenge on Weekend has been complete. Season 2, Weekend and Envy come over and show the entire scene what's up. And they win the first ever Xbox Invitational.
Xbox has gotten their revenge today. Inbound eliminates his friend Kurt. And Hype Unit moves on. Obey Alliance don't win a single game here at Placements.
A student toppled over the sensei. Former
right.
teammates before and now inbound succeeds in the upper bracket, or lower bracket rather, as Obey Alliance and Weekend gets knocked out.
Unbelievable performance from Hype Unit. I can't wait to get a chance to talk to them in the post-game interview. Stay tuned. We're going to go to the desk for a post-game interview right now.
Unbelievable. Console topples the Pro League. Top manager joined here by Zeros, and we're just going to get right into it. 2-0. Obey Alliance, it was an hour-long kind of fright fest in the game number 1, but Zeros, game number 2 was Hype Unit up and down.
Yeah, well, what is going on there, man? Yeah, I mean, this game is still back and forth, kind of similar to the first game, but this game, Hype Unit has to control the whole game, has to goal lead the whole game. Then one big misstep by Weekend at the Gold Fury, goes too far, gets knocked up by the Jingwei 1, I think, and I feel like that kind of lost them the game.
Yeah, here we have on the right side of the map, Layers just dodging. Ducky did not have the same sort of impact as he had earlier on in the sets, but Crimson, I mean, Crimson was level 20 by 18 minutes. This man was huge.
Yeah, this guy is amazing, man. Plays like a PC all-star almost. First game playing the tough, like one of the mage backline carries, plays so good on it. This game plays a completely different role with the Jing, like one of the late game hyper carry ADCs, and smashes it again. Like, what a player.
That's so impressive to me when you're able to show multiple sides,
Yeah.
you know? It's one thing if you're just good at the mages, and here, coming in the clutch, it's actually the Jingwei basic attack that secures this one for a Hype Unit. Maswal so close. Look at that. Oh!
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. When I saw that, I was like, oh, Obey got it. And then like, wait, what?
Yeah, that was insane. And then Crimson here continuing just to tear it up. The positioning is what's impressive to me. Late game carry, like we said. I mean, you point and click, right? But, I mean... That's a team. That's a team. They've been waiting. I mean, this is a team that has been on the top of their world, the console world, for a long time. And, you know, you don't get all the best competition there.
Yeah.
They've been just ahead of the pack for a while. They come to mid-season invitational, and we get a glimpse into what they could do. And that was with them playing on mouse and keyboard for only about a month or so, maybe even less than like 2 weeks. And then here they've got some proper practice and players stepping up, and all of a sudden, you've got a team that's worth writing home about.
Yeah, you've been practicing on a mouse and keyboard for a couple of months, coming in, beating an SPL team. Sure, it is a bottom SPL team, but still, you have to. This team, the Obey, has been playing all year in SPL on PCs, right? Practicing against other SPL teams, and these guys have been on the controller back home playing their SCL thing, you know, coming out with a win so big.
Once upon a time, we can quick swapped over to console and beat a couple of console kids on their turf. Now, the console kids bite back and beat Weekend on his turf. We're going to talk to him about it. It's Inbound, and it's Layer Slays.
Thank you, Zeros. I'm here with the winners. Congratulations, Hype Unit, both Layers and Bobby. How are you feeling after this win up against Weekend and the boys?
It felt really good to win. We just wanted to come in and beat some of the PC teams, and we got one down. I'm hoping to get some more.
Yeah, I mean, maybe PC teams, some SML teams, right? Not an SPL squad. I mean, Obey Alliance it looked really good towards the back end of Phase 2. Layers, let's start with you in Game 1. I mean, really long game, but you in the late game in particular, it just felt like it was impossible for them to do anything against you.
It's just as soon as I got my build online and I got a couple defense or a little bit of defense, the Merlin was my biggest problem because I'd go in and then he'd just stance switch and that'd be all my health. But after that, I was going on WoW because I had primarily physical defense, and then WoW I just couldn't play the game because Set's just so strong, so it's really hard for him.
And in game number 2, Inbound, for you specifically, playing the Hercules, you were hitting some really clutch pulls towards the end of that game there. What were the comms like for you guys?
I don't know. I was just shouting whatever came to mind. I don't know. Just literally whatever would come to mind, I just yell it. I'm the best, baby, stuff like that. I don't know. I just shout a lot.
I mean, that's got to feel particularly good for you, Inbound, especially against Kurt, your former teammate. I know you guys are boys. I mean, does it feel a little bit bad that you knock him out, or does it make it that much sweeter?
Yeah, I mean, it made it even worse because they were I think they were the first SPL team that, let us scrim them. So, I don't know, just shout out to those guys for just, giving us the chance to, scrim them. And, yeah, I wish it wasn't us. I wish they would have gone far with us, but you got to do what you got to do when you have to play against them.
So with this victory, who do you guys play now in the next side of the bracket?
Hype SML,
Hype
yeah.
Unit, SML.
The other.
Hype versus Hype. How is that matchup going to go in your guys' head?
Probably pretty easy. Another 2-0. I don't know. I don't expect much else.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We were kind of beating down on them in scrims, but it's just scrims at the end of the day. So.
Oh boy, it's just scrims.
You brought up scrims. That's like the one thing. Just don't bring up scrims.
GG for the SML boys. Yeah. Congratulations on a huge win today. Excited to see you keep going forward. Let's throw it back to Tom and Zeros on the desk.
Really glad to be able to get to see those guys behind the scenes. Again, you know, the PC world stays in the PC world. It wasn't until MSI where all of a sudden you see all these PC pros go, who's this Layers guy or whatnot? But big personalities there, Bobby Inbound and Layers Slays. Man, these guys are here. And not only are they here for this game, as you said, confident against the next one as well. And, you know, before we close the book on the Hype Unit guys, you were also talking about kind of, you know, sure, you're winning the team fights, but you were talking about the builds. You were really liking what they were going for there.
Yeah, I mean, everything was just good. Like, I was super impressed by, like, every single player on the team. Like, sometimes you have, like, one player, like, oh, he didn't play that well, or, like, something was wrong with the build. But I'm just super impressed with, like, everything they did, really, and how they played together, and, like, how they play around objectives. Like, pretty much everything. And, like, couldn't have asked for better plays, I think.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, just good Smite, right? Obey kind of bringing it back and forth as well. So fantastic end to day number 2. That's going to do it, though. Tom Banninger and Zeros here representing the rest of the squad. All of us putting together the work and letting the players shine. Tomorrow, we're back in the building, 11 a.m. Atlanta time. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for watching. Peace, and much love to you.